Welcome back to part 2 of this McCuddy audio production. If you missed part 1, go check it out first. If you're returning, you know things are about to heat up. Before we start, hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future parts. For the full audiobook with chapter breaks, head over to our Patreon. Now, let's get into part 2. Chapter 14. At dawn, the morning fog blowing off the muddy river obscured Luke's vision so that he could not see more than a few meters ahead. The ground along the river bank had turned swampy, hindering Artu's progress. The trees along the river had all burned and rotted, so that limbs pointed up out of the fog like crooked fingers, in shades of ebony and ice. Large speckled lizards clung to the trees, sometimes as many as a dozen to a branch, watching the fog-shrouded reeds for prey or predators. Behind Luke, Isolde did not speak. Several times Luke turned to see him, deep in thought, brow furrowed. Luke knew only too well what the young man must be thinking. Only a few years ago, Luke had followed Obi-Wan Kenobi off on a similar mad quest to take stolen blueprints to Alderaan. For these past months, Luke considered, I've wanted so badly to find the records of the ancient Jedi, to find some talented students, and teach them of the Force. Yet Luke realized the truth. Isolde had sought him out, even though the prince showed little talent. This was Luke's chance to practice, to teach someone to follow the light side of the Force, without the pressure of having to worry about whether the student would become another Vader. He picked his way through the mud, watching for quicksand, wondered if that is how it had happened with Obi-Wan Kenobi. Luke had always imagined that the old man had been waiting for Luke to mature, like a farmer watching over his field of grain. But now he wondered if Luke's sudden intrusion into Obi-Wan's affairs hadn't been as much of a surprise to Obi-Wan as Isolde's intrusion now seemed to Luke. Isolde was obviously moved by the Force. That much Luke could discern, but he could feel no power in the prince. Perhaps the power was so new, so small, that Isolde could not feel it himself. Luke reached a fork in the trail. One way was high and safe-looking, but the muddy path seemed to draw him. He followed his instinct down the muddy path. Perhaps there had never been a Jedi Academy, he thought. Certainly, Ta'a Chume had lied to him about an academy on one of her worlds. He sensed that. Perhaps the Force directed acolytes to their masters when they were needed. Perhaps the only true training of any worth that a Jedi could receive came only as he or she battled against darkness. If this were true, certainly Dathomir would be the perfect academy. Luke could feel tremendous disturbances in the Force, yawning pits of darkness. He'd never run across anything remotely like it. Yoda's cave had held such a darkness, but here, he felt it all around him. Ahead of them, reptilian avians croaked and flapped into the sky on leather wings. Luke stopped, realized that he had just come to the end of a peninsula that jutted into the river. He could go no farther, and the brackish water here bubbled. A tar pit. He cast his eyes about for a place to step. Isolde said, "What's that?" Luke looked up. Jutting above the fog in the river sat a huge metal platform, leaning at an odd angle. The flocks of avians flew around the platform nervously. The rising sun cast golden rays on the rusted metal, turning it bronze, and beyond the platform was an enormous exhaust nacelle, rotted through so that Luke could see parts of the heavy turbo generators still intact. "It looks like an old spaceship crashed here," Luke said, realizing after he did so that the wreck was far larger than even one of the old Victory-class destroyers. Yet it must have lain here for hundreds of years. A small wind blew over the river, stirring the fog, and Luke glimpsed a dome out beyond the exhaust nacelle, the transparisteel still intact. He started to turn to leave when the name on the rusted exhaust nacelle caught his eye, Chuan Thor. His mind did a little flip. It was not a race of people that Yoda had tried to free from the planet hundreds of years ago, but the spaceship. And in all that time, no one had ever gotten it off the planet. "We've got to get out there," Luke said, his voice husky with excitement. "What for?" Isolde asked. "It's just an old wreck." Luke cast about through the fog, looking for a way to the ship. They walked back up the peninsula, circled through the mire for nearly a kilometer until they found two ancient wooden rafts made of logs tied together with rotting hide. They looked like something children played with. There were fresh marks on the bank where the rafts had been tied up. "Someone was here recently," Isolde pointed out. "Yeah," Luke said. "Well, who could pass up the chance to look at a really neat wreck?" "I could," Isolde said. "We don't really need to go out there, do we? I mean, we came here to rescue Leia." Arto whistled his agreement, issuing a bunch of clicks and beeps to remind Luke that every time the droid gets near water, there's a monster in it. Isolde looked off toward the mountains, and Luke could see that the prince really didn't want to delay his trip. Yet the promptings of the Force had led Luke to the place, just as he allowed it to lead him in battle. He knew only too well that he must trust his feelings. Now his feelings told him to get out to that wreck. "It will only take a few minutes," Luke said, hopping onto one of the rafts. "Who's coming with me?" "I'll wait here," Isolde said, and Arto's eyes swiveled around to look at the prince. The droid was shaking scared, but made a grinding noise at Isolde and rolled onto the raft. Luke pulled the raft out to the wreck. Huge brown fish lazily sunned themselves in the still water. The morning sun had begun burning the fog away, and as he got closer, Luke could see most of the ship, colonies of living domes, the engineering section. The hull around the hyperdrive engines had rusted through. The ship looked to be 2 kilometers long, a kilometer wide, and 8 levels high. The space between the windows to the living quarters showed that the Chuan Thor had been heavily inhabited, almost a floating city, perhaps some sort of pleasure craft. It was definitely made to house people. By the tilt of the ship, most of it seemed to be well sunk under the tar pits, with only the upper deck showing, and they were pretty badly rusted. Yet this was no ordinary wreck. There were no blast marks to show signs of battle, no gaping holes to show an explosion, no crumpled structure to indicate a violent landing. Rather, it seemed that the ship must have developed a technical problem, floated down peacefully, then tried to land in the tar pits. As he got closer, Luke saw that the ship had been sealed tight. Entryways weren't just closed, they had been welded shut, and many of the transparent steel bubbles on the domes bore heavy scuff marks, as if something had tried to batter its way through the transparent material. The ship was tilted at an angle, so Luke pulled the raft around to the front, which had sunk deepest into the mire, then climbed up onto the wreck. Someone had indeed tried to break into the ship. Luke found many more scuff marks on the domes, bent pieces of crude iron that someone had used to try to pry open the welded doors, along with shattered pieces of giant clubs and broken boulders. Writing had been painted here or there in some strange tongue, and arrows pointed to the weaker welds. Someone had worked for years at breaking into the ship, had made it a great study, but their tools were ineffective. Kids, Luke thought, but no child could have wielded those giant clubs. Some of the domes had access sockets that Arto could have plugged into and opened, but the sockets were far too rusted. Anyway, the whole ship looked as if it had rotted inside too. The transparent steel was pitted by blowing sand, almost fogged. Many of the domes seemed to contain training rooms for gymnastics of some kind. Huge balls littered the floors, as if someone had been playing a game when the Chuan Thor fell. Another dome had been a restaurant or nightclub. Beverage glasses and uneaten meals sat on rusted tables, covered with dust. Artu wheeled along behind, working hard to negotiate the angle, whistling softly and studying all the damage. It looks like whoever was on this ship got out fast once they landed, and they never came back, Luke told Artu. The droid issued some beeps and clicks, reminding Luke of Yoda's message. Repulsed by the witches. Luke could feel the disturbances in the Force here, like dark cyclones sucking in all light. Yeah, Luke said. Whatever Yoda encountered on this planet, it's still here. Artu groaned. Luke stopped, looked in at one bubble. Workbenches stood at the center, and several benches held rusted mechanical parts, corroded power cells, focusing crystals, handles for lightsabers, tools to make weapons that only a Jedi could use. Luke's heart pounded. A Jedi Academy, he realized, and everything suddenly made sense. I searched 40 planets and never found a sign of an academy, because the Jedi Academy was in the stars. Of course they needed a spaceborne academy. With so few people strong enough to master the Force, the ancient Jedi would have needed to scour the galaxy hunting for recruits. In each STA or cluster they might have found only 1 or 2 cadets worthy to join. He pulled out his lightsaber, flipped it on, and began cutting through the transparent steel, feeling desperate. This old wreck, as rusted as it was, couldn't possibly hold anything of worth. But he had to look. Blue gouts of molten transparent steel bounced off the deck of the Chuan Thor, and Artu wheeled back a pace. Luke was so involved in trying to break into the spaceship that he almost did not feel her presence, but suddenly there was a power behind him, rushing toward him. He turned just in time to see a woman, long reddish-brown hair flashing, tawny hides from some alien creature, strong bare legs. She spun and kicked at him with a leather boot, and Luke felt the force of her intent, ducked, swung with his lightsaber. He felt a ripple in the Force signifying an attack, but before he could respond the girl swung a club, smashing his artificial hand hard enough so that circuits shorted and the lightsaber spun away. She kicked at his belly and Luke dropped and rolled, used the Force to call his lightsaber back to his left hand. The girl stopped, and her mouth dropped in astonishment as she saw what he had done. Luke could feel her force, powerful, wild, like that of no other woman he had ever met. Her brown eyes were flecked with orange, and she crouched on the hull of the Chuan Thor, panting, considering. She could not have been more than 18 years old, perhaps 20. "I won't hurt you," Luke said. The girl half closed her eyes, whispered some words, and Luke felt a touch, a probing finger of force that rippled through him. "How can you work the magic, being only a man?" the girl said. "The Force is in us all," Luke said, "but only those who are trained can become its masters." The girl studied him skeptically. "You claim to master the magic?" "Yes," Luke said. "Then you are a male witch, a Jai from beyond the stars?" Luke nodded. "I have heard of the Jai," the girl said. "Grandmother Rel says that they are unbeatable warriors, for they battle death. And since they battle for life, nature cherishes them, and they cannot die. Are you an unbeatable warrior?" The force of the girl rippled, almost as if she would attack, but Luke felt the difference. The rippling was almost like a blanket, smothering him, binding him, and as Luke tried to imagine what it foreboded, an image came to mind. He saw the girl hunting in the desert, searching desperately for something that others guarded, protected. He saw a hut made of twigs beneath the shelter of a red rock ledge, an evening campfire twisting in the wind, half-naked children playing beside the fire. And the girl was searching, creeping toward the hut, hungering for something within. The girl smiled at him and began chanting, and the look in her eyes shocked him. He had never seen such fierce lust. "Way the MK the way. Way the Arake the way." "Wait a minute," Luke said. "You can't be thinking?" Broken bits of stones and clubs began rolling over the surface of the Chuanthor, rumbling like an approaching storm. Behind the girl, the fog over the river swirled violently. "We were repulsed by the witches." "Way the Arake the way. Way the Arake the way." Lightning crackled overhead and a dozen small boulders blasted toward Luke, hurtling through the air. Vader had tried similar tricks, but Luke reflected woefully that Vader hadn't been nearly as good at it. He swung wildly with his lightsaber, bursting several pieces of rock, but one caught him in the chest, throwing him backward a pace. Repulsed by the witches. "Wait!" Luke shouted. "You can't just take men as slaves and mate with them any time you please." Boulders thundered across the hull of the ship, hundreds of them, lunging toward Luke like a herd of living animals, and he realized that this woman could do just about anything she wanted. He raised an arm desperately, trying to turn the rocks aside with the force, but his mind was a roiling sea and he could not gain his focus. Repulsed by the witches. A log whirled toward him, spinning, and he ducked. Stones leaped at him in such numbers he could hardly see them whiz past, and suddenly she was before him, whirling and swinging a club. He hadn't even felt her move toward him, yet her club smacked his skull, lights flashed in his head, and he reeled to the ground. Groggily, he heard the girl yelling at him, realized that she straddled his chest, locking his arms with her strong legs, but Luke was too weak to fight her off. She held his jaw and shouted triumphantly, "I am Tanenial Jo, a daughter of Alia, and you are my slave!" Isolde watched from the shadows, his hands bound, as the young witch subdued Luke with a ferocity that left him breathless. She moved with a fluid grace that reminded him of the warriors he'd seen on the Outer Rim, not trained, but natural. Fierce. Unapologetic. She's nothing like Leia, he realized. Leia was controlled, diplomatic, measured. This woman was raw, untamed, utterly unconcerned with how she appeared to others. And yet, as she argued with Luke about the nature of the Force, Isolde found himself studying her. The way her copper eyes flashed when she was angry. The way she held herself, unapologetic and unbroken. The way she had taken down a Jedi Knight without hesitation. "What are you doing?" he asked himself. "You came here to do the right thing. But what does that even mean anymore?" Even as he thought it, he knew the truth. He was also here because, for the first time in his life, he was doing something that felt right, even if he couldn't explain why. The title didn't matter. The politics didn't matter. Luke treated him as an equal. Tanenial treated him as a slave. Neither of them saw the Chunga. They saw a man. It was terrifying. And it was liberating. Isolde leaned back against the cold stone, watching Tanenial through the firelight. His hands were bound. He was a prisoner. And he had never felt more alive. "I didn't catch your name," he called out. Tanenial turned to him, her copper eyes narrowing. "You don't need to know my name, Offworlder." "Fair enough," Isolde said. "But I'd like to know it anyway." She stared at him for a long moment. Then, almost reluctantly, "Tanenial Jo." "Thank you, Tanenial Jo." He smiled, and there was no calculation in it, only genuine curiosity. "I am Isolde, and I think I have much to learn from you." Tanenial's expression flickered, surprise, then wariness, then something almost like interest. "You speak strangely." "You're not the first to say that," Isolde said. "You won't be the last." She turned away, but not before Isolde saw the faintest hint of a smile. In the early morning Han struggled up the treacherous flight of steps carved into the sheer mountain cliff. As on most low-gravity planets, the volcanic mountains rose tall and sheer, and they were walking along a cliff face 200 meters above solid black rock. The stone steps were wide enough even for a ranker, and thousands of feet had worn them smooth. During the night, cold water dripping from the mountaintop had deposited a thin crust of ice over the steps, making them treacherous. Behind Han, the rankers snarled and paced slowly, grabbing at the bare rock cliffs for support, terrified of falling but driven mercilessly by their riders. Chewbacca didn't look good. He held his ribs and moaned softly as the ranker carried him along. In the clear morning light, Han could see the three women clearly now. Under their robes, they wore tunics made from colorful reptile skins. Each hide tunic flashed in colors of green or smoke blue or yellow ochre. Over these, they wore thick robes woven of fiber, intricately trimmed with yellow plant fibers or large dark beads made from sea pods. Yet their most ornate decorations were the helms. What he had first thought were antlers in the darkness, he saw now were merely headdresses of blackened metal, curving up like some odd insect wing. Drilled into the helms were holes. A child's playground of ornaments dangled in each hole, swaying with each step the rankers took. For ornaments he saw what looked like pieces of agate and polished blue azurite, the painted skulls of small carnivorous reptiles, a small petrified fist from some creature, bits of colored fabric, glass beads, a piece of beaten silver, a bluish-white orb that might have been a dried eye. None of the women wore the same style of helm, and Han knew enough about various cultures to be wary. In any given society, the most powerful members tended to dress the most elaborately. Han kept hold of Leia and 3PO, concerned that if one of them fell, they might all tumble from the cliff. His breath came ragged, steam puffing from his mouth. They turned one last treacherous corner and looked down into an oval-shaped valley hidden in the folds of mountain cliffs. Stick shacks with thatched roofs dotted the valley, and checkerboard squares of green and tan showed growing crops. Men, women, and children worked the fields, fed huge four-legged reptiles in their pens. A large stream ran through the fields to a small lake, then tumbled over a cliff into the wilds below. They descended the stairs, passing a phalanx of 10 women, all mounted on rankers. The women were all dressed in similar styles, in rough lizard leather with robes suitable for the cold mountains, helms with antlers. Most of the women had blaster rifles, though others were armed only with spears or throwing axes tucked into their belts. None of them seemed to be younger than 25, and somehow the dirty faces of the women chilled Han more than the mountain air. They did not smile, did not show grief or worry. Instead, they were cold, brutally impassive, like the faces of shell-shocked warriors. Above the narrow valley, carved into the basalt, were fortifications, turrets and parapets and windows. The women had placed slabs of plasteel from the hulls of broken spaceships over the rock like a mosaic. A couple of odd blaster cannons pointed out from the mountain stronghold. Black scorch marks and pits in the rock showed that these women were indeed at war. But with whom? The group reached a landing of stone, and on orders from one of the women, one ranker gingerly carried Chewbacca, leading Leia up toward the fortress, while other rankers marched Han and 3PO down into the valley on a muddy trail, past pens filled with herds of giant dirty reptiles that sat quietly munching fodder, sullenly staring at Han. They came to a circle of huts made of twigs and mud, and at the opening of each hut was a tall stone urn that Han guessed held water. Through open doors he could see colorful red blankets hanging on the walls, baskets of nuts on small wood tables, various wood hay hooks. His guard led him to the back of the huts, where he found dozens of men and young women and children. In a sandy lot filled with weeds, the villagers had dug holes and filled them with water from buckets, making small puddles. Each adult sat gazing intently into the puddle while children stood quietly outside the circle, watching. The rancor stopped, and the warrior astride it reached down and tapped Han on the shoulder with her spear, pointed at the puddles. "Wuffa," she said. "Wuffa," indicating that he should go look into a puddle. "Do you have any idea what they want?" Han asked 3PO. "I'm afraid not," 3PO said. "Their language is not in my catalog. Some terms of their dialogue may be ancient Pitian, but I've never heard the term Wuffa." "Pitian?" Han wondered. The Pitian Empire had founded 3,000 years back. Han went to one old graybeard, looked at his mud puddle. The puddle was small, perhaps half a meter around and only a finger deep. The man sneered up at Han, growled, "Wuffa!" He handed Han a copper blade, indicating that Han should use it to dig, and gave Han a bucket of water, pointed toward a free space in the field. "Wuffa, right? I've got it," Han said, and he took the items to the clear spot, away from the others, and scraped out a small hole, poured in the water. It smelled terrible, and Han suddenly realized it wasn't water at all, but some form of crude fermented beverage. "Great," he thought. "I've been captured by widows who want me to stare into a puddle until I have a vision." He looked at his reflection in the puddle a moment, realized his hair was mussed up, and used his fingers to comb it. The warriors did not seem to know what to do with 3PO. They left him on the sidelines with the children, who gawked at the droid curiously, but not worshipfully. Up at the fortress, Leia had already gone into the shadows of an open doorway. Distantly, Han heard a TIE fighter screaming through the atmosphere, and the women on rankers searched the sky nervously, hands shadowing their eyes. It seemed a good sign. If these women were having trouble with Zsinj, then at least Han was in the right camp. But considering the haphazard nature of the fortifications, maybe not. In any case, he didn't like the sound of being judged. If these women were xenophobes, they might kill or enslave off-worlders out of fear. If they thought Han and Leia were spies, they could be in even bigger trouble. Then there was the fact that the women had automatically assumed that Han was Leia's slave. He glanced at the warriors on their rankers. The women watched him coldly. He decided to pretend to be hard at work. For an hour he sat gazing into his puddle of fermented goo, the sun shining on his back, until he realized he was getting mighty thirsty and wondered if it was permitted for him to drink some of the liquor himself. Better not, he decided. It might not be allowed of slaves. Leia hadn't come down from the fortress yet. Han watched a woman come out to a parapet 100 meters above the valley floor. She was an old woman, wearing a leather hide for a cape, carrying a bucket. She stood gazing down a moment, then waved her hands in the air and spoke, but her words did not carry. After a moment, a crystal ball rose from the valley floor to meet her. She leaned out over the parapet, held the bucket under the ball, and the ball dropped, splashing liquid over the rim of the bucket. The old woman carried the bucket back into the fortress, and Hans sat astonished. It had not been a crystal ball floating in the air at all, but water. Yet it had not been a natural phenomenon. The ball of water had risen slowly. Han heard a loud sucking sound, looked down at his puddle of liquor. Some form of large worm had risen to the hole and was drinking. Nearby, an old man whispered, "Wuffa!" and Han looked at the toothless geezer. He made grasping and pulling motions with his hands, telling Han to catch the thing. Han looked at the worm. All he could see at the moment was a leathery, dark brown skin and a hole that it drank through. After a moment it oozed up a little, showed a head about the thickness of a child's arm. All around the crowd, everyone was watching him, children, adults, warriors on their rankers. All of them remaining absolutely silent, holding their breaths. Whatever a wuffa was, these people wanted one pretty badly. There might even be a reward in it. After a moment, the worm yielded up a bit more, began rolling in the mud, sniffing for more liquor. Still, it looked pretty big, and there wasn't much to grab onto. Han waited for 3 minutes, till the worm got up enough courage to ooze farther out of its hole, heading for the bucket of liquor. Han figured it couldn't hurt to let the thing get a little drunk, so he let the worm stick its orifice in, begin draining the bucket accompanied by slurping sounds. The worm had long segments to its skin, no eyes. Han reached down and grabbed it with both hands, afraid he might break it. The worm jerked back so hard and so quickly it pulled Han to the ground, but he didn't let go. "You're mine!" Han shouted, and suddenly everyone rushed around him, waiting to help, children leaping in delight and crying, "Wuffa! Wuffa!" The worm twisted in Han's grip, turned its orifice toward him and spat a pitcher of liquor into Han's face, then began wheezing and hissing. Han held on tight. He could feel the worm tensing, using the friction of the ground to pull itself back, but after a couple of minutes the worm exhausted itself, and Han pulled it forward a meter. Still, there was more in the ground, so he grabbed another handful and pulled. Sweat was running down his face, down his hands, making his grip precarious, but after another 3 minutes he got another meter of the wuffa up. Behind him, other men had grabbed the thrashing head of the thing and held it. Han worked for half an hour before he realized that this was going to be a long job. He had 20 meters of wuffa out of the ground, and the thing hadn't begun to taper down or anything. Yet now he was developing a system. When the wuffa fatigued, he pulled out as much as he could as fast as he could, tugging up 2 or 3 meters at a time before the wuffa could re-establish its grip. An hour later, Han was reeling from fatigue when he yanked on some wuffa and found that, miraculously it seemed, he had reached the end. The force of his tug knocked Han down. Every kid and man in the village had a hold on the wuffa, which had now gone quite limp down near its head. Han estimated that it must be 250 meters long. With great fanfare, the villagers paraded the wuffa down to an orchard. Old men clapped Han on the back and whispered their thanks, and Han followed them. The villagers began draping the wuffa in a bare tree, and Han saw other wuffas there, drying in the sunlight. He went over and touched one. It felt dead, almost rubbery, but the supple leather of its skin felt good in his hand, strong, even elegant. The chocolate color was nice, too. On a whim, he tried to see if he could tear it, but the stuff wouldn't snap, wouldn't even stretch. He looked over at the women on their rankers, saw that saddles on the rankers' necks were tied in place with wuffa hide. Great, Han realized. So I caught a rope. But the villagers here seemed to think it was a big deal. They were all ecstatic. Who knew what kind of reward they might give him? If they executed offworlders, maybe being Han Solo, the heroic wuffa grabber, had just saved his life. And even though it was just a rope, Han had to admit that it was a darned good rope. You could probably sell it off-world to fashion designers, and maybe there was more to it than just rope. What if it had medicinal properties? These people were at war. Maybe they applied wuffa hide to their wounds as an antibiotic, or boiled it to make anti-aging drugs. Why, once Han thought about it, there was no telling what you could do with a wuffa. "Han?" a woman called. He turned. A dark-haired woman sat astride the neck of a ranker at the edge of the orchard. "My name is Dathomir. You will follow me." She tapped the ranker's nose with her heel, turned the beast. Han's mouth felt dry. Why? Where are we going? Your friend Leia has been pleading your case to the Singing Mountain clan for the past 2 hours. She has won your freedom, but now your future must be decided. My future? We of the Singing Mountain clan have chosen not to be your enemies, but that does not mean we will be your allies. We understand that you have a sky ship that may be reparable. If this is true, the Nightsisters and their imperial slaves will want it. And since you are a man of power in the outside world, they may want you. Our clan needs to know whether you want our protection, and if so, what you will pay for it. Han followed Dathomir, still panting, sweat dripping down his back. After nearly a day without sleep, his eyes itched, and his sinuses burned as if he were allergic to something on the planet. The messenger led him up toward the fortress, and just before they reached the landing where the stone stairway diverged into 3 paths, a group of strangers came up from outside the valley, 9 women, humanoid, with strangely blotched, purplish skin. They did not wear exotic helms like the warriors, but instead wore only dark, shaggy, hooded robes crudely woven from some plant fiber and covered with trail dust. He wondered nervously if these women had been called in to be his judges. But Han watched the warriors guarding the trail and knew that the hooded women were enemies. The rankers growled and fidgeted, scraping the stone walkways with their huge palms. The warrior women held their blasters at the ready, unblinking, though the leader of the 9 carried a broken spear, probably as a sign of truce. Dathomir got off her ranker and led Han up the steps toward the fortress. The 9 women hesitated at the landing to watch them pass, studying Han intensely. Their leader, an older woman with graying hair at her temples, had glittering green eyes, and the hollows of her cheeks were a sickly yellow hue. She smiled at Han, causing him to shiver. "Tell me, Offworlder, where your ship is," she said to his back. Han's heart hammered, and he turned. "It's over." He started to point, and the messenger Dathomir spun violently on her ranker. "Tell her nothing," Dathomir commanded, and her words were like a knife slicing through some invisible cord that held Han's throat. He realized suddenly that the old woman had used Luke's Jedi trick of commanding those with weak minds. His face must have reddened, for Dathomir said, "There is no need to be embarrassed. Barida has a powerful gift for forcing minds." The old woman, Barida, laughed at him, and Han turned away, angry. She followed him 2 steps, then swung the haft of her spear up from behind, tapping his crotch experimentally. Han spun, fists clenched, and the old woman whispered under her breath, chanting, and held her hand out in a clutching gesture. Han felt both of his fists caught in an invisible vice, and joints cracked under the pressure. "Don't be so quick to anger, you morsel of a man," Barida cackled. "Respect your betters, or next time it will be an eye, or something equally as valuable to you, that I crush." "Keep your filthy hands off me," Han growled. Han's guide, Dathomir, casually pulled out her blaster, aimed it at the old woman's throat, and said something in her own language. The old woman released her grip on Han. "I was only admiring your prisoner. From behind he looks so tasty. Who could resist?" "We of the Singing Mountain clan suffer your presence here," Dathomir said, "but our hospitality has limits." "You of the Singing Mountain clan are weak-minded fools," the old woman croaked, sticking her head forward and raising her eyebrows so that her face unwrinkled somewhat. "You couldn't throw us out if you had to, and so you will suffer our presence, and submit to our demands. I despise your pretensions of civility. I spit on your hospitality." "I could shoot you in the throat," Dathomir said longingly. "Go ahead, Dathomir," the old woman said, pulling open her robes, revealing a shriveled breast. "Shoot your dear aunt! I don't love life anymore since you cast me out of your clan. Shoot me! You know how much you want it. I won't let you goad me into it," Dathomir said. The old woman cackled, said in a pouting voice. "She won't let me goad her into it." And the robed sisters behind her laughed. Han found himself unreasonably angry, wishing that Dathomir would raise the blaster and plug a few of them. Instead, she holstered the blaster and tapped Han on the shoulder, urging him to walk ahead of her so that she placed herself between him and the 9 hooded sisters. The fortress turned out to be even more hammered than Han had seen from below. Everywhere around the patchwork of blasts shielding the rock was cracked and pounded. Many of the cracks had been patched with some dark green, gummy substance so that the basalt took on a marbled appearance. Chunks of red sandstone lay scattered on the walkways outside, and Han wondered where the sandstone had come from. All the mountains nearby seemed to be volcanic in origin. Someone had to have carried the stones several kilometers. 2 guards at the door to the fortress peeled from their posts and led the way. Han glanced back. A dozen singing mountain warriors followed on foot, guarding the robed women. They entered the dark chambers of the fortress, which was honeycombed with halls and stairways. The walls were covered with thick tapestries and lit by sconces. They quickly turned to a room carved into the corner of the fortress so that windows opened on 2 sides. The huge room was nearly triangular in shape, with 6 openings looking out to the prairie. Blaster rifles lay stacked near each window, flak jackets had been tossed in piles on the floor, and a solitary blaster cannon poked out toward the mountains to the east. A huge dent showed where something had smashed its housing, so that green liquid coolant lay puddled beside it on the floor. The cannon was useless. In the center of the room a cooking pit was filled with bright embers. A large animal roasted above the coals while 2 men basted it with a pungent sauce and turned the spit. The room was filled with a dozen women in glittering robes of reptile hide, all in helms. Near the back of the crowd, dressed as one of the warriors, Han saw Leia. One of the women stepped forward. "Welcome, Barith," she said to the old crone, ignoring Han. "On behalf of my sisters, I and Mother Ogwyn, welcome you to the Singing Mountain clan." The greeter stepped forward, and despite her kind words, her face was cold, somewhat guarded. Ogwyn wore a tunic of glittering yellow scales, a hide robe with black lizard shapes sewn around its hem. Her headdress was made of smooth golden wood and decorated with cabochons of gleaming yellow tiger eye. "You needn't bother with formalities," Barith said, and the old woman tossed her broken spear to the floor, the purple veins in her head throbbing. "The Nightsisters have come for General Solo and the other offworlders. We captured them first, and by all right they belong to us." "We found no Nightsisters with them," Ogwyn answered. "Only Imperial stormtroopers trespassing on our land. We killed them, and have offered their prey sanctuary among us as equals. I'm afraid we can't honor your claims to ownership. The stormtroopers were our slaves, working under our direction, as you well know," Barith answered. "They were bringing the offworlders to prison for interrogation. If you only want to interrogate General Solo, then perhaps I can help you." "General Solo, why did you come to Dathomir?" Ogwyn's eyes flashed to Han. Han stepped forward. "I came to stop Zsinj. He's been using this planet as a base to rebuild his fleet. I've been hunting him for months, and this is where his supply lines lead." As one, the Nightsisters began hissing, shaking their heads, and Barith spat. "A man claims to understand this world's affairs? I understand that Zsinj is using your planet for his own purposes," Han said. "I came to stop him. That's all." "Enough of this," Ogwyn said. You have your answer, Bari. Tell Gethzirian that General Solo will remain with the Singing Mountain clan, as a free man. You cannot free him. Bari breathed threateningly. We of the Nightsisters claim him as our slave. Ogwyn answered calmly. He has won his freedom by saving the life of a clan sister. You cannot claim him as a slave. You lie, Bari said. Whose life has he saved? He saved the life of clan sister Tander, and earned his freedom. I have never heard of a clan sister by that name, Bari argued. Let me see her. The women of the Singing Mountain clan parted, revealing Leia in the shadows. She wore a tunic of shimmering red scales, a helm of black iron decorated with small animal skulls. Bari studied her face doubtfully. Have I seen this one before? She is new to us, a spellcaster from the Northern Lakes region, and an adopted clan sister. Speak the words to the spell of discovery, and you will know that all I say is true. Bari glared at the women in the room. I do not need the spell of discovery to tell me what is true, she said. You base your arguments for General Solo's ownership upon technicalities. We base our arguments upon laws that you and your kind have never respected, Ogwyn countered. Bari growled. The Nightsisters dispute your right to these slaves. Release them to us, or we will be forced to take them. Do you threaten bloodshed? Ogwyn asked, and suddenly the room filled with humming, dozens of women all around Han mumbling with half-closed eyes. The Nightsisters retreated into a circle, backs to each other, and held hands, chanting, eyes closed, heads half concealed in the shadows of their robes. Bari shouted. Gethzirian, we have found the Offworlder. He has a starship, but the clan sisters will not give him to us. Han could hear a humming in his ears, almost as if a fly buzzed within his skull. The hair raised on the back of his neck, and he knew for a certainty that no matter how far away this Gethzirian was, she had heard Beretha's call, and was now giving the woman instructions. Han started to back away from the Nightsisters, seeking shelter, but Bari lunged from her circle and grabbed Han's arms, her purple-skinned fingers biting into his shoulder like claws. He twisted and tried to pull free. One of the warriors of the Singing Mountain clan raised a blaster and fired at Beretha's face, but Bari merely released her grip, muttered a word, and used her hand to deflect the blaster bolt into the ceiling. As one, the Nightsisters turned and leaped through the open windows, their black robes flapping. Han's heart skipped a beat at the thought of those bodies smashing on the rocks 200 meters below. But for a moment Bari hovered in the air, twisted to sneer at them. We will have blood! She roared, and the sound of her threat filled the room so that the very stone trembled. Then she let herself fall. Han ran to the window, looked out. The Nightsisters lightly dropped to the ground, scurried off like insects into the cover of the underbrush. Several clan sisters reached for blasters, but Ogwyn said softly, Let them go. She came up behind Han and touched his shoulder lightly, looking at the blood that ran from his wounded biceps. Well, General Solo, you should consider yourself fortunate that Gethzirian wants you alive. Welcome to Dathomir. Chapter 15. Teneniel Jo watched her off-world spellcaster struggle at his bonds. She placed his hands in a woodstock, then tied them with wuffa leather. The stupid offworlders, both men, struggled secretly when they thought she was not looking, and this pleased her. The handsome one, he was no more than a commoner, beautiful but unable to cast spells. But this male witch, he was a catch to prize. She herded them through the foothills, unconcerned about whether her captives might try to escape. She had not bound their little machine, their droid. Oh yes, Teneniel knew what a droid was, though she had never seen one close. She feared its escape least of all. Like her other prisoners, it did not need a close guard. Instead, she watched the brush on the hills to both sides, often stopping to turn her head as if listening for pursuit. Something bothered her, a tingling feeling at the back of her scalp, a coldness that clawed the pit of her stomach. She whispered the spell of discovery and felt the dark ones stirring all across the wilderness. For 4 years she had sojourned in this waste, knowing that she was too close to the Imperial prison, yet she had never felt so many of the Nightsisters stir at once. She concentrated only on the nearest. She would need all her energy to keep from getting caught. She led her captives up to a thicket of short trees so that she could survey the trails ahead. She climbed out on a rock. The mountains here were nearly impassable, and Teneniel dared not take her captives on the rougher trails. The machine person would never be able to make it under any circumstances, and the men would need their hands free. Teneniel sang the discovery spell again. She could feel Nightsisters to 3 sides of them. One was 2 kilometers to the south, another 3 kilometers to the west, and one 8 kilometers straight ahead to the east. To the north, you could not climb the mountain unless you knew the spells for levitation, and Teneniel doubted she could persuade the others to let her levitate them. She whimpered softly. "They're hunting us, aren't they?" the male witch whispered. Teneniel nodded, studying the landscape. She wiped the perspiration from her forehead. "Free me," the male witch urged her. "Whatever is out there, I can help you." She glanced at him doubtfully. She had never met an off-worlder she could trust. But if he did not even know what was hunting them, then maybe he did not know of the Nightsisters and their lackeys at the Imperial prison. Or maybe he was in league with the Nightsisters and only feigned ignorance. "If I free your hands, do you promise not to run away?" Teneniel asked. Nearby, the handsome slave twisted his head around, listening to them. "If I stay with you, what will you do with me?" the male witch asked. "I will take you to my clan," Teneniel said honestly, "and all of my sisters will witness that I have caught you fairly. Once you are registered as my property, you will live in my hut and sire daughters on me. Do you agree to this?" She held her breath. She was offering him a good deal. "I can't agree to that," the male witch said. "I hardly know you." "What?" Teneniel asked. "Am I so ugly that you would rather be captured by the Nightsisters? Would you rather spawn with one of them and watch your daughters master their spells?" "I don't know what the Nightsisters are," the male witch said, yet his blue eyes opened wide with fear, and his voice was tight. "You can feel them nearby, can't you?" Teneniel asked. "Isn't that enough? You will be a valuable breeder. Who has ever heard of a male spellcaster? Rather than let any of us, fall into their hands, I will kill us all." She pulled out one of their blasters. The little mechanical person squealed and its metal housing rattled on its frame. Its single blue eye swiveled from Teneniel to the male witch. "No," the male witch said, nodding toward his friends. "It's not them that the Nightsisters want, is it? It's you and me. The Nightsisters are drawn to us. Let my friends go. The Nightsisters will not bother them. You and I can escape." "You will be my mate?" Teneniel asked hopefully. The male witch licked his lips, looked at her, not just at her face, but at her body, and Teneniel realized with a start that he thought she was attractive. Overhead a warm wind stirred the trees, and the leaves began to whisper. "Perhaps," the male witch said. "But I won't make that choice unwillingly. I didn't come to this planet looking for a wife. I'm not your property, and I won't allow you to kill anyone here, including yourself." The male witch's lightsaber flipped from her belt, activated itself and tumbled through the air, slicing his bonds and returning to his hand. "I had to ask, at least," Teneniel said, glancing away. She had been wondering all day if it was possible to keep a male witch enslaved. The ease with which he just freed himself answered that question, and the fact that he could cast spells without voicing them, or using gestures, unnerved her. Some of the sisters could do that with simple spells, but this male witch did it with even complex spells. She didn't want him to see the fear in her face, or the hope. "Tell me, Offworlder, do men on your planet have names?" "I am Luke Skywalker, a Jedi Knight. These are my friends, Isolde and Artu." Teneniel laughed. "A knight? You are not much of a warrior, Luke Skywalker." He used the lightsaber to cut the bonds of the handsome prisoner. Teneniel told Isolde and Artu, "Luke Skywalker and I will lead the Nightsisters away from here. As Luke Skywalker has said, they may not be interested in you. If you want shelter, then you must go to that mountain, the one that juts up like a wall." She pointed 40 kilometers in the distance. "There you will find my clan sisters." She did not tell them that if they survived the journey, she would take them slave again. She was not interested in Isolde as a breeder, not with Luke Skywalker around, but she hoped he would survive the journey. She tossed Isolde his blaster, hoping it would be enough to get him to the clan alive. He already had his pack with its food and tent. "Come with me, Luke Skywalker," Teneniel said. "Just call me Luke." She nodded, took off through the woods at a run, heading east through a sunny glade where duplates grew thick and green. Her discovery spell still worked. She could feel the Nightsister ahead, not half a kilometer off. Teneniel tried to form her plans, consider her battle spells, but somehow the effort of trying to run and think at the same time seemed too much. She felt confused, unsure even which direction she was running, and she wondered if she might not be under the influence of a spell herself, but the thought slipped away before she could grasp it. Teneniel's gift was casting the forest storm, and here in the trees such a storm should be able to hide them. She hoped to meet the Nightsister head-on, then slip past her in the storm. It seemed a daring plan to Teneniel, a brilliant plan, to rush toward the Nightsister. Once the plan was formed, Teneniel felt a great sense of ease, knowing she had made the right decision. Luke ran effortlessly. At first she thought he must have great stamina, but after a few minutes she saw that he did not sweat like a normal person. Therefore, he must have cast a spell, some spell she'd never heard of, and Teneniel had the unnerving realization that he might be more powerful than she'd imagined. Truly, she had captured him easily, and he had trudged along through the day making a show of pulling at his bonds. But he could have freed himself at any time, and she could feel that he did not fear her. And he knew secret spells that none of the sisters had ever heard. "Do you always use words when you cast spells?" Luke asked almost casually as he ran. "Or gestures? Some learn to cast silently, as you do." Teneniel gasped, sucking for air. Luke gauged her as she struggled up the hill, sweating. Teneniel knew she did not look her best at the moment. When they got back to the clan, she could dress in clean clothes. The Nightsister could not be far ahead, so as they ran for the top of a small wooded rise, Teneniel began chanting, eyes half closed, preparing her spell. She stopped with Luke, and the wind above her trembled, feeling her power. She peeked over the hill into a small valley filled with young snowbark trees. Through the thick wood she saw the Nightsister dressed in purple robes, along with 20 of Zsinj's men dressed in the camouflaged armor of Imperial stormtroopers. One trooper shouted, "Up there!" and raised a blaster rifle. Teneniel focused her spell. Immediately the magic wind rose, storming across the ground so hard that rotted leaves and twigs rose in a maelstrom, blinding her enemies. The trees swayed and cracked in the wind. Luke would have stood watching, but Tenenio grabbed his hand and rushed through the storm, the wind following at their backs, unable to see more than an arm's length in front of them. The wind began to die a bit, and Tenenio worked harder, drawing energy from the land. The tempest grew black as Tenenio was compelled to blast topsoil from the ground, and all around them the maelstrom denuded the slender green leaves from the snow barks. The filthy wind blotted out the sun, and Tenenio dodged and wove through the trees, seeking a way past the Nightsister. Tenenio could still feel her, 20 meters to their right, and just when Tenenio was sure she was past, a bolt of blue lightning pierced through the haze, struck Tenenio in the breast, jarring her mind, lifting her in the air. The Nightsister stood before them, flames flying from her fingertips, and Tenenio recognized the hag, Ocaran, a woman who had been powerful in her clan, a woman gifted at deception. Too late, Tenenio realized that Ocaran had caused them to run into her trap. Ocaran laughed, and the blue lightning arced from her fingertips, sucked Tenenio's breath away. She shrieked for help. The flames dug into her like fiery claws. The world reeled, and the blue lightning played over her. It touched her breast, and the breast went so cold it felt as if it had been severed. Tongues of lightning played up her left arm, and the arm seemed to die and wither instantly, like a cut olive vine. A bolt of lightning sizzled into her ear, and all sound left her. Another arc touched her eye and half the world went black. The lightning sucked the very life from each limb it touched, slicing parts of her away like a giant blade. She could not fight it, could not run away. She felt so helpless, she could not even scream as she collapsed. Time seemed to slow as she fell. Ocaran cackled and the killing fire streamed from her fingers. Tenenio's spell faltered, the wind hushed. Soot and debris still filled the sky like a dark fog, but twigs began to rain down in the storm. Then there was a flash of blue and the smell of ozone as Luke pulled his lightsaber, switched it on and lunged. Ocaran's eyes widened in surprise at his attack, and she tried to turn her attention to him. Too late. The lightsaber struck off her head. Purple flames erupted from her neck like water thundering down a mountain stream, and Luke covered his face, trying to shield himself from the touch of the dark power he'd unleashed. 4 stormtroopers rushed through the dark fog, firing their blasters. Luke deflected bolts with his lightsaber and attacked, killing the men swiftly. Tenenio found her voice, tried chanting again. Luke grabbed her arm and pulled her as the wind rose around them. She stumbled along blindly, mumbling her spell in desperation until they reached the top of another hill and stepped out of the swirling maelstrom. Tenenio fell silent, and Luke half-carried her through some deep woods along a hillside. Tenenio remembered an old cave, pulled him to it, and they stumbled inside. There Tenenio lay on the ground panting. Luke studied her wounds. The blue lightning had left deep burns. The wounds were searing hot, and Tenenio coughed. Blood flecked out of her mouth, coming up from a wound in her lungs, and she began to cry, knowing she was about to die. Luke pulled at the charred leather of her tunic until it ripped, then traced his fingers over the wound on her breast. His hand was cool, soothing like a balm, and she faded into a deep, uneasy sleep. In her dreams, Tenenio was a girl, and her mother had died. The sisters of the Singing Mountain clan had laid the corpse out on a stone table to dress it and paint her mother's face in flesh tones. But Tenenio knew she was dead, could not bear to watch the sisters try to create the illusion of life. She ran up a flight of gray steps, past a woven mat that bore the image of a clan sister in yellows and white, holding a war spear. Beyond it was the Warriors' Hall, a room where commoners, those without the spell-casting ability, or mere apprentices like Tenenio were never allowed entrance, no matter if their mother had been war leader, no matter what their level of talents. Tenenio let the mat close behind her, and stopped, staring in horror at the sheer enormity of the room. The ceiling seemed to stretch up endlessly, and the far walls were lost in shadows. The war room had been excavated through much of the mountain, and even the echoes of Tenenio's rough breathing came soft and diffused, lost in the distance. In the wall to the left a lookout window had been carved. The window was large enough so that perhaps 20 women could stand at it abreast, and was shaped in an oval, like the opening of a huge mouth. A row of spears lay propped against the lower sill, reminding Tenenio of the ragged, uneven teeth of a rancor. For a long moment she felt the yawning emptiness of the room, felt the yawning emptiness inside her. Swallowed, I've been swallowed. Tenenio closed her eyes, tried to forget her mother's stiff and purpled body, the rigid fingers curled into claws. Yet the yawning horror could not be closed out. Somewhere, she could hear a little girl shrieking in terror. She ran, and everywhere Tenenio went, she pulled aside the hanging curtains to expose rooms. Witches fed in the rooms, reclining on soft leather cushions. Witches talked daintily, laughing and casting spells. And all the while, Tenenio could hear the young girl crying, but no one seemed to notice. When Tenenio woke, hours had passed. It was night outside the cave, and Luke had placed a small mechanical light on a rock beside her. Tenenio's tunic was off, and the Jedi had covered her with a blanket from his pack. She felt no pain, only a deep sense of ease, unlike anything she had ever felt in her life. Tenenio touched her breast, her face. The scars were hot to the touch, but she could see with her eye, hear with her ear. She looked around the cave. Its walls were crudely painted with stick images of women in various poses, some resting their hands on the heads of others, one woman hovering above a crowd, another walking through flames. The cave went back only 20 meters, and human bones littered the floor near the back. Atop the pile of human bones was another skeleton, larger, with horrific teeth and a humerus longer than a man. The skeleton of a rancor. But the Jedi had gone, leaving his pack. Tenenio got up, drank some water from her gourd. Her feet were cold, so she packed some straw into her boots, then lay back to rest. She still felt weak. Her head spun from more than fatigue. The Jedi had healed her wounds, never chanting a spell. Among the sisters, none who had the healing gift could do such a thing. The healing spells were the most difficult to master, and they were sung in such a flamboyant manner that Tenenio often thought the sisters put on more of a display than they needed. Still, all agreed that the healing spells must be sung. If the Jedi had cast such spells without so much as a word, he must be truly powerful indeed. Often, while camping under the stars, Tenenio had wondered what it was like on other worlds. She had heard from her sisters of the stormtroopers at the prison, so secure with their armor and their weapons. But these weak stormtroopers did not understand spell-casting, and they fawned over the recreant Nightsisters. Yet Tenenio had often dreamed that somewhere up there on another world were men like Luke. Tenenio reached up under the blanket, touched her breast where the Jedi had rested his fingers. Someday, she thought, someone will fill this emptiness inside me. Outside the cave, she heard a scuffling. Luke came in, followed by Isolde and Arta. Luke sat at her side, stroked her cheek with his palm. "Are you feeling better?" he asked. Tenenio grabbed his hand, nodded, unsure what to say. She looked into his pale eyes. She had lost him. He had saved her life, and now she could no longer claim ownership. "The Nightsisters met where we did battle," Luke said, but then turned back. I'm not sure if they are leaving for reinforcements, or what. They know there are two of us, Taneniel said. And you killed Okuran, one of their stronger warriors. They may be afraid that we can overpower them. What about the stormtroopers? Isolde asked. They must have had 100 troops with them. Being only a human, he did not understand. They don't count, Taneniel said, and she wondered. Perhaps these offworlders did not understand the situation as well as she thought, so she explained. Stormtroopers are easy to kill. I don't like this, Isolde said. I don't like the idea of being backed into this cave. The Nightsisters will not fight us here, Taneniel said. This place is sanctified by the blood of the old ones. She sat up, nodded toward the human skulls littering the floor beneath the skeleton of the Rancor. You really think that they'll keep clear of this place? Isolde asked. Even the dead have some power, Taneniel said, nodding toward the piles of skulls. The Nightsisters would not court their wrath. Luke nodded. At least the Jedi understood. He asked, What were your ancestors doing here? How did they get here? Taneniel wrapped her arms around her legs and stared into his eyes. Long ago, she said, the old ones came from the stars. They were warriors, masters of machines who built forbidden weapons, machine warriors that looked like men, and they sold them to others cheap. Your people cast them out of the sky for their crimes and sent them here. The warriors were given no weapons, no metal, no blasters. So they fell prey to rancors. Taneniel half closed her eyes. She'd heard the story so many times that now she envisioned that distant past, saw the prisoners sent to Dathomir. They were violent people who had committed gross crimes against civilization and who, therefore, merited only a life outside civilization. Many of the prisoners considered themselves above the law and thought of their weapons only as toys. So the ancients had considered it just to strand them on a world without technology. For many generations they lived like beasts, and were nearly hunted to extinction, until the Star people cast out Alia. Luke had a faraway look in his eye, the way old Rel did when she saw visions. This Alia was a rogue Jedi, Luke said with certainty, leaning forward. The old Republic did not want to execute her, so the Jedi exiled her, hoping that given time she would turn away from the dark side. Taneniel said. She used her spells to tame the wild rancors and hunt food. She taught her daughters all of her lore, and taught them to hunt for their mates, even as I hunted for you. While rancors dined on others, the daughters of Alia prospered from generation to generation, teaching their own daughters the spells. We divided into clans, and for a long time the clans vied for men in friendly competition, stealing mates. We governed ourselves, punished anyone caught using the night spells. In my grandmother's day, we pushed the wild rancors from these mountains. My grandmothers hunted the last of them. We hoped for peace at last. But in my mother's time, the outcast Nightsisters gathered together. At first, they were not many, but some of you tried to fight them, using their own tactics, Luke offered. And those who did became Nightsisters themselves. Taneniel looked up at Luke. So, does this thing happen on other worlds too? Some of the sisters say it is only a disease, an illness that we catch, which turns us into Nightsisters. Others say it comes from using the spells, but I do not know which spells they are talking about. Our spells have been tested over generations. It is none of your spells and all of your spells, Luke said. Tell me, how old were Alia's daughters when she died? The oldest was 16 seasons, Taneniel said. Luke shook his head. A mere child, too young to learn the ways of the Force. Listen, Teneniel, it isn't the spells themselves that give you power. You are drawing on the Force, a power created by all living things around us. Because the daughters of Alia were strong in the Force, they mastered it somewhat. But it isn't the words you speak that give you power, nor is it any one spell that corrupts you. It is the intent with which you cast your spells, the nature of your desires. If your heart is corrupt, your works will be corrupt. If you listen to your heart, then you would know this. Teneniel fidgeted. I think you do know this, Luke continued. You could have killed that Nightsister and the stormtroopers a few hours ago. Instead, you simply tried to cover your escape, sneak around them. Your generosity surprised me. Of course. If I killed the Nightsisters, I would be as evil as they are, Teneniel said flippantly, trying to hide her fear that she might become one of them. You listened to the Force, let it guide you, Luke said. But in other ways you are cruel. You tried to kidnap me and Isolde. Do you really think you could take a man's slave, or pummel me with rocks, and still hope to retain your innocence? I wasn't trying to kill you when I hit you, Teneniel said. Just catch you. I wouldn't even have hurt you badly. Yet you know it is wrong to take another person captive? Teneniel glared at him, fidgeted. I hope to love you. And if I did not love you, then I could have sold you to someone else who wanted you more. It's not as if I were going to make you do anything bad. The daughters of Alia have always hunted for mates this way. Luke sighed, as if exasperated. Do all of the daughters of Alia do this, or just some of them? If a woman is rich enough, Teneniel answered, she can buy a man she likes. I am not rich. Isolde leaned forward. These Nightsisters, what are they doing with the stormtroopers? 8 seasons ago, a leader from the stars sent stormtroopers to build a new prison. An outcast from our clans, a Nightsister named Gethzirian, took employment from the stormtroopers, helping to catch runaway slaves. At first the Imperials liked her, promised to train her as a warrior and give her glory. But when they began to see her power, they feared her and decided to strand her on Dathomir. The Imperials blew up the ships at the prison, stranding their own soldiers in the process. It is rumored that Gethzirian killed the leaders at the prison, and the stormtroopers are so terrified of her that they obey her every whim. She has promised them freedom if they will help her escape to the stars, for now that she has seen how weak the Imperials are and how much they fear her, she believes that she will someday rule worlds without end. But for now Gethzirian contents herself by making war with the clans, killing some of our sisters, enslaving others. Many of the clan sisters have joined her. What does she do with the unfortunate captives there at her prison? Luke asked. She keeps them as slaves, hoping someday to barter them, Teneniel said. Luke half closed his eyes. Gethzirian knows what she is doing. She hopes to turn all of your sisters to the dark side. With an army of them at her back, she really could become a power in the galaxy. He looked at Teneniel. How many Nightsisters are there? No more than 100, Teneniel answered. For a few moments she dared hope that Luke knew how to get rid of them, but he paled at her answer. And how many spellcasters are in your clan? Teneniel seldom visited her clan, had not been home in 3 months. With so many of her sisters killed recently, and so many having been captured by Gethzirian, Teneniel was afraid to give an answer, yet perhaps the Jedi would think it was enough. 25 or 30. Chapter 16. That evening, flames flickered in the cooking fire and juice sizzled and popped over the coals as men carved the beast and heaped it on earthenware platters with tubers, nuts, and uncooked shoots. Han sat on leather cushions on the floor with Chewbacca, Leia, and 3PO in the fortress of the Singing Mountain clan. Han found that his weariness, the coming dark, and a full stomach made it hard to keep his eyes open. Yet Chewie fed hungrily, bandages wrapped over his ribs. The Wookiee's marvelous regenerative powers let him heal more in a day than a human would in 2 weeks. Outside, through the open portals, Han could see fierce storm clouds in the distance, flashing lightning. The stars here burned fiercely above the tree-covered mountains. Around him, the witches laughed and taught their daughters spells in the shadows. The young girls wore shirts and pants of simple hides, not the elaborate costumes of the fully trained witches. Yet the witches seemed more casual, more cozy around their children. They removed their headdresses and let their hair down. Without their full attire, they weren't so intimidating, and reminded Han only of rugged peasants. The witches' husbands worked silently, dressed in tunics of woven plant fibers, serving meals to the women so quietly that Han almost felt as if they must be communicating telepathically. Aldwin sat nearby so that she could speak softly to Han and Leia. She noticed how Han frequently eyed the distant storm. "Do not worry yourself," she said. "That is only Gethzirian, thrashing in impotent fury. But she is too far away. There will be no force storm tonight." "Gethzirian is making that lightning?" 3PO asked, his eyes suddenly bright. "Why, I wonder how much power output she can produce." Aldwin looked at the distant clouds, unconcerned, and a brilliant branch of orange lightning with many tongues arced up into the sky, as if expressly for her to see. "Oh, she's very powerful, and very angry. But for tonight she will not come. She's gathering the sisters of her clan and won't move against us until they are all safely together." "So," Aldwin said, as if to change the subject, "you came here to stop Zsinj. Tell me what you know of him." Leia leaned forward. "Zsinj was one of the Empire's most dangerous warlords. He's been building a new fleet, using this planet as his base." "And how soon will he be ready to strike?" Aldwin asked. "That's hard to say," Han answered, nervously eyeing the sky. "It could be 3 months, it could be 3 decades. But it's a pretty sure thing. Zsinj is a great warrior, but he's not a good governor. The more we whittle away at his fleets, the faster his worlds will slip from his grasp. As soon as his commanders see him falter, they'll be at his throat." Chewbacca roared a confident agreement. "Chewie believes Zsinj will fall within a year," 3PO said. "But my programs indicate that at the current rate, he could hold on to his power for considerably longer than that. I estimate that he'll fall in 14.3 years. "I think Chewie's guess is closer," Han said. "But things could still be rough for a while after that." "Tell me," Aldwin said, her voice edged with excitement, "what do you need to stop him?" Han looked at the expectant faces of the witches. He had not forgotten Demaya's words earlier. Though these witches were not his enemies, they had also not chosen to be his allies. That could come only with a price, and now they were naming the coin. "3 things," Han said. "First, I need to repair my ship. Second, I need to get to Zsinj's base. And third," he glanced at Leia, "I need to make sure she's safe." Aldwin looked at Han and Leia, nodded thoughtfully. "Leia told us you would ask for these things. The Singing Mountain clan will do all that it can to help you. We will have your ship retrieved by dawn. At this very moment, 3 sisters have gone to bring it here." "Now wait a minute," Han said, realizing he had spoken too soon, not realizing the witches were serious. "You're too late," Leia said. "You've just committed yourself to a mission." Han began to object, and Chewie growled, but Aldwin raised a hand. Do not regret your request, Han Solo. The Sisters of the Singing Mountain clan will gladly help you, though it costs many of us our lives. Gethzirian may fight us in hopes of capturing you and your ship. That is why the Force storm rages out over the desert. But we have already considered your needs, and we accept. Already considered your terms, Han wondered. So that was why Leia had spent so much time with them earlier in the day while he had worked in the fields. The witches had been pumping her for information, scheming ways to help him stop Zsinj. They probably even timed it so that they brought Han and the Nightsisters upstairs together so that Han would see what the opposition was like. In other words, they had manipulated him from moment one. This Ogwyn was pretty slick. What would you do if you could stop Zsinj? Han asked. We would sell land to settlers, Ogwyn said, and hire teachers to come to us from the stars. We would join the new republic and learn your ways so that in time our children will no longer be outcasts, living in these rough hills. She did have things planned. In fact, it sounded to Han as if Leia might have done some recruiting before Han was brought up from the fields. 3PO said, Excuse me, but might I inquire as to how you are going to retrieve the ship? Ogwyn said, The sisters took 3 rankers. They will cut down some trees and make a skid, then pull the ship back here. We will cast a spell and lift it up into the mountain, where we can conceal it while you work on it. Would this be adequate? I suppose, Han said, taken aback. He didn't like the idea of the clan risking themselves for him, but now that he thought about it for a moment, considering the Nightsisters, he suspected this might be the only way. If the rankers are as big as the ones I've seen, then, yeah, 3 or 4 could pull it. But I wouldn't want it banged up any more than it is. Ogwyn pursed her lips, studied him thoughtfully. Our sisters should have it back here by dawn. I must warn you, you will be in great danger. Now that Gethzirian knows you have a starship, she will not relent in her pursuit of it. She will send the Nightsisters to capture it at the very least. If the Nightsisters plan to launch an attack, Leia asked, how long will it take? The Nightsisters are cautious, Ogwyn said. I think they will launch a full attack only if they believe that their forces can overwhelm us. We have cast spells to learn of their plans. Right now, some of the sisters are scattered and are in the process of returning to the city. Once they combine their numbers, I believe they will march as soon as possible. We have perhaps 3 days. You will need to repair your ship and leave before then. Or what? Han asked. Or we might all die, Ogwyn said seriously. If the Nightsisters attack, I do not believe that our clan will be able to withstand them. There are a dozen other clans in the mountains, but even the nearest is a 4-day march. I have sent runners to the Sisters of the Frenzied River and the Red Hills clans, asking for aid, but it will come only after we retreat. You must leave before the Nightsisters can attack. Han looked at Chewie, Leia, and 3PO. He'd gotten them into a real jam this time. The best thing for the clan here would be if he simply blew up the ship so that Gethzirian would have no reason to hunt him down. But if he did that, they might never get off of this planet. Han could handle being marooned here, but what of Chewbacca? The Wookiee had a family, and though he would stay here if Han required it, Han couldn't demand that kind of sacrifice from him. 3PO? Without his oil baths and spare parts, he'd fail within a year. And of course there was Leia. He'd brought her here on a joint mission and now felt obligated to get her back. Yet he knew she would not value her freedom above the lives of others. Han sat cross-legged, rested his hands on his knees and rubbed his eyes. I covered my trail pretty darned good, Han thought. But sooner or later, someone is going to track us down. The Drakmarian might figure out where he'd gone. She was smart. She might even sell such information to some bounty hunters. Han was sure the New Republic would put a price on his head. Sooner or later, someone would come looking. There might still be some hope for escape from this planet. I don't really want Getzerian trying to run off in my ship any more than you do, Han admitted. But maybe we should just give it to her. Chewie roared and Ogwyn said, We can't give Getzerian a ship. She is too powerful. You can't give her access to the stars. Han, Leia said, Ogwyn has filled me in on a few things. I believe the Emperor himself was afraid of the Nightsisters. That's why he interdicted this planet. Years ago, he started a nice little penal colony here, not knowing about the Nightsisters. When he learned about them, he blew the planet's airfield from orbit and stranded hundreds of his own people here, along with the prisoners, rather than risk letting Getzerian escape. That's how frightened he was of Getzerian. Those warships up above us were put there to keep people on this rock as much as to keep them fenced out. And now that Zsinj is in charge of this sector, he's still afraid. The Imperials who got stranded at the prison might still be able to cobble some kind of a ship together, and Zsinj has to watch out for that. But Getzerian isn't the only thing Zsinj is afraid of, Han said. His voice was quiet, but it cut through the firelight. I've been tracking Zsinj for months. The Wraiths flagged something, Project Chimera. It's a brainwashing program. Neuro rewrites. Memory suppression. Sleeper agents. Leia looked at him sharply. The assassins on Coruscant. Exactly. Han met her eyes. The conditioning signatures on those assassins matched the Wraith's intelligence files. But there was something we couldn't explain. Something that didn't fit standard Imperial tech. Ogwyn's expression darkened. The Nightsisters. Getzerian's illusion magic, Han said. It breaks down the victim's resistance. Once the mind is shattered, the Imperial scientists can implant whatever commands they want. He looked at Ogwyn. Zsinj didn't just come to Dathomir for a base. He came for the Nightsisters. For their power. The Empire knew about this, Leia said slowly. Tarkin knew. That's why he interdicted the planet. He wasn't just afraid of the Nightsisters, he was afraid of what happens when their power is combined with Imperial technology. It's a feedback loop, Han said. Zsinj gives Getzerian technology and off-world shipyards to conquer Dathomir. In exchange, Getzerian gives him the power to turn anyone into an unwitting pawn. Soldiers. Citizens. Politicians. He paused. Even Jedi. Ogwyn was silent for a long moment. Then she said, That is why the dark magic has been growing stronger. That is why Getzerian's power has increased so rapidly. She is not just drawing on the darkness, she is feeding on the Imperial's technology. Han nodded. And if we don't stop it, Project Chimera will spread beyond Dathomir. No one will be safe. Not the Republic. Not the Hapes cluster. Not anyone. Han sighed. Maybe we should just blow the Falcon. Then Getzerian wouldn't have any reason to come hunting for us. Never concede to evil, Ogwyn said. That is our oldest and most sacred law. When we concede to evil, even in a small way, we feed it, and it grows stronger. Getzerian has grown powerful because we of the clans have not challenged her for far too long. We should have fought her years ago, when we saw what she was becoming, but we always hoped that we could turn her from her ways. If we need to fight her now, then we will do it, for it is the right thing for us to do. And you must fix your ship and leave. That is the right thing for you to do. I for one will do all in my power to protect you. Han sighed. He remembered the explosions as the orbiting warships pounded the wreck up by the lake, destroying any trace of it. Parts would be hard to come by. If he had all the parts, the wiring, coolant, and a NAV computer, then he and Chewie could probably fix the Falcon in a few hours. But that was starting to look like a big if. He could strip wiring from anywhere. A couple of crushed Imperial walkers would do. He toyed with the idea of draining coolant from the walker's hydraulics, but decided it wasn't worth the risk. The mixture might not meet the rigors of trying to cool a hyperdrive generator on a space-faring ship. Still, if the prison had even a modest shipyard, they ought to have a couple of barrels of coolant, maybe a spare astrogation brain, or even a whole R2 unit. In the morning, I'll check out my ship, figure out exactly how damaged it is. I know right now that it's going to need some parts. We'll need to leave for the prison tomorrow to scavenge. Aldwin, can you send someone to guide us? Aldwin studied him for a moment, dancing flames reflecting from her dark eyes and graying hair. I think it is time for you to rest. You can look at your ship and make your plans in the morning. Han yawned, stretched. Leia watched the ground by the fire. At first, Han thought she was thinking, but he realized after a moment that she was just exhausted, half asleep, letting her mind drift. He got up, pulled off her helm, surprised to find that it was actually quite light in his hands. Come on. Let's go find somewhere to sleep. She looked up at him, exhaustion evident in her eyes. I'm so tired I could sleep on stone. Good thing they've got straw mats then, Han said, offering her a hand. She took it, and he pulled her to her feet. You all look tired, Aldwin said. I'll take you up to your room. She lit a candle in the fire and then led Han, Leia, Chewie, and 3PO away from the noisy diners, up the drafty stairs to a large sleeping chamber. An opening led from the room out to a stone parapet overlooking the valley. The room itself held dozens of straw beds spread out on the floor, covered with heavy blankets. Aldwin's male servant lit a fire in a small hearth, while Aldwin went out on the parapet for a moment and watched the distant lightning. She sang softly. When she returned, she muttered, Gethzirian is restless, and she has posted Nightsisters quite close to the fortress. I'll increase the guards tonight. Sleep soundly. Thank you, 3PO said, patting her back as she left. Well, she seems hospitable enough, he remarked after she'd gone. I wonder what they have in the way of oil around here. The droid paced the room, studying his surroundings. Leia took off her robe, pulled out her blaster and set it under her blanket, then lay down on a mat to sleep. Chewbacca went into a corner, put his back against the wall, then sat down with his bowcaster in hand, hung his head and closed his eyes. Han glanced around the room, took a mat by the window where the fresh mountain air blew in. His sinuses were definitely bothering him. It was quiet, and Han could not quite get to sleep. 3PO walked around the room nervously and then said, Princess Leia, would you like some relaxing music to help you sleep? The golden droid stood in the center of the stone room, eyes shining, head tilted to one side. Music? Leia asked. Yes, I've written a song, 3PO said, and I thought you might appreciate it if I sang it to you. His tone said that he'd be offended if she didn't listen. Leia frowned, and Han rather pitied her. Sure, Leia said hesitantly, but maybe just the first verse. Oh, thank you, 3PO said. I've titled my song, The Ballad of the Singing Mountain. A musical intro with horns and strings began playing. Then he began swirling in dance, doing a soft shoo that scraped and echoed over the stone floors, and the droid sang in a deep voice. On a world of stone and shadow, Where the rankers roam the hills, the daughters of Alia gather, to protect their clan from ills. 3PO continued for several verses, telling an exaggerated tale of the clan's history, complete with dramatic sound effects and a soaring chorus. Leia stared at him with an expression somewhere between bewilderment and disbelief. "Hey, that's pretty good," Han said. "How many more verses do you have?" "Only 12 so far," 3PO said, "but I'm sure I can come up with more." "That's enough," Leia said firmly. "Thank you, 3PO. That was educational." "Well," 3PO huffed, but he seemed pleased. He powered down for the night. Han lay back and smiled to himself. The ridiculous song was stuck in his head, but somehow it didn't bother him. Chewbacca's deep breathing rumbled from the corner. 3PO had powered down. The fire in the hearth had faded to embers. Han closed his eyes. He was tired. But sleep didn't come. He could hear Leia's breathing across the room, too fast, too shallow. She wasn't sleeping either. "You're still awake," he said quietly. "So are you." "I'm always awake before a battle. Comes with the territory." A pause. Then, "I'm scared, Han." "I know. I've never been this scared before. Not even during the death STAR. Not even when Vader was torturing me." Her voice was small. "Because then I didn't have anything to lose." Han sat up, crossing the room to sit on the edge of her mat. "You're not going to lose anything. You don't know that. I know I'm going to fight like hell to make sure you don't." He took her hand. "And I know you're going to fight too. That's what you do. But what if it's not enough? Then at least we went down fighting. Together." She was quiet for a long moment. Then, "When did you get so wise?" "I've always been wise. You were just too busy running the galaxy to notice." She laughed, soft and unexpected. "You're impossible." "I know." He squeezed her hand. "But you love me anyway." She was quiet for a moment. Then, "Yes. I do. I love you, Han. I've loved you for a long time. I was just too scared to say it." "I know. You know everything, don't you?" "Not everything." He touched her cheek. "But I know you. And I know that whatever happens tomorrow, I'm not going to let you go. Not without a fight." She leaned into his touch. "Promise?" "I promise." He leaned down and kissed her, soft and slow. "Now get some sleep. I've got a feeling tomorrow's going to be a long day." "Stay?" He hesitated, then nodded, stretching out on the floor beside her mat. She shifted closer, resting her head on his shoulder. "Han?" "Yeah?" "Thank you." "For what?" "For being here. For not giving up on me." He wrapped his arm around her. "I told you. I'm not going anywhere." She closed her eyes. "I know. I'm starting to believe it." He kissed the top of her head. "Good. Took you long enough." When Ogwyn returned to her council chambers, the children and men were still there, but the sisters of her clan had formed a circle. "Well," she said to the sisters, made nervous by the presence of the men and children she had sworn to protect, "you have all seen what the Offworlders offered. Now we must decide how best to meet their price." Old Tanith said, "Moments ago you quoted the Book of Law, saying that we should not concede to evil. But when have we of the Singing Mountain clan ever stopped conceding to evil? Gethzurian is powerful because we of the clans have not challenged her for far too long. When she began following her dark ways, we could have put an end to her easily. Hush, Ogwyn said. That was long ago, the mistake cannot be unmade. We were right to hope that she would turn from her ways. She violated all of our laws, old Tanith said. Those who commit evil are supposed to go into the wilderness alone to seek cleansing, but she sought to unite the Forsaken Ones and create the clan of Nightsisters. We could have killed them all when there were less than a dozen. And when she and her cohorts went to work for the Imperials, we could have warned the Offworlders at the least. Yet even then we did not fight her. Admit it, Ogwyn, you have loved Gethzirian too much, and we have feared her too much. We should have killed her years ago. Tanith, do not question past decisions here, Ogwyn said, letting her tone of voice carry her anger. In the presence of men and children, we would not want to upset them. Why not? Will my words upset them any more than Gethzirian's attacks? Tanith asked. Never concede to evil. I ask that the Council obey its own law. We have all agreed to this already, earlier this afternoon, Ogwyn said. We have all agreed to help Leia and the Offworlders. You agreed to help them, but did you agree to pay the full price? Tanith asked. Even if we can help them fix their ship and escape, do you think Gethzirian will just allow us that small victory? No, she will seek vengeance. The room became silent as the witches held their breath, thinking. If a sister from another clan stole a male slave to take as a husband, it was considered unseemly for the man's owner to steal him back. You allowed the victory. But Ogwyn could see that Tanith understood the Nightsisters too well. The Nightsisters would not allow the Singing Mountain clan even a small victory. Sister Shin was nursing her baby, and she looked up, suddenly frightened. We will have to prepare to escape, the young woman said. We can evacuate the children and the old now, send them to the Frenzied River clan. We should prepare to retreat if we are attacked. And leave the ship in the hands of the Nightsisters? Tanith asked. Yes, another answered. If Gethzirian left the planet, we would be rid of her. For how long? Sister Asbeth asked. She dreams of power and glory. Yet she would know that we are her enemies. No, she will hunt us down. We would gain nothing in the end. No, we must fight her. But if we ran? One of the sisters said. Then the Nightsisters would only chase us, fight us in the open where we have no advantage, Tanith said. No, we must prepare to make our stand here, at Singing Mountain, where our weapons and fortifications will be some help. Sisters, you are talking war, a witch said from the back of the crowd. And what choices do we have, really? Old Tanith asked. But I am afraid it is a war that we cannot win, Ogwyn said. If we choose not to fight, then we will have only chosen to lose without fighting, the old one answered. I for one will fight. Who is with me? The old witch looked around the room, and the clan was quiet, even the sound of breathing was stifled. Ogwyn looked at the rigid expressions, the set eyes of the women, and could see that this decision was one they regretted having to make. It was a decision they had put off too long. Sister Shin juggled her nursing child to the other breast, said, I am with you. And at the back of the room 2 more answered, I am with you. And their small voices fell like the first tumbling stones that signify an avalanche. Hours later, Han woke to the sound of distant thunder in the moonlight, the smell of some sweet perfume. The fire had died in the hearth, and outside the window, out on the parapet, Leia stood facing him. Her long robe draped to the stone, and the scattered light of moonbeams made a halo of her hair. Han, come here, she said. Her voice rang in his ears, unnaturally loud in the still room, but not unpleasant. He got up from the straw mattress slowly. He cleared his throat and said, "What's going on? What are you doing out there?" She put a finger to her lips, glanced down the side of the cliff. "Come," she whispered. Han hurried over, nervous. Leia seemed so, at ease, rested. Not her usual self. Han wondered if it was just the darkness widening her pupils that made her eyes seem so large, so liquid. Leia took his hand. Her small fingers were cold, more heavily calloused than he remembered. She walked out to the edge of the parapet. "Come with me," she said more loudly. "I won't let you fall." She began singing lightly, swaying in dance, and it felt as if a warm woolen blanket fell over his mind, making his thoughts muzzy. She took a step out and stood in midair, and Han thought he should be surprised, yet somehow it seemed natural for Leia to be standing in the air. He wanted to follow, but somehow his throat tightened, his face felt hot, and his knees wobbled. "Don't be afraid," Leia whispered. "The drop is not so far as it seems. I won't let you get hurt." Han's knees seemed to strengthen, and the warm burning in his cheeks and ears lessened. He took a careful step. A blurring figure dressed all in hides leaped from the dark doorway behind them. The steel of a vibro blade hummed in the air, slashed down through Leia's face. She shrieked and dropped, clinging to Han's wrist, pulling him over the edge. Suddenly Han recognized his danger. He jerked away reflexively as Leia fell shrieking to the rocks 200 meters below. The figure in black pushed Han to the ground, pulled a blaster, and began firing at the cliff face. There were women crawling up the rock wall, clinging impossibly like spiders. All of them looked like Leia. Han gasped, watched them scurry backward, then leap away and drop safely to the ground. Other guards rushed out to the parapets and began firing. Within seconds the Nightsisters disappeared. The woman who had saved him pulled back her hood, stood panting in a cloud of pale blue smoke and ozone from the blaster. "I knew they'd come for you," Leia said, glancing sideways at Han, and only that dangerous fire in her eyes and the sure way she gripped the blaster let him know that it was the real princess. "They'll be back." Chapter 17. The next morning, as Isolde sat at the campfire cooking a clutch of lizard eggs, he looked up at the cave walls, at stick figure paintings of women that danced on the rough stone. The smoke above the fire gathered at the top of the cave, an ominous blue cloud. Outside the sun had just risen, and flecks of sunbeams beat through the wiry trees. A long green lizard on a nearby tree flapped its gills and made spitting noises. At the back of the cave Teneniel stirred, propped herself on one elbow. "Thank you for staying with me," she said, blinking sleep from her eyes. "It was nothing," Isolde said. Teneniel argued softly. "You could have run away." Isolde nodded, looked down at the fire to avoid seeing the gratitude in her eyes. Teneniel seemed thoughtful. In the corner, Artus' lights suddenly flashed as he powered up for the day. The little droid looked around the cave, whistled and chimed. After a moment, Teneniel said, "Your metal friend asked to know where Luke is." A chill ran down Isolde's spine. Every time he turned around, it seemed that Luke or Teneniel was doing one more superhuman thing. Teneniel had first come upon him by the river, danced around him, singing to him coyly, then held a rope out for him. He'd thought perhaps it was some odd custom, and as he reached to take it, the thing had leaped in the air and wrapped its coils around him so fast he'd thought it was a snake. Before he'd even thought to yell, Teneniel had stuck a gag in his mouth. Later in the afternoon he'd seen the devastated forest where she'd battled Zsinj's troops. Trees stripped of leaves, denuded of bark, even the ground had been gouged. Now she was interpreting some cybernetic code for him. It gave him the chills to be in the presence of beings with such power. Luke just went to fill the canteens. He'll be back in a moment. How much farther till we reach your clan? He turned the eggs, listened to them sizzle and pop. Tenennial got up, wrapped her robe around her naked body, and walked over to the fire. Isolde thought she would sit to warm herself, but instead she leaned over and cupped his chin in her hands, then kissed his lips tenderly, experimentally. He was so surprised that he did not pull back. On all of Hapes, no woman had ever treated him that way, so casually forceful. Instead, the women around him had been respectful but distant. When she finished, she stepped back, licked her lips as if to taste him. "You are very handsome," she said. "I wish you were Luke, and not just some commoner." Isolde had to think for a moment. He'd never been called a commoner before, being the prince of the hidden worlds, yet when he saw her power, he understood how she could think of him that way. "Luke's a good man, a great man," Isolde agreed. "I can see why you would like him." "All night long I dreamed about him," Tenennial said. "You could never take his place in my heart." Isolde thought it such an odd thing to say that he suddenly realized that more was going on than he understood. Luke came in at that moment. "I've got the water bottles filled, and the trail ahead seems clear. Let's go." Isolde scraped the rubbery eggs from the pan, gave several each to Luke and Tenennial. Tenennial wrinkled her nose in disgust, but Luke said, "They're pretty good. You ought to try them." "I do not know what you eat on your worlds," Tenennial said, "but it is obvious that you do not know how to cook." She did not eat the eggs. They broke camp and walked a kilometer through the forest, then came to a wide, lightly graveled trail leading north and south. Tenennial led them south on the trail for 4 kilometers, then took a better road east, following a river. By mid-morning they came to a low valley where fog climbed up the stone mountainsides. Tenennial led them up a winding stone trail, still wet from the night's rain. She took Isolde's hand and held it the rest of the way, as if he were some schoolchild that might slip off the face of the cliff. When they reached the top, he thought they had come into a valley of oddly shaped stones, but as they walked through the fog he saw the witches, dark shapes in the white fog, straddling shadowy monsters. Isolde stopped to stare at the women with their helms, their intricately embroidered cloaks and glittering tunics of scaled leather. Luke's R2 unit began to rattle in its housing and moaned softly. Tenennial gripped Isolde's wrist tighter, pulled him urgently, and Luke followed. As they passed between the monolithic mounts, the women stared down at Isolde and gave a loud ululating cry, smiling at Tenennial and laughing. He could not doubt the meaning of the hoots and chatter. These women cheered him as if he were a stripper. Tenennial led them to a landing, then up a flight of stairs to a stone fortress marred from battle. Apparently their presence was causing some kind of stir, for a crowd followed behind. There, at the doors of the fortress, an old woman came out, bearing a staff of golden wood with a great white gem near a knob at the top. "Welcome, Tenennial, my daughter's daughter," the old woman said. "It has been months since you last visited us. Did you find what you seek?" "Yes, grandmother," Tenennial said, still holding Isolde's wrist. She dropped to one knee. "I hunted near the old wreck at the throat of the desert, guided by a vision, until I almost despaired. But I captured this man from the stars, and I claim him as my husband." She raised Isolde's wrist in the air. "His name is Isolde, from the planet Hapes." Isolde was stunned. He pulled his wrist down and backed up a step, but the women around him crowded close, cooing in admiration. "All of you sisters see this man," the old woman said. Do any of you dispute Teneniel's ownership? A tenseness to Teneniel's stance told Isolde that this was a dangerous moment. The old woman searched the faces of the crowd, and Isolde looked at the warrior women. Many had dark looks on their faces, openly envious. Others smiled at him playfully, lustily. I do, Isolde said, because no one else spoke up. The old woman jerked back a step. You claim that some other sister of the Singing Mountain clan is your owner? He came with me peaceably, Teneniel argued. He could have run away, but he gave himself. Her voice was filled with such pain, such betrayal, that Isolde did not know how to answer her. I only wanted to help you, he said, looking to the old woman to referee. She was injured. I only wanted to help care for her. From the recesses of the stone archway, Leia appeared in a gown of glittering red scales. Isolde? Luke, she called, and Isolde's heart swelled inside him. He choked back a cry, and Leia rushed into his arms, hugged him. Are you all right? Isolde asked. Fine, Leia said. I can't believe you came all this way. I can't believe you found me. Luke, she cried, and she hugged the Jedi. Isolde stared at them agape a moment. Somehow, he had never realized that they were so close. The old woman said to Leia, Do you know this man? Is he your slave? No, Ogwyn, Leia said, separating from Isolde and Luke a bit. He's a friend. Where I come from, we don't have slaves. Ogwyn thought a moment. So, Teneniel captured him fairly. This one belongs to her. Isolde once saved my... Leia began to argue, then tensed as Ogwyn gave her a hard look. What? Ogwyn asked. You would plead for his freedom on the same ground that you did for Han Solo? We were attacked, Leia said. Isolde saved me. Ogwyn studied Leia's face and said skeptically, You seem uncertain. Why? What is the whole truth? It was a brief melee, Leia answered regretfully. I'm not sure of who our attackers were firing at, me or Isolde. Thank you for answering honestly, Ogwyn said, patting Isolde's hand. Ogwyn glanced at Luke. What of this one? She asked Teneniel. He's not bad looking. Will you also take him for a slave? As one, both Teneniel and Leia said, He saved my life. And Teneniel added, This one is a male spellcaster, a powerful Jedi. He slew Nightsister Ocaron. At those words, many of the clan sisters hissed and stepped back, gazing Luke skeptically, and some of them began whispering to one another in their own language. From the cautious glances, the frowns, the whispered voices, Isolde guessed that more was going on here than he knew. It was almost as if they found Luke's presence to be portentous. Ogwyn studied Luke carefully, and then glanced at the other women. She shook her head and laughed, feigning dismay. Bah! 3 new men in the village, and only one of them eligible, and him just barely? It sounds to me as if every man up there in the stars must have saved Leia at least once. All of my life I've wanted to travel off-planet, but now, I wonder how I'd fare. Tell me, Sister Leia, are people always trying to kill you? Isolde could not miss the uncomfortable tone in her voice. She was nearly begging Leia to change the subject. Well, the last few years have been pretty rough, Leia admitted. Perhaps some evening you will have to sit by the fire and spin your tale, Ogwyn said. But for now, I must make a ruling. I give this man Isolde into custody of Teneniel Joe, to keep as her husband. What? Leia asked so loudly that Isolde jumped. Ogwyn whispered into her ear insistently, as if to keep her quiet. He belongs to Teneniel. She hunted for him, she caught him, and she is very lonely. But you can't just take him as a slave, Leia said. Ogwyn shrugged, waved at the women around her as if to give proof. Of course we can. Every woman on the council owns at least one man. Don't fear, Teneniel said, trying to calm Leia. I won't use him harshly. Luke, Leia urged. You've got to stop them. You can't let them do this. Luke meditated a moment, shrugged. You're the New Republic's emissary. You know galactic law better than I do. You handle it. Leia stopped speaking a moment, looked at Luke and Isolde. Isolde thought about it quickly. Under New Republic law, the normal administration of affairs on any planet would be handled by the planetary governor, whoever that was, or by regional heads of office in case there was no planetary governor. In this case, Ogwyn was a regional head of government, and all the New Republic could do was lodge a formal protest. I protest this, Leia said. I protest this very strongly. What does that mean? Ogwyn asked. Do you wish to fight Teneniel Joe for right of ownership? Isolde shook his head no, and Leia held his eye a moment. What kind of fight? Leia asked. Are we talking to the death, or what? Perhaps, Ogwyn said, shaking her head. You might be wiser to offer to buy him. Luke shook his head at Leia and said, Don't worry, Leia, it will be all right. Leia waited for a long time, and said, Teneniel Joe, I wish to buy this servant. What would you require for him? Teneniel glanced around the crowd, and Isolde suddenly realized that she might have more than one bidder. He is not for sale, yet, Teneniel said. Leia looked at Isolde, and said, I'm sorry. Teneniel took Isolde's hand, looked up at him, and her eyes shone in a strange shade of copper that Isolde had never seen on Hapes. Isolde let her hold his hand, and he did not feel uncomfortable. That in itself seemed odd. Everything in him, all of his training, screamed that he should fight these barbaric customs, yet on some deep level he didn't fear Teneniel, and in fact trusted her implicitly. Luke hugged Leia to comfort her, and Artu came close enough so that she could pet his sensor window with her hand. Luke said, So where are Han and Chewie? I thought they'd be with you. They should be down soon, Leia answered. The sisters dragged the Falcon in early this morning. Han is checking the damage now. It got pretty well trashed during the ride down to Dathomir, but it looks like the only way off this rock. What about your ship? Leia had an undertone of warning in her voice when she asked about the ship. We could probably sell whatever is left of it for scrap, Luke said, but Isolde noted that the Jedi did not mention that Isolde's fighter was still intact. Isolde took it as an unspoken warning. The fog was continuing to climb up the mountain even as they spoke, and now it hung over their heads by an arm's span, like some celestial ceiling. Isolde felt someone touch his buttocks, turned. The witches were pressing close, brushing against his back. He thought perhaps they were trying to get a better look at Leia, but suddenly realized that they weren't trying to get a view of Leia or Ogwyn, they were trying to get a closer look at him. One young witch patted his hip and whispered lustily, My name is Leia. Let me show you where I sleep. I think we'd better go in to talk, Leia told Teneniel, grabbing the witch's arm with her left hand. Leia also grabbed Isolde's hand possessively, pulled him along. Come on, let's go find Han, she said, glancing over her shoulder at the other women. Isolde thought it odd how much Leia's grip was like Teneniel's. She had not been on the planet 2 days, and already she was mimicking the witch's body language, the way they held their heads high, their peculiar strut. In another week he imagined that she would fit into their clan as if she'd been born to it. It was the type of subtle thing that only a diplomat with a great deal of training could manage. They went into the fortress, and though many of the witches did not follow, some of the women began whooping and making lusty, ululating cries. Isolde felt his face going red. As they walked through the door of the fortress, Aldwin touched his arm momentarily, stopping both him and Luke. "Go visit your friends," she said to Luke. "But come see me immediately afterward. Your coming here is no accident." Leia led them through a maze of stone passageways up 6 flights of stairs, then down a hallway to a huge cave-like room. The falcon filled almost the whole space. Isolde could see no large opening, no way that they could have brought the ship in. He studied the walls for a moment, saw that several huge stones had been cracked on the far side, which meant that the witches had somehow broken a hole through the stone wall, hoisted the falcon vertically over 200 meters in the air, then resealed the wall once they had gotten the falcon inside under the cover of fog. The witches had done a lot of work. Given the simple Iron Age technology of the place, all of these feats seemed impossible, and Isolde realized that somehow, in the back of his mind, he did not want to know how the women had accomplished so much. The falcon lit the room with one headlamp, and the ship's running lights were on. Han couldn't have powered up so many systems outside without worrying about detection from orbit, but Isolde realized that the thick rock would cover the electronic signature. They went up the ramp into the falcon, found Han and Chewbacca in the cockpit running diagnostics. A protocol droid was messing with fried wiring around the main generators. "Han!" Luke said, as they entered the cockpit, but Han didn't return the enthusiastic greeting. Instead, he turned back to his computer, and Isolde realized that Han felt guilty, couldn't face Luke at the moment. "So you found us, kid? Well, I figured it was only a matter of time. Things have gotten pretty sticky here. You didn't happen to bring any spare parts, did you?" "What's going on, Han?" Luke asked. The Wookiee patted the Jedi on the shoulder, growled affectionately. "You came on a joint mission, dragged Leia halfway across the galaxy, and now you're acting like nothing happened." Han spun in his captain's chair, looked up, smiled a controlled smile. "Well, see, it happened this way. I was tracking Zsinj's supply lines, and they led here. Leia agreed to come with me to investigate. Only when we got here, I found the skies full of warships that shot us down, because no one bothered to warn me that the planet was interdicted, and after we crashed, a bunch of witches decided to start a war over who gets the wreckage of my ship. So I'll tell you, Luke, I've had a really bad week so far. Now, to top it all off, I suppose you're going to lecture me, or arrest me, or beat me up. So tell me, how is your week going?" "About the same," Luke said. He held his tongue a moment, looked at the control panel. "What's wrong with your ship?" "Well," Han said, "we blew our anti-concussion field generators, cracked the sensory array window, fried the brains out of my astrogation computer, and leaked about 2,000 liters of coolant from the main reactor. I brought R2, Luke offered lamely. "He can navigate the ship." Luke looked back at Isolde, as if asking him to speak. Isolde could see that now was not the time for reprimands or fisticuffs. Right now, they needed to work together. But it was all he could do to keep from bashing Han Solo in the mouth. "I've got my fighter here," Isolde said, and Tenniniel took his hand. Isolde didn't want to speak about it too loudly, and he glanced behind him. None of the other witches had followed them into the ship. "You've got a working ship on this planet?" Han asked. "How many people can it hold?" Isolde considered his answer. If he told him 2, would Han try to steal the ship and take Leia with him? 2. Luke looked at Isolde curiously, and Han drew a breath in relief. "I want you to get Leia and fly her out of here right now," Han said. "There's a bunch of people here who would kill for that fighter, and believe me, you don't want to meet them." "He's testing you," Luke casually said to Han. "His fighter holds only one, and we've already met the Nightsisters." Han's face got dark with anger, and his eyes looked hollow, haunted. "You passed the test, General Solo," Isolde said. "We're in serious trouble here," Han warned Isolde. "Don't play so rough with me." Isolde didn't like Han's tone of voice. "You're lucky I don't play rougher," Isolde said. "I came all this way to help, and you're acting like I'm the enemy." Luke watched Isolde calculatingly. "Go ahead and try it," Han said, "if you think you can handle me." Isolde glanced at Chewbacca. Wookiees specialized in their own form of hand-to-hand combat, and when a Wookiee disarmed an opponent, the opponent was literally disarmed. And if that didn't subdue you, the Wookiee would go ahead and rip off your legs too. Isolde wanted to make sure the Wookiee didn't join in the fray. Chewbacca shrugged, whined something in his own language. "Hold on now," Leia said. "We've got enough problems here without fighting among ourselves. Isolde, I came here with Han willingly. He asked me to accompany him as a friend, and I agreed." Isolde glanced at her, disbelieving. He'd seen the holo-vid clips of the chaotic departure from Coruscant, but he couldn't accuse Leia of lying. She had come here of her own free will. That much was clear. He said, embarrassed. "General Solo, I think I owe you an apology." "Great," Han said. "So let's get back to work. Why don't you start by coming up with a way to get us out of here?" "I've got a fleet on its way," Isolde said. "They should be here in another 7 or 8 days." Han asked, "When you say fleet, how big a fleet are you talking?" "About 80 destroyers," Isolde said. Han's jaw dropped, but Leia said, 7 days isn't quick enough. If Ogwyn is correct, the Nightsisters will attack in 3. Isolde put his arm around Leia. "My astrogation droid can pilot the ship for a jump. We could send Leia home." "I don't think so," Leia said. "I'm not going without the rest of you. Han, if you had all of your spare parts, how soon could you get this ship fixed?" Han calculated. Plugging the rupture to stop the coolant leak would take only a few minutes. You might even be able to pour the coolant in while in flight. The R2 unit could patch in on a moment's notice to navigate. Installing new anti-concussion field generators might take 2 hours. The easiest thing would be to put on a new sensory array window. 2 hours, if everyone helped and they hurried. 2 hours, Han answered. "I suggest we cannibalize Isolde's ship," Leia said. "Fix the Falcon and get out of here." Isolde looked at the Falcon skeptically. It was a big ship compared with his fighter, 4 times the length. With all the extra shielding and cargo space, it had to be 40 times the mass. "What kind of anti-concussion field generators are you using?" Isolde asked. "I've got 4 banks of Nordoxican 38s. All of them are down." "What are you running on?" 3 Tybolt 12s. Chewbacca roared something. "Yeah, that's a bust," Han admitted. "What about your sensory array window?" 0.6 meters across, Isolde said. "That's a little small for us," Han grimaced. "But if we had to, we could weld some plate over my current array, make the window narrower. It would cut our sensor capabilities a little." "Yeah, that would work," Isolde agreed. "But where are we going to get a big enough field generator?" "Could we fly without it, sir?" 3PO asked. Too dangerous, Han said. We're not just worried about missile attacks, we've got to deflect micrometeorites. If one tore through the sensor array, it could take out a lot of sensitive instrumentation. Maybe there's some kind of field generators near the prison, Han said, throwing his hands up. An armored gun emplacement, a wrecked ship, something. I'll just have to go there and see. If we can find some generators to steal, it will be a 4-man job just to pull them, and we might need a sentry to watch for trouble, Isolde said. Then there's the problem of transporting the stuff. We're talking nearly 2 metric tons of equipment here. We can worry about moving the stuff once we get it, Han said. The prison's got to have some anti-grav sleds at least. You can count me in, Luke said. I'm already in, Leia added. Isolde considered a moment. They wouldn't be able to take the Wookiee into the city. Chances were that no one on this planet outside of the soldiers had ever seen one. The same was true of 3PO. That left them short-handed. He didn't like the idea of having Leia endanger herself, but they were running short of options. He looked back at Teneniel, pleading. The witch appeared to be frightened but determined. I'll guide you to the prison, Teneniel said. But I've never been inside. I don't know what you are looking for, and I don't know where to find it. Have any of your clan sisters been inside the prison? Leia asked. Teneniel shrugged. Ogwyn would know such things better than I. I'll get her. Teneniel took off, returned a few minutes later with the older woman. None of our clan has been inside the prison, Ogwyn said, except those who have become Nightsisters. She was silent for a long moment. What of Sister Baruka? Teneniel said hesitantly. I heard that she has become forsaken. Ogwyn hesitated a long time, then looked up at Leia. There is a woman of our clan who joined the Nightsisters, but has recently left them at great price. She now lives alone as one of the Forsaken and has petitioned to rejoin our clan. Perhaps she could help guide you, tell you where to find what you seek. You seem reluctant to recommend her, Leia said. Why? Ogwyn answered softly. She is fighting to cleanse herself. She has committed unspeakable atrocities that have left a great mark upon her. She is forsaken. Such people are untrustworthy, unstable. But she's been inside the prison? Han asked. Yes, Ogwyn said. Where is she now? Baruka lives in a cavern called Rivers of Stone. I can send one of our warriors to guide you. I'll take them, grandmother, Teneniel offered, placing a hand on Ogwyn's shoulder. Perhaps you could escort them to the war room and get some lunch. You could show them the map and plan our route. I'll have some children prepare mounts. She took Isolde's hand. Come with me, please, she said. I'd like to speak with you. She pulled him along as if she expected him to follow. She took him down some stairs through a maze of corridors and stopped to pick up a pitcher of water, then led him into a small chamber that held a single mattress and a trunk. A large mirror made of silver sat on one wall, with a sink beneath it. This used to be my room, when I lived here with the clan at Singing Mountain, Teneniel said. She opened the trunk, pulled out a soft tunic of red lizard hide, another of green. She held them up. Which do you think Luke would like the best on me? Isolde didn't dare tell her that the whole idea of wearing lizard hides seemed rather barbaric. The green goes better with your eyes. She nodded, casually stripped off her torn and soiled tunic, pulled off her boots, and stood gazing in the mirror as she took a rag and gave herself a sponge bath. Isolde swallowed hard. He knew that on some planets, humans had different notions of modesty, and the businesslike way in which Teneniel bathed seemed to indicate that she really wasn't trying to entice him. "You know, I don't understand your customs," Teneniel said. "Yesterday morning when I captured you, I thought you wanted me, and the idea flattered me. I gave you every opportunity to escape first, and you took the capture rope in your own hand. I knew that you had come seeking a woman. I could feel that about you." She frowned, glanced over her back at him. "But now I see that it is this Leia woman you want." "Yes," Isolde said, looking at the sculpted muscles in her back. Teneniel was not a beautiful woman by Hapan standards. In fact, she was rather plain, but Isolde decided that she had some rather fascinating musculature. She was definitely athletic. He'd seen few women on Hapes with her kind of build, not the compact, beefy muscles of a bodybuilder, nor quite the leanness of a runner or swimmer. Instead, she was something in between. He asked, "Do you like to climb a lot?" Teneniel shot a smile over her back. "Yes," she said. "Do you?" "I've never tried it." Teneniel toweled off, slipped on her tunic, pulled her long hair back over the top of it, and began combing the tight curls from her hair. "I like the feel of climbing rocks," Teneniel said. "Getting all sweaty. When you get to the top of the mountain, if the weather is right, you can take off your clothes and bathe in the snow." Although he really felt no attraction for the girl, he realized he would have to be pretty tired not to dream about her tonight. "I suppose you could." When she finished combing her hair, she put on a headband of bright white cloth, turned to him, and smiled. "Isolde, I would give you back your freedom outright, but if I did, the other clan sisters would only capture you. So until you leave, I think it best if I give you your freedom in all but name." Isolde knew she was trying to be kind. "You're very generous." She gave him a friendly kiss on the forehead, and took his hand again, led him down to the war room. Leia and the others stood around a huge map on the floor, molded of clay and painted. A clan sister was plotting a route through the mountainous countryside, a route that would keep them away from established trails that Gethzirian's spies might be watching. The route would take them on a tortuous path over 140 kilometers of mountain and jungle, to the edge of the desert where the prison lay. Only the strongest rankers would be able to make such a journey in just 3 days. Isolde looked at Leia, kept wondering about her, wondering if she were really all right, wondering if Han had really kidnapped her. She did not seem to be angry with Han or frightened of him. Yet Isolde could not imagine that she would simply run away with him on some wild fling. He swore in his heart that he would understand what had happened between them. He casually made his way to her side. Leia smiled at him, and though they stood there for 10 minutes while the witch marked their trail, Isolde studied the map, trying to focus on the mission ahead. After they had eaten, Ogwyn took Luke and Isolde to a side bedroom where a toothless crone with wisps of white hair sat wrapped in a blanket, snoring. Her seat was a stone box with a cushion atop it, and 2 elderly women attended. "Mother Rel," Ogwyn whispered to the crone, lightly shaking the woman's shoulder. "We have 2 visitors to meet you." Rel caught her breath, opened her eyes and squinted at Luke. Her leathery skin was spotted purple with age, but her eyes gleamed like brown pools. She tenderly took Luke's hand. "Why, it's Luke Skywalker." The crone smiled in recognition. "Who started the Jedi Academy all those years ago." Luke flinched, for the crone had not been told his name. "How are your wife and children? Are they well?" Luke stuttered. "We're all fine." The hair on the back of Isolde's neck stood on end. He had the odd feeling that he was looking into a brilliant light. The crone smiled knowingly and nodded. "Good, good. If you have your health, you have much. Have you seen Master Yoda lately? How is that old flirt? I haven't seen him lately, Luke answered, and Rel's grip went slack, her eyes dimmed. She seemed to forget that Luke was even standing there. Ogwyn directed her attention to Isolde. Luke brought another friend to see you, Ogwyn said, and she put the old woman's spidery fingers in Isolde's hand. Oh, it's Prince Isolde, the old woman said, leaning close to peer at him. But I thought Gethzirian killed you. If you're alive then. She studied him a moment, then her face went dark with realization, and she looked up at Ogwyn. I've been dreaming again, haven't I? What century is it? Yes, Mother, you've been dreaming again, Ogwyn answered soothingly, patting the old woman's hand, but Rel would not loose her grip on Isolde's hand. Her eyes lost their focus. Mother Rel is nearly 300 years old, Ogwyn explained, but her spirit is so strong that it will not let her body die. When I was a child, she used to tell me that someday a Jedi Master would come with his pupil, and that when he did, I should bring them straight to her. She said she had a message for you, but she is not lucid at the moment. I'm sorry. Ogwyn seemed tense, and she tried to pry the old woman's grasp free from Isolde's hand. Rel smiled at them all, her white head bobbing like a float on the water. It's been pleasant visiting you, Rel told Isolde. Please come see me again. You're such a nice young girl or boy or whatever you are. Ogwyn got the old woman to free Isolde's hand, and she took the men from the room, ushering them hurriedly. She sees the future, doesn't she? Luke said. Ogwyn nodded mechanically, and Isolde became extremely uncomfortable, for if the old woman was right, Gethzirian would kill him within the next few days. Sometimes she gets lost in it as easily as she becomes lost in the past, Ogwyn explained. What else did she tell you about me? Luke said. She said that after you came, Ogwyn answered softly, she would let herself die. And she said that your coming would signal the end of our world. What did she mean by that? Luke asked, but Ogwyn only shook her head and went to the hearth. Her manservant ladled some soup into her bowl. Luke must have seen the fear etched into Isolde's face, for he put his hand on Isolde's back. Don't worry, Luke said. What Rel saw is only one possible future. Nothing is written. Nothing is written. Chapter 18. After lunch, Teneniel led the group down to their mounts. Though the noon sun did not seem particularly warm, the rankers were already bathing in the ponds below the fortress, wading around on the bottom with only their nostrils showing. Some of the boys from the village were shouting orders to the rankers, and soon 4 of them came up out of the water. The boys put breastplates on the rankers, hauling up the heavy mail made of pieces of bone and bits of armor all tied together with wuffa hide. Once they got the armor on the rankers, the boys climbed up on their bony headplates and tied on the saddles. The saddles were situated in a shallow depression just in front of the headplate, and were held in place by means of ropes tied to the beast's fangs, then strung back between its nostrils to the thorny bones at the top of its headplate. 2 saddles were put on each mount. Leia chose to ride an old sow, a herd leader named Tosh, who had pale green lichens and moss growing in her warty brown skin. Han gave her a boost up on the rankers so that she could climb up its knobby arms to the bony plates on its shoulders, then leap over to the saddle. Then Han helped Isolde and Luke lug the droids up onto one of the mounts and tie them in. Taking the droids was difficult, but they needed R2's sensors. Once they finished, Teneniel climbed up on one of the mounts and Chewie on another. Han came to Leia's mount and started looking for a foothold to climb up, but Luke hurried over. Say, Han, Luke said softly. I was sort of hoping to ride with Leia. It's been a long time since I've seen her, and I sort of wanted to get caught up on a few things. Leia could feel an unusual tenseness in Luke. No way, buddy, Han said. She's mine. Why don't you ride on that rancor over there? He nodded toward Taneniel. That Taneniel is definitely hot for you. Her? Luke said. I wouldn't know about that. Luke blushed, and Leia suddenly understood. Luke was feeling shy, and yet she could feel that he was pulled in two directions. He liked the girl but didn't want to get close. You can't tell me you haven't noticed her, Han said. I mean, that woman is definitely put together just right. Yeah, I've noticed. Luke smiled weakly. So what? You're telling me you don't want her? Han asked in disbelief. We're just from such different worlds, Luke said. But you've got so much in common. You're both from strange little backwater planets. You both have odd powers. You're male and she's female. What more do you need? Believe me, buddy, if I were you, I'd go right up there and ask her if she wants to ride on my rancor. I don't know, Luke said. Above them, Leia could feel some of the tension ease out of him. Han had nearly talked Luke into it. Okay, if you don't want to ask her to ride with you, maybe I should ask her to ride with me, Han said, glancing up at Leia. Oh, you're so juvenile, Leia shot back. Trying to make me jealous. Well, it won't work. Hey, Han said. I'm just saying. If you want to ride with His Highness Isolde, that's your choice. He waved toward Isolde, who was standing over by Taneniel's rancor. But if I go looking for some lovely young lady to keep me company on the ride, why should you care? I don't care much, Leia said. It's not you I'm worried about. I just don't want you using another woman that way. Me? Han said, throwing his arms wide and shrugging in a gesture of disbelief. He turned to look at Taneniel, but Luke was already climbing the rancor to sit next to her. Isolde had sneaked back around Leia's mount, and he scurried up in that instant, leaped in the saddle beside Leia. Too bad, General Solo, Isolde said. It looks as if you will have to ride beside your hairy Wookiee friend. But I know that won't bother you, since you two are so close. Han glared up at Isolde, and Leia definitely did not like the look in his eyes. The day didn't get much better from then on. They started by taking a back trail over Singing Mountain so that the rancors had to climb down a 100-meter cliff. They proved to be terrible mounts in many ways. When a rancor looked around, the creature's entire head plate shifted right and left or bobbed up and down, depending on its line of sight. If it walked upright, its awkward gait tended to be jarring enough so that an inattentive rider could easily get thrown, and when it dropped to all fours and loped through the thick brush, just staying mounted became an incredible feat all in all. Riding a rancor proved to be as physically demanding as any task Leia had ever undertaken. Yet by nightfall she was convinced that a person could never travel in these mountains without one. Twice they came to great canyons a trained climber would be afraid to scale, yet the rancors dug their huge claws into ancient handholds and toeholds carved in the cliffs, and shinnied up and down the stone. During one such incident, Han's rancor knocked free a stone that barely missed crushing Isolde. The prince glared up at Han, and Han smiled down weakly. Sorry. Careful, General, Isolde said, his voice tight. That was close. Han wouldn't do that. It was only an accident, Leia assured Isolde, but the prince still looked shaken. Isolde remained quiet for a long time, but when their rancor was marching well ahead of the others, he said, I still don't understand why you came here with Han so abruptly. He did not say any more, did not pry, but his tone spoke of his frustration. Does it really seem so odd that I would run off with an old friend? Leia asked. Yes, Isolde said. You're a diplomat. You're measured. Calculated. You don't make impulsive decisions. So why this? Leia was quiet for a moment. Because I've spent my whole life making decisions for other people. For my people. For the Republic. For everyone except myself. And Han lets you make decisions for yourself? He makes me. She almost smiled. He refuses to let me forget that I'm allowed to want things. Isolde considered this. That's not what I expected. What did you expect? I expected you to say you love him. That you've always loved him. That it's simple. It's not simple. She looked ahead at the trail. It's never been simple. But it's real. Isolde nodded slowly. I understand. Do you? I understand that you chose him. Not because he's the best option. Because he's the only option you wanted. He paused. That's not something I can compete with. And I don't want to. Leia looked at him, surprised. Thank you? For what? For understanding. Isolde shrugged. I'm trying to learn. A moment later, in heavy brush where a man would have spent hours cutting his way through even with a vibroblade, the rankers simply crashed through the foliage. As Isolde's mount pushed through some trees, Isolde held a branch to keep it from scratching Leia, then let it swing back. Han ducked just in time. Watch it! Han shouted. Isolde glanced back. Apologies, General. I'm not used to traveling in a group. Han grunted. Neither am I. But we're stuck with each other for now. Isolde nodded, and for a moment, something like mutual respect passed between them. When this is over, Isolde said quietly, I'd like to understand what happened between you and Leia. Not to compete. To understand. Han was silent for a moment. Then, maybe I'll tell you. Over a drink. Isolde almost smiled. I'd like that. They rode on for most of the rest of the afternoon without incident, perhaps too weary to fight. Leia listened to Luke and to Niniel talking softly, Luke instructing her in the ways of the Force, the girl telling of hunting a horned beast she called a drebin in these mountains. Apparently the creatures preyed on rankers, though Leia found that hard to imagine. When the party came to a mountain river in the late evening where floodwaters roared, the rankers leaped in and swam with long strokes, only their nostrils showing above water, their tails floating behind them. Leia began mindlessly humming a tune, then realized she was humming Han Solo / What a Man! Solo. And she stopped, embarrassed. Han brought his ranker up beside Leia and Isolde, smiled at Leia broadly. The rankers swam side by side for a moment, then the current pushed Han's ranker so that it nudged theirs. Isolde responded by turning his ranker into Han so that for a moment the two rankers swam shoulder to shoulder jostling one another. Leia glared at Han and Isolde and shouted, Cut it out, both of you! He started it! Han yelled, and Isolde slapped his reins into the water, splashing Han. Behind them, Niniel began singing lightly and a water spout rose from the river, carrying twisted sheets of brown foam 40 meters into the air. It whirled toward the group, then collapsed, drenching Han and Isolde. Luke and Chewbacca broke out laughing, and Leia smiled back at the witch. Thank you, she said. Maybe someday you can teach me that spell. Leia felt a sudden sense of bliss and desire, realized she had touched Luke's emotions. He'd seldom felt that way about a woman before, she was sure. Leia winked at him. We can camp soon. Teneniel said when the rankers climbed out of the stream. R2 had his antennae dish extended. The caves are nearby. R2 isn't picking up any Imperial signals, 3PO said, his golden eyes shining unnaturally bright against the dark foliage of the forest. Though he is getting a great deal of radio traffic above us. What's going on? Luke asked, and R2 began twittering and beeping. Apparently, sir, 3PO informed them. Several Imperial STAR destroyers just jumped out of hyperspace above us. R2 is trying to get a count of the ships now. So far, he's detected signals from 14 ships. Leia glanced up nervously at the sky even though it was still far too light to make out a spaceship, and Isolde said, I shouldn't have brought in a Hapes battle dragon. After our little attack, they've got only two choices, reinforce or bug out. It looks as if they plan to reinforce. Leia almost asked, what are the chances that Zsinj's men will figure out that we're down here? But decided she'd better not say it. She didn't want to cause the group any concern, just in case no one else had thought of it. But she looked at Han, knew by the frown lines what he was thinking. The guards from prison had already broadcast his name over the air. It was a good bet that Zsinj's men knew Han was alive down here. And like all good New Republic officers, Han carried a price on his head. The only question was, did Zsinj want him badly enough to break his own interdiction order and send a ship down? Leia looked back at Isolde. I think you're right. I don't like the idea of having all those destroyers above us. The chances that the ship's sensors could detect the droid's electronics was remote, but still there was a chance, so she added, let's get to those caves and hide for a while. In less than 10 minutes, Teneniel led them up a hill through the thick trees, till they came to a yawning hole in the ground half concealed by twisted red vines with pungent white flowers. Teneniel got down from her rancor, went to the cave mouth and shouted, Baruka? Baruka? But no one answered. She stood for a moment, nervous, then closed her eyes and began to sing softly. When she opened her eyes, she said, I can't feel her anywhere near. If we don't find her, 3PO said, how will we get any information about the prison? R2, scan the area for human life forms. R2 whistled and began aiming his antenna dish along the horizon. Teneniel peeked inside the cave, walked in. A moment later, she came back out. There are some clothes there, some pots. It looks as if she may have left several days ago. Great, Han said. Where would she go? Hunting for food? Teneniel guessed. Or maybe she has rejoined the Nightsisters. This is a dangerous time for Baruka. As one who is forsaken, she is supposed to remain here in the wilderness, remain alone and consider her past, her future. But often the loneliness becomes too much. The sky was beginning to darken as the sun set. Let's camp here, Luke said. We can wait for her. He urged his rancor into the dark, and Teneniel began setting stones in a semicircle around the cave's mouth, apparently to signify that it was occupied. Somehow, the whole idea of going inside bothered Leia. She felt as if she were violating Baruka's privacy. Isolde urged his rancor forward into the shadows. Once inside, the caves proved to be a glimmering wonderland of stalactites and stalagmites encrusted with garnet in hues of pale citron streaked with metallic green and ivory. It looked like seawater splashing all around, and Leia understood why the witches had named it Rivers of Stone. The roof of the cave reached high enough so that the rancors could have stood on one another's shoulders. Water flowed through the caves in a shallow stream. Teneniel dragged some logs in from a cache by the door, and Han started them afire with his blaster. During the day, the group had remained quietly alert while riding, keeping a lookout for scouting parties from the Nightsisters. Now that they could talk, Leia found she was too tired. The rankers, however, seemed not to be tired. They hunched around the fire in their gruesome breastplates of bone and stormtrooper uniforms, and warmed their knuckles near the fire, growling softly. Tosh spoke to the younger ones, gesticulating with her claws, the firelight playing over her teeth and the warty bone plates on her shoulders. Chewbacca curled up on a mat and slept. The droids went to the mouth of the cave so that Artu could monitor the countryside with his sensors. Han took off exploring the back of the cave with a torch. Luke and Taniniel talked softly as she put some large green nuts in the coals of the fire to roast in their shells. Isolde lay against a garnet-encrusted pillar, eyes half closed, playing with his blaster. The rankers made a moaning sigh, and Taniniel nodded up toward Tosh. "She's telling her children how her ancestors first met the witches," Taniniel said. "She says that a sickly female met a witch that healed her, and the witch rode on the ranker's back, learned to speak its tongue. By riding the ranker's back, the witch was able to spot food better with her sharp eyes that see well even in the daylight, and the ranker thrived and became huge. In time, she became a herd mother, and her herds prospered while others died out. Back then, the rankers did not know how to make fine weapons like spears or nets. They did not know how to protect themselves with armor. Because the witches have taught them such great things, she says, the rankers must always love the witches and serve them, even when we make unreasonable demands to give us rides through the wilderness or ask them to fight the Nightsisters." Leia studied Taniniel thoughtfully, realized the girl must have felt her curiosity about the rankers. "I think Tosh loves your people," Leia said. Taniniel nodded, reached up to scratch the ranker's hind leg. "Yes, she's very grateful that her herd is strong, but none of the rankers are happy about the Nightsisters." "You told me earlier that the rankers will not serve the Nightsisters," Luke said. "Why is that?" "The Nightsisters treat them badly, as if they were mere slaves. So the rankers always run away." Isolde said nothing. He was watching Taniniel, studying the way she moved among the rankers, without fear, without hesitation, touching their hides, whispering soft words. The beasts, creatures that could kill a man with a single blow, bowed their heads to her. She has power, he realized. Real power. Not the kind that comes from titles or birthrights. The kind that is earned. He thought of his mother, whose power came from manipulation and murder. He thought of his aunts, whose power came from schemes and alliances. He thought of Leia, whose power came from diplomacy and conviction. Taniniel was different. Her power came from connection, from trust, from the simple fact that she had earned the loyalty of creatures that served no one. What would it be like, he wondered, to be loved like that? The thought startled him. He had never asked himself that question before. On Hapes, love was a weakness, a vulnerability, a thing to be exploited. But here, in this cave, surrounded by monsters and magic, Isolde found himself wondering if perhaps he had been wrong about love. He looked away, his jaw tight. Focus, he told himself. Focus on the mission. Focus on the alliance. Focus on survival. But his eyes kept drifting back to Taniniel. "I find it interesting," Isolde said, his voice carefully neutral, "that you treat your rankers as friends but treat men as slaves. You have an interesting power structure with men at the bottom, but I find it all rather barbaric. It's often easier to see the barbarism in alien cultures than it is to see it in your own," Luke said. "The witches have built a hierarchy based on power, as do most cultures." Isolde nodded. "For example," Leia said, "I find the whole concept of rule by birthright to be rather barbaric. Don't you, Isolde?" That's an odd statement, coming from you, Princess, Isolde said. You come from a family that has been bred and trained to lead for generations. It is only right that you should lead, and all of your people know it. Even when your title and throne have become little more than a token honor, your people still clamor for you to serve as the ambassador for Alderaan. So you claim that we are leaders not by birthright, but because we inherited those skills? Leia asked in dismay. I think that's pretty far-fetched. No, it isn't, Isolde affirmed. We breed animals for intelligence, for beauty, for speed. Among social carnivores, the herd leaders often select the strongest and smartest mates. As a result, their offspring usually inherit a dominant position in their pack, if you will. Even if I gave you that point, Leia said, it really doesn't have any bearing on human behavior. Humans aren't social carnivores. Isolde glanced into the shadows. If you knew my mother better, you would not argue that particular point. Leia wondered at those words. Certainly many groups of humans see themselves to be social carnivores, Luke said. Look at any speeder pack, and you can't help but see something of that attitude. Then of course there are the warlords. And the Nightsisters, Taneniel said. Luke, I can't believe you're arguing against me on this, Leia said. You're the gentlest person I know. All I'm saying, Luke said softly, is that as distasteful as it may sound to you and me, Isolde might have a point. Intelligence, charisma, decisiveness, all of these traits are likely to have genetic components. And so long as these traits breed true, then perpetuating a guild of leaders might not be a bad idea. I think it's a terrible idea, Leia said. You've seen it, Isolde. You've seen business people on your planets who could lead as well as you. Isolde hesitated. I suspect they might serve well as leaders. They are certainly leaders in commerce, but I'm not certain they should be allowed to lead governments. How could you not be certain? Leia asked. Our business leaders tend to measure everything in terms of growth, profits, output. I have seen worlds operated by business people, and they take little thought for those people who are seen as a drain on their economy, the artists, the priests, the infirm. I would prefer to let such leaders run their businesses. You complain about a mercenary attitude among business people. Yet only a moment ago you called your mother a predator? Luke said. What is the difference between her and someone in business? My mother was a good leader for her time, Isolde said. Your old republic was falling apart. We needed someone brutal to fend off the Empire, and when we could not fend them off any longer, we needed someone strong enough to hold our worlds together under the pressure of Imperial rule. My mother met those needs. But her day is past. Now we need a queen mother strong enough to fight off Mayans, yet gentle enough to lead through kindness. Taneniel was still rubbing the rancor down, and the huge beast leaned into her, seeking her ministrations. I don't profess to understand all of your argument, Taneniel said. Yet you call us barbarians because women rule this world and you men have no power. But if you are led by a queen mother, then how can you be any less barbaric than us? Men hold no power on either of our worlds, so what is the difference? In a sense, I hold ultimate power, Isolde said. For although I am only a man, I will choose the next queen mother. Taneniel laughed, mocking his claim. You're so dumb! Isolde should have been offended. Instead, he found himself fighting a smile. There was something disarming about her honesty, her refusal to be impressed by his title or his lineage. Perhaps I am, he admitted, his voice quiet. I have spent my entire life believing that power comes from control, from strategy, from never letting anyone see what you truly feel. He looked at her, and something in his expression shifted, a crack in the carefully maintained facade. But you wear your feelings like armor. You let everyone see who you are. And they follow you anyway. Teneniel shrugged, but there was a hint of warmth in her copper eyes. I am not a leader. I am just me. That's what makes you a leader, Isolde said quietly. You don't try to be anything else. He didn't say anything more. He didn't need to. But as he sat in the firelight, watching her, Isolde realized something he had never admitted to himself before. He was tired of strategy. Tired of calculation. Tired of seeing every relationship as a move on a board. He wanted something real. He just didn't know if he was capable of it. Leia watched him carefully, her diplomatic instincts sharp. Isolde? Are you all right? He blinked, returning to the present. Yes. Forgive me. I was thinking. About what? Isolde hesitated. Then, for the first time, he told the truth. About what it would be like to stop being careful. The fire crackled. No one spoke. Finally, Teneniel stood, brushing the dirt from her tunic. You think too much, Offworlder. That's your problem. She walked away, disappearing into the shadows. Isolde watched her go, and he did not try to stop her. But he also did not look away. Leia watched the exchange, noting how Isolde's focus had shifted. He had come to Dathomir seeking an alliance, a political solution. But something had changed in him during their journey. Teneniel had gotten under his skin in a way that no amount of strategy could account for. Leia felt a quiet satisfaction, not because she was jealous, but because she recognized what was happening. Isolde was learning to feel something beyond calculation. Perhaps Teneniel had the right answer. She just looked at Isolde and laughed. I will choose the next Queen Mother, she mocked, feigning his accent surprisingly well. I have all the power! She shot a wicked smile over her shoulder as she rubbed down the rancor, and she laughed. You're so dumb! In the back of the cavern, Han suddenly began shouting and firing his blaster. Luke leaped to his feet, pulled his lightsaber. There's a monster back there in the pond! Han yelled as he rushed up to the fire, blaster still smoldering. It's big and green and it's got tentacles! It tried to eat me. Oh yes, Teneniel said. I forgot about her. You mean you knew there was a monster there? Han shouted. And you didn't tell me about it. The clan sisters put her in the lake several years ago, Teneniel said. We thought when she grew large enough, she would make a good meal for the rancors. Teneniel patted Tasha's flank, whispered into her ear. The rancor regarded her calmly a moment, a feral light gleaming in her eyes, then she roared and the small herd took off at a run, heading for the lake. The humans moved in close to the fire, and began eating roasted nuts. The fire was cozy, warm, and they talked softly among themselves for a few minutes as the last of the sunlight faded and the cave seemed to darken and close in around them. For a while, Leia felt comfortable, but suddenly her heart began to pound, and she felt stifled, suffocating. She stood up, looked behind her. A woman in black stood at the mouth of the cave, holding a great staff. What are you doing here? Baruka demanded, walking toward the light. When Leia had first spotted her, the staff had made the woman appear old and infirm, but as she got close, Leia saw that Baruka was a young woman, perhaps no more than 30. Still, Leia could feel an aura of dark power around her, something that made her feel worn, ageless. Baruka's piercing blue eyes were very intent, and she watched them all warily from beneath a hood. I must warn you that I am forsaken, and that this is my house you have entered. I cannot welcome you or offer you shelter. Then perhaps we can welcome you, and offer you shelter and some dinner, Luke said, rising from his seat. Please, Tenneniel said. We've come for your help. Baruka stayed outside the light of the fire, watching them like some wild animal. Her face was badly bruised. You are in danger, Baruka said at last. Gethzirian has been summoning the Nightsisters for a war. I can feel her summons, pulling at me. You are her enemies. Baruka's voice was strangely contemplative, as if she were studying her own feelings. But we are not your enemies, Luke said. Mother Aldwin told me that you petitioned to join the Singing Mountain clan, Tenneniel said. We would like to welcome you back fully as a sister some day. Yes, Baruka said distantly. She has chosen to leave the Nightsister clan. She said it as if she were speaking of someone else, someone who was not in the cave, and Leia knew that this woman was not saying. You chose to leave the Nightsisters, Tenneniel said. Yes, Baruka whispered, as if remembering. Will you help us? Tenneniel asked. We need to go to the prison, to find some parts for a ship. Can you tell us where to look? Baruka stood unmoving for a long moment, frowning in concentration. She began to tremble, and whispered, No, I can't. Why can't you? Luke said. Gethzirian has no power over you. She does, Baruka said. Can't you hear her calling me? She hunts me. Even now, she is stalking me. Does she call to you? Luke asked. Do you hear her voice in your head? Yes, Baruka said. What does she say? She rails against me, curses me, Baruka answered. Sometimes I hear her at night, as if she is standing by my bed. You two must have been close, Luke said. Tenneniel said. Gethzirian is her sister. Baruka, Luke said softly. She was your sister, but the part of her that you loved is either gone or has been hidden very deeply. Baruka looked down at the floor, as if gazing into the depths of the earth, then looked up at Luke. Who are you? You are more than you seem. I feel your presence. He is a Jedi Knight from the stars, Tenneniel said. Come to put an end to our world, Baruka hissed, suddenly fierce. Yes. Yes. The prison. I have been there. She spun into motion, began to make hissing and spitting noises. She pointed her staff at the cave floor and swirled it. Leia's heart pounded in fear, and she suddenly realized that the spitting sounds were words, an incantation. The ground at Baruka's feet buckled and rose to form a miniature chain of mountains as high as her knees, stretching from one side of the cave to the other. Suddenly the dust swirled darkly and buildings arose at Baruka's feet. Nestled in the mountains was a long building with 6 sides, with a great courtyard in the center. Cell blocks ran around the inside of each wall, tiny windows and doors showing in minute detail. Small round guard towers rose at each corner of the prison, and perfectly sculpted guard droids swiveled in chairs, keeping watch with their miniature blasters. Small Imperial walkers stood guard at one end, figures made of dust that walked impossibly along the grounds. Outbuildings rose near them, and at last a single large tower formed from the ground near the prison, with a walkway of dirt leading through the air from the upper levels of the prison to the top of the tower. On the far side of the prison, the dust roiled in waves, as if a small lake had formed. Chewbacca roared in fear and pointed. Tiny humanoid figures of dust walked around the perimeters of the prison, some dressed as stormtroopers, others dressed in the robes of witches. Baruka stood over her creation, sweat running down her face, panting. Her eyes were glazed, and the firelight flickered in them. Leia could tell that only a great act of concentration let the woman manipulate the dirt this way. It was a talent beyond anything that Leia had ever seen in Luke, and it frightened her. If Baruka could do this, what kind of power did some of the other Nightsisters have? "These are the entrances to the prison," Baruka said, stabbing toward doors on the east and west of the prison. "And here are its guardians." She stabbed the tower guards with her staff, smashed the Imperial walkers, squashed an outpost on the western edge of the desert. "Gethzirian has long sought to assemble a complete ship so that she can escape," Baruka said, "and she keeps the components here, in the basement beneath her tower." She jabbed her staff into the base of the tower. Han and Luke went to the living map, studied it thoughtfully. "That tower is too heavily guarded for us to come at it in the open," Han said. "In fact, the whole eastern valley here is just too exposed." They looked at the lake to the west of the hills. "I'd say our best bet is to hike through the hills here on the north or south," Luke agreed. "Then sneak to the prison from the back side. Once we're in, it's an easy walk through the prison blocks, over the walkway and into the tower." "Yeah," Han said. "And they've got a hovercraft and a couple of speeder bikes parked out front. Once we get our parts, we should be able to just load them up and leave." On top of the tower, a tiny figure of a Nightsister walked through a door, stood looking up at the sky for a moment, as if staring directly into Baruka's face. Baruka suddenly shrieked, "Gethzirian!" and spun, smashing the figure with her staff. The perfect living replica of the prison crumbled into sand, and Baruka fell to her knees, sobbing. Luke reached over to her, gingerly touched her back, and held her. "It's all right," Luke said. "She won't hurt you anymore. She won't hurt you anymore." Baruka looked up at him, and her face was a mass of purple bruises. "But what of me?" she cried. "When will my scars heal?" Luke touched her face. "Those who use the dark side of the Force to harm others often do harm to themselves," he said softly. He ran his fingers over the bruises, and immediately the puffiness diminished. "Sit with me tonight," Luke said, "and together we can begin your healing." For a long time that night, Leia stretched out on a blanket. The chorus, "Han Solo / what a man! Solo," played over and over in her mind until she had a fierce desire to take a hammer to 3PO. Had he known it would affect her this way? Had he known it would get caught in her mind and play over and over again until she thought she'd scream? To calm herself, she lay awake and listened to Luke as he taught Taniniel, Baruka, and Isolde. "The Jedi uses the Force only for knowledge and defense, never to injure or gain power. But with the spells of our clans," Taniniel countered, "the words of the spells are the same whether we cast them for darkness or light. How will we know whether we are using them rightly?" "It's not the words that give you power, it is your intent," Luke said. "When you remain calm, when you feel at peace, when you show mercy and justice to those who make themselves your enemies, then you will know that you are using the Force correctly. But if you surrender to hate, or despair, or greed, then you give in to the dark side and it will dominate your destiny, take control of you." "I have friends among the Nightsisters," Taniniel said. "As a child I played with Grania and Var, and I considered them dear friends. Even Gethzirian gave gifts to me during Winterfest. We cast her out of our clan only 7 years ago. I cannot think of them as all lost." "Some of them you may win back from the dark side," Luke said. "If you feel good in them still, then you must awaken them to that if you can. But don't be fooled. The dark side can be compelling, and some turn completely from the light, become agents of evil. Remember the good that was once in them if you can, love them for it, but don't let them sway you. The agents of evil seldom reveal themselves willingly. You said that those who follow the dark side can be won back. But what if you yourself become tainted? Baruka asked quietly. How can you free yourself? Then you must turn away from the dark side with your whole heart. Give up your anger, give up your greed, give up your despair. Leia looked over at Baruka, saw that the woman's brow was furrowed and a tear glimmered in her eye. Though Leia could not imagine what was going through the woman's mind, she somehow felt grateful not to have Baruka's problems. Luke reached out and touched Baruka's chin, raised her face and said softly, "And in time you must give up your guilt." Chapter 19. Gethzurian isn't with them, Taniniel said with certainty the following evening as they looked from the hills toward the prison. She nodded toward a long line of marching stormtroopers and Imperial walkers that picked their way across the brown flatlands like a flock of ungainly metallic birds. Secretly, she'd wished that Gethzurian were with the small army. Taniniel did not like the idea of going into the prison complex knowing that she might meet Gethzurian around any corner. The flatlands around the complex appeared dry. What was a lake in winter became a plain in summer. Patches of cane grew tall around frequent mud holes where burra fish had dug down into the lake bed, hoarding water as long as possible. "I count about 80 Imperial walkers and maybe 600 stormtroopers," Isolde said. "Too bad we don't have a way to send a message back to the clan sisters." "I can send a message," Taniniel said. She closed her eyes and half whispered, half sang the spell for talking at great distances. "Ogwyn," she said. "Hear my words, see with my eyes. These are the forces that the Nightsisters send against you." Taniniel felt the easy sense of contact with Ogwyn, let the woman see the marching Imperials from her own eyes. "How long do you think it will be before they reach Singing Mountain?" Isolde asked. Taniniel broke contact. 2 days, Taniniel said. "We should get back before they do." They stood on a hill, hidden by the green fanning leaves from tall wax brush. 8 kilometers off, the lights of the prison gleamed like stars on the horizon. A tall gun tower that seemed made of glass thrust up from the earth like a thorn. The black steel walls of the prison squatted on the green hills. Taniniel whispered a slight spell to sharpen her vision, looked off toward the prison. She could see several witches in their black robes outside the fortress. On towers over the prison walls and at the top of the gleaming city, guardian droids swiveled constantly, covering the prison compound with their guns. A large craft floated in the air in front of the compounds. It looked just as Sister Baruka had showed them. Luke took his macro binoculars from his utility belt. "They've only got one speeder out there, and the hover car is gone. I see some sensor arrays up on the towers, nothing fancy. Still, Arta and 3PO will need to stay here. We can't risk having them get a whiff of our electronics. This being a prison, we've got to figure that they'll have a full array of biosensors. If we're going to make it in unannounced, we'll need to stay out of their range as long as possible, circle south to the hills. Once we make it there, the rock will screen us out." Arta began whistling and rocking in his housing. "Sir," 3PO translated, "R2 is picking up communications between Zsinj's starships and the prison." "Well, what do they say?" Han asked. "I'm afraid the transmissions are coded," 3PO answered. "However, the code does appear to be based on one that the Rebel Alliance broke several years ago. If you give me a few hours, I may be able to translate it for you." "Sorry, 3PO," Luke said. "I'd like to know what they're saying, but we can't wait that long. Why don't you work on it while we're gone?" "Very well, sir," 3PO said. I'll devote my full resources to the task. Good, Luke said. Chewie, you take care of the droids for us. We'll see you soon. Chewbacca growled and patted Han on the back as they said their goodbyes. Teneniel unharnessed her rankers, told them to go into the forest to hunt. As always here on Dathomir, the sun fell away suddenly, and in the purple twilight Han, Leia, Luke, Isolde, and Teneniel headed across the plain, keeping the cane patches between them and the towers of the city. Teneniel whispered spells to sharpen her hearing and her sight, but for the first few minutes, the only sound was the occasional croak of a lizard or the splashing of burra fish in their mud holes, until in the distance, she heard Tosh roar, a lonely wailing call bidding them farewell. They headed for the barren hills to the south, reached them in 2 hours just as the first of Dathomir's small moons rose, and then raced northward through the washes and gullies. The rocks and soil reflected the dull silver light of the moon and still radiated dry heat from the day, but a cool wind from the mountains whispered through the dead grasses. In one wash, they met a pair of horned creatures digging their way out of the sand, and Luke stopped. The husky saurians thrashed their tail spikes in surprise, but did not seem frightened enough to fight. Instead, they retracted their heads beneath their armored shells, shook the last of the dirt from their backs, then ambled over a hill, heading toward the cane fields for dinner and a drink. Soon after that, the company turned a corner in a wash and found the guard post, a white, covered tower perhaps 15 meters high. The tower had 2 chairs on a platform, and a mount for a blaster cannon. But the cannon had been taken off its mount, and no one was stationed at the guard post. "What do you think is going on?" Leia said. "Where are the guards?" "We saw quite a few stormtroopers marching off," Han said. "Maybe the prison is only running a skeleton crew, so some of the guards got pulled." "No," Luke said. "Look at the sensor array up on that tower. The dish is rusted over." He suddenly realized that none of the others could have spotted that kind of detail in the dark. Luke was straining his Jedi senses to their fullest. "I don't think they're using this post at all anymore and haven't put a guard out here in years. Think about it, since the Emperor interdicted this planet, everyone here is a prisoner. Even if someone runs away, they can't really go anywhere." "Still," Leia said, "they wouldn't want murderers and thugs running loose." There was a wrongness to her thought, and Luke considered, trying to decide what it might be, but needed to focus his attention elsewhere at the moment. Luke sighed. "Well, this is it. Let's go see what we can find." And he headed up the draw, past the guardhouse. A moment later they came out of the draw and found a wide brown river. He'd expected a lake. During their trip through the winding gullies, they'd actually crossed the small chain of hills. Up to the north a kilometer, a dozen giant droids bristling with arrays of shovels and clippers and multiple hands worked at moving irrigation pipes over several well-manicured fields. Baruka's map had not shown the droids, so there were subtle differences. Beyond that, he could see only the east wall to the prison, a lofty black wall that even a ranker couldn't climb. On each of 2 towers, vaguely humanoid droid gunners handled the blaster cannons. Both droids faced inward, guns trained on the courtyards. "I don't see much out there," Luke said, surveying the ground with his macro binoculars. "There's some harvester droids and a pumping station. I see the sally port at the back of the prison, but it's hard to tell how well guarded it might be." Luke began to put his macro binoculars away, but Teneniel snatched them, held them up and smiled to see that the amethyst light showed the world better than even her spells could. "Let's go in that door," Isolde said. "We can't just walk up to it," Han objected. "We can hijack one of the harvester droids," Isolde said. "They're pretty basic droids. If you jump into their hoppers, they'll think that they've harvested a crop and take you right into the food processing plant. Are you sure it will work? Han asked. What if the guards at the Sally port check the hopper? What if those droids on the wall see us and take a shot? What if the harvest droids have built-in shredders to mulch the crop? I can think of a million things that could go wrong. Do you have a better idea? Isolde countered. First of all, guards work at trying to keep people from getting out of prison. They don't worry about people trying to break in. Second, we don't have to worry about the guards on the wall seeing us, because we're going to crawl in low, under the crop cover. And third, I know those harvest droids don't have internal shredders because those are Hapan Model HD-234Cs. Han glared at Isolde, and Luke glanced at Leia to see her reaction. Isolde's plan had merit, and Han's skepticism was his usual caution. Luke could feel the tension between the two men, but he also sensed that Isolde's idea was sound. Fine, Han said. I'll lead. He unholstered his blaster and followed a ridge downhill, keeping a spur of land between them and the guard droids on the wall. When they crept to the edge of the muddy fields, he ran low between rows of tall vines thick with berries. Several times he snatched large berries and popped them in his mouth. They quickly reached a harvester droid. It had dozens of small claws, and it used them to feed berries into a mouth-like hopper. It stood only 3 meters tall and walked on stubby legs. Han looked up at it dumbly while Isolde climbed a little access ladder on the droid's side, lowered himself experimentally partway into the droid. The droid seemed unaware of him and kept feeding berries into the hole, so that Isolde had to push them back out. Come on in, Isolde said. This one is nearly empty. Han, Leia, and Luke quickly followed. Teneniel hesitated, and Luke could sense her fear. She didn't like the idea of going into that mouth, dropping into a dark room. The droid turned and began walking toward the prison, apparently satisfied that its hopper was full. Luke stuck his head out the hopper and whispered, Teneniel, hurry! She raced up the ladder and leaped in. The hopper was pretty cramped with 5 people in it, and Luke found himself standing in berries up to his knees, wedged tightly between Teneniel and Isolde. Luke sensed Teneniel's desperation, held her hand and whispered, It's all right. You'll be all right. Han lifted himself up, looked out the droid's mouth, as it marched them toward the prison walls. Looks like 2 guards at the Sally port, Han whispered, then dropped back. Teneniel's heart was beating wildly, and she tried hard to still her breathing, feel calm, feel the force as Luke had told her. Luke studied her effort. At long last, she breathed easier, and Luke whispered, Good, and squeezed her hand. A light shone overhead through the mouth as they reached the Sally port, and the droid stopped. Its metallic voice grated, I have a load of Hwotha berries for delivery to the processors. So soon? One of the guards queried. Those vines must be snapping under the weight. Go on ahead. The droid marched into the prison, and dimly Luke could hear the guards talking. With that many berries, do you think we'll get some? Nah, the other said. The brass will eat them all. The droid trudged through brilliantly lit halls, past machines that hissed and spat steam, then stopped momentarily. The floor dropped out beneath them, and Luke found himself sliding through the dark down a smooth metal tube. Teneniel made a noise, frightened, and Luke grabbed her hand, whispered, It's all right. Conveyor wheels pushed them along in a tangle as nozzles built into the roof squirted them with water. They passed through the washers and suddenly jets of freezing air squirted over them. And then there was light from an opening in the tubing just ahead. Luke rolled off the processor and pulled Teneniel with him, and they all lay amid a heap of machinery that clanked and droned. Metal legs held the food processors up at waist level. The air was moist and warm, but Luke could not see much. He listened intently. He could hear voices off to his right, echoing down a narrow hallway. "Where are we?" Tennille asked. "We're under the kitchens, in the service tunnel for the food processors," Han answered. "Now all we have to do is find a way out of here." "This way," Luke whispered, listening to the sound of voices. He led them crawling through a forest of metal legs and machinery, under a ceiling of pipes, over a carpet of dust balls. After 6 minutes they reached an opening, a heavy grate bolted to the floor. Through it he could see hundreds of people milling about in a large dining room, all of them wearing orange jumpsuits. Many of them were humans, but several were hairless reptiles with enormous eyes mounted on a face that curved out like a ladle. "Ithorians," Han grunted. "What are Ithorians doing in a prison?" Leia said, and she stopped and gazed out. A green woman walked by. Up on a catwalk overlooking the kitchens, armored Imperial stormtroopers strolled with blaster rifles in hand, watching the prisoners. Luke looked down through the forest of machinery, saw another light. "This way," he said, moving on. Several minutes later they came to the second grate. Beyond that they could see a lighted room that smelled hot and wet. An elderly man supervised several droids that were hanging uniforms on racks. Behind Luke, the others scrunched up, looking out at the exit. "What now?" Han asked. The old launderer ordered the droids to wheel the clothes out and exit, and the droids soon left. Luke said loudly and calmly to the lone occupant of the room, "You, come and open this grate." "Oh, please, Luke," Leia whispered urgently. "Don't try that trick. It never works for you." The man walked over to the grate, looked in. "What are you doing down there?" "You must open this grate," Luke said, letting his force flow into the old man. "I don't know the access code," the old man whispered conspiratorially, "or I'd be glad to help you. What are you doing in there? Did you get lost or something?" Luke suddenly realized that his Jedi tricks would not work on this old man, yet the prisoner would be happy to help them. "Wait a minute, Luke," Han said. "I see the access plate right up here. Maybe I can hotwire it." "Don't bother," Leia said. "You'll probably just set off an alarm." Han whipped out his blaster, demolished the plate. A few blue sparks bit into Luke's face. Everyone held their breaths, listening. "See," Han assured them. "No alarm." "You got lucky," Leia whispered. "Now you'll want to fiddle with the wiring for an hour, and then you'll set off an alarm." Han reached up with one hand, said, "Ow," as he touched the hot metal. Immediately the grate slid up. "See," he whispered. "Easy." "Braggart," Leia hissed as she crawled into the laundry room. "You only say that because you find it so hard to express your true admiration," Han said. "Good job," Luke said as he crawled through the hatch. The laundryman helped him up, gawking. "What are you doing?" the old man asked. "We're breaking in," Han said. By the time Tennille got out, the old prisoner stood looking at them. He said, studying his shoulder. "You folks can't go running around in here dressed like that. What will you wear?" "What have you got?" Han asked. "Just about everything comes through here," the old man said. "Uniforms for prisoners, guards, even that local junk the witches wear. So where you folks from?" "All over," Han said suspiciously. "Why all the questions?" "Lighten up," Luke answered. "He's harmless." "How can you be so sure?" Han said. He's a criminal, after all. Wait a minute, Han, Leia said. I feel it too. What are you in here for? I objected to the Empire, the old laundryman said. I ran an aerospace engineering firm on Coruscant. When they tried to steal some of our designs, we burned our buildings to the ground. I'm afraid that if you're looking for dangerous felons, you've come to the wrong facility. Political prisoners? Han asked. And conscientious objectors, Leia said. Potentially too valuable to the Empire to lose and too dangerous to let remain free and join the rebellion. That's why the Empire imprisoned them here, Luke said, on a virtually uncharted planet. If they were dangerous felons, they'd be sent to a maximum security facility where the Empire could boast that they'd never escape. But these are people that the Empire wanted simply to disappear. Leia studied the face of the old man, a kindly face. How many like you are here? 3,000, the laundryman said. But please, we can talk while you dress. Quickly! What are you doing here? Where will you need to go? Are you trying to take prisoners out? We'll need free access to the compound for right now, Han said. The laundryman sorted through stacks of clothing, pulled out 2 black robes for the women, guard uniforms for the men. But he stopped short when he heard someone approaching through the corridor. 2 burly stormtroopers passed the open door, and everyone in the group stood still, tried to appear casual. The stormtroopers stopped, backed up and looked in the laundry room, fingering their rifles. Hey, you two! Han shouted. Get in here! On the double! Are you talking to us? One of the stormtroopers said, pointing to himself with his thumb. Yes, I am, soldier, Han said. Now get in here! The stormtroopers glanced at each other, cautiously stepped into the room. I'm Sergeant Gruen, Han said, stepping forward. External security. My people just infiltrated your prison here, right under your noses. In all my years in security, I've never seen such sloppy work. Tell me, who is your commanding officer? The stormtroopers looked at each other, pulled their blasters instantaneously. Han grabbed both blasters by the barrels, twisting them so that the shots fired into the ceiling. Isolde and Luke jumped the guards, bowling them over. Han threw the blasters to the floor, whimpering, Oh, hot! In close quarters, the stormtroopers' body armor hindered their movement, and in a few seconds Luke and Isolde pried their helmets off. A couple of well-placed blows quieted the guards. Leia gagged and tied them while Han and Isolde stripped off their armor, then dumped the bodies into a laundry bag. The old worker pushed them into a back room. Luke, Han, and Isolde donned stormtrooper outfits. As they dressed, the laundryman watched them but did not question them at all. Sometimes Luke knew it was better not to know the answers. If he were tortured later, the laundryman would not be able to reveal any vital information. Thanks, Han said, patting the laundryman on the shoulder when they finished. We won't forget this. If we make it off this rock, we'll come back for you. Luke watched the old prisoner, knew that he'd suffer for his part in this unless the guards were neutralized. Wait, Luke said, and he went to the sleeping guards, placed a hand on each of their heads, let the force wash through them, submerging their memories of the brief struggle. When he finished, he was breathing heavily. Dump the men in the tunnel under the grate. When they waken, they won't remember you being here. At least they won't remember for a few years. The old man nodded solemnly, gazed at Luke. I know what you are. I've seen men like you before. I remember the Jedi, he said, and he clasped Luke's shoulder. Thank you. Thank you, Luke said, standing up. He swayed a little with fatigue under the weight of all his armor. Altering another's memory was a difficult task, and Luke worried that he might have overextended his powers for the day. It would have been easier to just kill the guards, but he could not allow that. He hoped he would not regret his decision as they made their way into the prison compound. Chapter 20. Oh dear, 3PO said 0.4 seconds after he broke the Imperial Code. He had hoped to engage Chewbacca in an extended conversation, describe exactly how he had reasoned out the more subtle nuances of the code, but realized that all of this would have to wait. Zsinj has learned from monitoring radio broadcasts that General Solo is here on planet, 3PO hastened to explain. And Gethzurian has negotiated a deal with Zsinj's men regarding Han. She says she found the skid marks showing where the Sisters of the Singing Mountain clan towed the Millennium Falcon, so she anticipates that Han will come to the city looking for spare parts. She's expecting him to walk right into her hands. Chewbacca growled, shaking his bowcaster in the air. We must warn them! 3PO shouted, and R2 emitted a burst of static, squealing his agreement. A whistle blew over the prison's intercom, and in the plasteel corridors a jet-black droid wheeled along, shining its artificial eyes to the right and left. It had a small hand blaster of the kind that could injure but not kill built into its helmet, and as it wheeled down the hallway, it shouted, "Count! Count! Count!" The inmates scattered, trying to stay out of the blaster's path, but the droid nailed 2 men who weren't fast enough to make it to their cells, and the hapless prisoners screamed in pain. Han and Isolde followed it down the corridor, dressed in their stormtrooper attire. Leia and Taniniel followed close behind, disguised as witches. Luke followed last, slow with fatigue. Taniniel took his hand, urged him to walk close behind. Still, Luke stretched his senses to the maximum. They were getting closer to the witch's tower. He could feel them there, ahead. The prison corridors seemed strangely quiet, lacking guards. The prisoners had been locked in their cells for the night. The guard droid let them pass without comment, and they walked through the empty halls, footsteps ringing against the plasteel. As they passed the side hallway that led between tiers of cells, Leia paused. "Wait a minute," she whispered, peering into the first cell. "I know that woman. She's from Alderaan. She served as senior weapons technologies advisor to my father." "Keep moving," Luke said softly. "We can do nothing for her at the moment." "But she's supposed to be dead," Leia said. "Her ship was found crashed." "Move along," Luke said softly. They came to a sealed door with an electronic lock beside it. Through a window in the door they could see a second door. Han looked at the number pad for the electronic lock, pushed in a 4-digit sequence at random. A red light flashed above the pad, indicating that he'd hit the wrong combination. "Don't," Luke said. "Let me see if I can get it." He walked to the pad, put his hand on it, closed his eyes in concentration. Dozens of guards used the pad daily. He could sense which 4 keys they pressed, but did not know the precise order. Hesitantly, he pressed the 4 numbers in the order he hoped would be correct. A green light flashed at the top of the pad, then the door swung open. Luke pressed a button to open the next door. It led to a tiny turbolift. When the others stepped into the tiny room, Taniniel stood staring at them a moment, frowning. "Come on," Luke said. "It's a turbolift. It will take us up to the walkway that leads to the tower." Taniniel blushed and hurried in. When the turbolift reached the top, the door opened into a glass causeway that spanned over the dark prison walls. The glass was so clear, so perfect, that Luke could see stars above him. Down outside the towers was a workyard, a few metal shacks, some Nightsisters walking under brilliant electric lights. and a smothering sensation hit Luke. He could feel Nightsisters near, just ahead in the towers. Isolde and Han took the lead, headed over the causeway, but Teneniel stood rooted in terror. "It's all right," Luke whispered. "Let the intercom come to you. Draw your strength from the Force, let it wrap around you like a cloak. We have to get past them, if we're going to get to their shipyard. The Force can hide you from her." At the far side of the causeway, a door opened. Four Nightsisters in black robes, their cowls down low, walked toward them. The one in the lead walked with stiff legs slowly, hands clasped over her belly. Luke breathed deeply, slowly, and let the Force flow through him. The others walked ahead, and Teneniel heaved her legs forward, woodenly. The Nightsisters passed in the narrow corridor, and one woman's black skirts slapped against Teneniel's. And then they were past. The Nightsisters stopped, and Luke could feel Teneniel's fear, could feel how she wanted to run. "Halt! You there!" A Nightsister shouted at their backs, her voice dry and crackling like rotted leather. As one the group stopped. The Nightsister demanded, "What were you doing so late at the prison?" Han turned, answered through his helmet microphone. "Trouble in cell block C." The Nightsister nodded her head thoughtfully, began to turn away, but looked back at them. "What trouble? Why wasn't I notified?" "A minor scuffle between inmates," Han said. "We did not wish to disturb you." The Nightsister pulled her hood back, and in the brilliant lights, Luke was struck with horror. Her white hair was unkempt and matted. Her bloodshot eyes were a vivid crimson. But most horrible was her face, a purplish monstrosity from ruptured blood vessels, gray and dead in the cheekbones. "I feel your fear," the Nightsister said. "What would a Nightsister have to fear here, in our domain? With so many guards gone, there are rumors of an impending riot," Han said, stepping forward, inserting himself between Teneniel and the Nightsisters. "I'm afraid there may be some truth to those rumors." The Nightsister nodded thoughtfully. Luke could feel her trying to probe them, and he almost pulled his blaster. Instead, he channeled the Force, let it flow into the witch, quiet her suspicions. "I will pay a visit to Block C. My presence should cow the rabble," she said. "Thank you for alerting me." Han nodded, and the Nightsister turned, pulled up her hood and proceeded to the turbo lift. Han led the way into the glass tower. He opened a door and marched them through some kind of common room. A dozen Nightsisters dressed in black robes lounged on plush couches in a circle, engrossed in the spectacle of watching ghostly floating images of beautiful men and women. The Nightsisters sat snacking on exotic foods, and did not even seem to notice them pass. Han led them to a turbolift, and as the door closed, Teneniel nearly collapsed. "The Nightsister we passed," she said. "That was Gethzirian. I was sure she'd recognize me." She swallowed a deep breath. Luke stood looking at the turbolift door, and suddenly he felt as if he were very high in the air, looking down at Dathomir below, and all of it was black. All of it was frozen. Every bit of it. Everyone, everything was dead. He closed his eyes, tried to rest for a moment, thinking that perhaps his fatigue was affecting his vision, but the blackness remained, and a tremendous sense of despair and urgency filled him. He stared into the blackness, knowing it for what it was, a vision of the future. "What?" Leia said, turning to Luke. "What is it?" "We can't leave here," Luke said, the words feeling dry in his mouth. "We can't leave this world yet, not this way." "What do you mean?" Isolde asked, and Han said, "Yeah, what do you mean? We've got to leave." "No," Luke said, staring away. He pulled off his helmet, gasped for breath. No, we can't. Everything here is so wrong. There's so much darkness. He could feel the darkness coming, the cold, seeping into every fiber of his muscles. Look, Han said. We're going to get some spare parts for the Falcon, then the whole bunch of us are going to fly our tails back to safety. As soon as we get back to Coruscant, we can send a fleet in. You can command 1,000,000 troops, whatever it takes. No, Luke said with certainty. We can't go. He was frightened. But he had no plans. He couldn't go back up to the Nightsisters and attack them. They couldn't afford a confrontation now. Listen to Han, Isolde said. These people have been trapped here for years. They don't need us to martyr ourselves for them tonight. They'll last until we can get back to rescue them. A pale light of certainty seemed to flash through Luke, and the Jedi turned to Isolde, glanced quickly at all of them. No, they can't. Watch and you'll see. Believe me, the powers of darkness are gathering rapidly. Isolde, you said your fleet will be arriving in 6 days. But if we don't stop it before then, this planet will be destroyed. Han shook his head doubtfully. Listen, kid, he said. Don't go getting all crazy on me. I know you're under a lot of pressure. You've got a few problems now, and I really do sympathize. But if you keep talking like that and scaring these folks, I'm going to have to bust you in the chops. Luke could feel Han's nervousness. He didn't want Luke upsetting the others. Perhaps rightfully so. The turbolift jarred as it hit bottom, and Luke hit a key plate. The doors hissed open, but Luke still had his back to the door. Go ahead, Han, Luke said, gesturing at the immense storage chamber behind him without bothering to turn around. Here is what you want. Luke turned to see 36 damaged ships, 3 nearly demolished Imperial lift wing carriers, a dozen TIE fighters melted halfway down to slag, parts of broken hover cars. Han surveyed the damaged vehicles and gasped. In the center of the junkyard, with footlights shining under them, sat a nearly completed TIE fighter and a stock light freighter that looked almost exactly like the Millennium Falcon. Most of the forward sensor forks were painted rust orange, while the hull was a faded olive and the rear drives were an old space pirate blue. Weld marks showed where parts of 3 ships had been cobbled together. They've almost got themselves a ship, Han said, pulling off his helmet to get a better look. It looks like all they need is a few more cells for the sublight drives. We couldn't be that lucky, Leia said. Hey, these old Corellian stock light freighters were some of the most popular in the galaxy in their day, Han said. And you still can't find a ship that's more durable. Isolde pulled off his helmet, took a deep breath of the fresh air. More overweight and clunky, you mean? Same thing, Han said. Han headed down a shallow ramp toward the ship, and Leia said, Wait. Han stopped, and Leia studied the shipyard suspiciously. These are pretty valuable pieces of equipment, she said. They're here underground, lighted. Don't you think it's odd that they aren't guarded? Who needs guards? Han asked. These ships won't fly. Besides, you saw the stormtroopers marching off. The place is a little understaffed tonight. What about alarms? Luke asked. He picked up his macro binoculars, scanned the room, adjusted the dials. I don't see any laser alarms, but this place could be rigged with anything, motion detectors, magnetic field imagers, and in this junk pile, we wouldn't even know where to begin looking. So what do you want us to do? Han asked. Just stand here? We've got to check this ship out. Come on, Leia said, touching Luke's shoulder. He's right. Han and the group crept forward, scanning the ground, the surrounding junk piles. The Corellian freighter's hatch doors were closed, and Han stopped a moment, studying the access keypad. If I were going to guard this ship, the place where I'd put the alarm is right here, Han said. If someone punches in the wrong sequence, BZZZT, the alarm goes off. What's the right sequence? Teneniel asked. Luke placed his hand over the keypad, but no one had touched it in a long time. He couldn't feel the sequence. I don't know, Han said, studying the characters. Every captain has his or her own code. But of course the port authorities have overrides, depending on what systems you're registered in. Here are the licenses. He pointed out a column of characters. Some of the alien scripts were tiny, delicately curved. Others were in pictographs, while still others were blockish and bold with crude knife shapes, as if they'd been designed by some warrior race. Whoever ran this ship did a lot of traveling in the Chokan, Viridia, and Zdex systems. I used to know some of those port access codes back in the days of the Old Republic, but this character was running for the Imperials. They changed all of the codes. Damn, I wish I'd done more pirating. Isolde stepped up to the ship, punched in the code 150311. The hatch swung down. Chokan Imperial Port Authority Code, Isolde said, smiling. Han looked at him, astonished. You work the Chokan system? Even with that nasty plague? Isolde shrugged. I knew a girl there. Must have been some girl, Leia said. Han hurried up into the ship. I'll go run diagnostics and make sure these parts are worth stealing. Isolde, you and Leia find some wrenches and get the sensor array window off, then go down in the hold and start pulling the AC generators off their mounts. Luke, run get a couple of barrels so we can drain the coolant. As the others went inside, Luke stood with Teneniel a second, patted her on the shoulder, his face tense. This is going to take some time, Luke said. Keep your eyes open. Leia and Isolde got some tools out of the ship, and pulled off the sensory array window. Luke went to a far wall where huge metal containers were stored, rolled a barrel across the room. Teneniel whispered some spells to sharpen her senses, but found that it did no good. Somehow, subconsciously, she had already tapped into the Force. With her heightened senses, she could hear every thudding movement and clank of tool, Han's excited delight from the cockpit as he whispered, Jackpot! The echoing pings as Luke rolled the barrel over the floor, crunching bits of sand and dirt. Luke went inside the freighter, grunting as he worked a hand pump to transfer the coolant to the barrel. Leia and Isolde carried their window inside and fired up some torches to cut through frozen bolts. The flames hissed and squealed as they cut through the metal. Teneniel walked away from the ship so that she could hear better, wished she had a blaster rifle if only to make her feel more comfortable, better armed. There were so many scrap spaceships in the room that she felt as if she were in a rocky cave. She really couldn't see much from the floor. She decided to climb up the side of a transport that was more molten slag than it was ship. She went to it, looked for a handhold. The tang of oxidizing metal bit into her nostrils. She found a knobby lump, grabbed it, and began pulling herself up, but could have sworn she heard the swishing of skirts, a mumbled word. She glanced around the room, lit only by the footlights at the base of the two partly repaired ships. There were a lot of deep shadows. The high ceilings mildly echoed the thumps of Han and the others as they worked. Teneniel quickly and quietly hurried to the top of the ship, sat looking over the junkyard. From here she could see everything: the storage area, the turbolifts, a door that opened to a stairway on the south wall. At the far north end of the room a rectangular opening led outside. The opening was silvered by moonlight. The darkness, the creepy feel of the place, the muted echoes, the mouth leading outside. All of it came crushing in on Teneniel. It was so much like the warrior's hall she'd entered as a child when her mother died. She felt that same suffocation here, the same yawning emptiness. She looked off into the shadows at a far corner of the room, thought she glimpsed movement, dark shapes running in the shadows. She stared at the place but could see nothing. She began chanting softly, a spell of detection, and a bolt of cold fear pierced her. She could feel them there, in the darkness, closing in with deadly intent. Teneniel scanned the room, searching vainly. Something was wrong with her sight. She could feel a cool pressure over her eyes, a stuffiness in her ears, and she tried wiping it away with her hands. Suddenly her vision cleared. Barida stood at the foot of her pile of rubble, with 3 other Nightsisters at her side. One of the women chanted softly, and she held her thumb and forefinger out, pinching them together. Invisible fingers seized Teneniel's throat, choking her. "Welcome, Sister Teneniel," Barida said. "So we set a trap, and look who has fallen into it. What happened? Did you finally tire of hiding in the mountains?" Teneniel gasped for breath, found herself struggling. Her ears thudded and rang, her lungs burned. She tried to sing a counterspell, but could get no air. "Too bad I cannot let you live another moment," Barida said. "I'm sure that Gethzirian would have enjoyed tormenting you." She gave a hand signal, and the Nightsister at her side sang louder. She balled her purpled hand into a fist. Teneniel felt her windpipe wrench terribly, and Luke's words rang through her ears. "Let the force flow through you." There were no spells she could sing, no chants, not even a funeral dirge. The Nightsisters thought her powerless. Teneniel tried to calm herself, let the force flow through her, open her throat. The pile of slag on which she stood seemed to twist and buck beneath her like a frightened rancor, and Teneniel dropped to her hands and knees. The force was not there, nowhere to be found. Her heart pounded wildly with terror, and with all her will she tried to shriek for help before she died. The world twisted, and she dropped into the dark void, swallowed by blackness like her mother before her. Luke heard Teneniel scream in his mind, shouted for Han, and ran down the gangplank. He saw the Nightsisters huddled in their robes 100 meters from the ship, Teneniel lying in a heap on the carrier above them. "Stop!" Luke shouted. "Let her go!" He let the force surge through him, opened Teneniel's trachea. The girl gasped for breath. "What?" Barida asked. "A puny little man seeks to command us?" The witches turned toward him. "Leave this place," Luke said. "I warn you, tell Gethzirian to take the Nightsisters away and set your slaves free." "Or what, Offworlder?" Barida said. "Or you'll bleed all over us when we pop your head open? Has your stay on our world been so short that you don't know what we are?" "I know what you are," Luke said. "I've battled your kind on other worlds." One of the Nightsisters grabbed Baritha's arm, a warning gesture. Behind Barida, 2 of the Nightsisters began to sing softly in harmony, and their images faded. Luke let the force flow through him, realized they were trying to alter his perceptions. "You cannot hide yourselves from me," Luke said. "No matter where you run, I would hunt you down. Your only chance to live is to leave now, peaceably." "You lie!" Barida shouted, throwing back her hood. At the top of her voice she began yelling her spell. "Artha, Artha!" Luke pulled his blaster and fired. Barida cut short her spell. She reached out with a gesture and slapped the blaster bolt away. "You are no spellcaster!" Barida shouted, and one of the Nightsisters rushed toward him. Luke pulled out his lightsaber, flipped it on and threw it, so that it tumbled end over end. The Nightsister grabbed for the handle, and Luke used the force to twist the lightsaber in midair, killing the hag. He called the lightsaber back to his hand. Bartha and the Nightsisters drew back a pace. One of the women shouted, "Gethzerian, sisters, come to us!" And Luke knew that she was summoning reinforcements. Teneniel lurched from the top of the wreck, took a flying leap toward Luke. "No!" Bartha shouted, and she began chanting her spell again. A solar panel broke free from a TIE fighter, went spinning toward Teneniel, caught her in the back and knocked her to her belly. She slid next to Luke's feet, but rose to her knees. Bartha chanted her spell and another solar panel flew across the room. Teneniel ducked beneath it and glared at the old woman. "You really don't want to try this with me," Teneniel warned viciously. Behind them, the engines to the freighter roared to life, and Luke had to question the sanity of trying to fly the thing with over half its sublight drive cells missing while overhead the STAR destroyers were poised to blow any outgoing craft from the sky. But at the moment, he really didn't feel like arguing. A sensor array broke free from the TIE fighter, went swirling toward Teneniel. Luke shouted, "Come on!" But the girl stood her ground, began singing a counterattack. The computer array twisted in the air, hurtled toward the Nightsisters. Bartha jumped aside to dodge hardware, but one Nightsister got hit and went flying to the ground. "Damn you, Gethzerian!" Teneniel shouted to the air. "I'm sick of the way you hunt us. I'm sick of trying to stay out of your path. I'm sick of the way you hurt and kill. I'm sick." Luke looked at Teneniel's face, realized that she was enraged, mad beyond reason. He could feel the force of her wrath. Her face was red and tears streamed from her eyes. Teneniel began muttering her song, and a hurricane blew through the room. A TIE fighter flipped over under the force of the onslaught, tumbled toward the Nightsisters. The witches ducked and raised their hands, gesturing a warding spell. "No! Don't give in to anger!" Luke shouted, grabbing Teneniel's shoulder. "That's not Gethzerian! That's not her!" Teneniel turned, looked in his face, gasping for breath, and suddenly seemed to realize where she was. Han fired the freighter's forward blasters into a heap of slag, throwing shrapnel, and creating a cloud of smoke and ionized gases that blew toward the Nightsisters like a storm. Luke grabbed Teneniel's hand, pulled her up the gangplank and hit the close switch, rushed to the cockpit. Han was there alone. Luke could not hear the witches singing any longer, but through the viewscreen he saw them, fists outstretched in a gripping gesture. Han slowly pulled the thruster stick, trying to raise the ship. "Man, these drives are in worse shape than I thought," he said doubtfully. "I don't think this bucket can even lift off." At the far side of the room, figures in black robes flowed from a doorway. Luke said, "Get us out of here, now!" Han struggled to lift the stick. "This throttle is stuck," he shouted, grasping it with both hands. Luke looked at the witches with their gripping gesture, channeled the force through him, then reached down and pulled the throttle up easily. The ship rattled and rose, and Luke spun it around, through the sublights on full power as they surged toward the portal on the far side of the building. The witches behind were caught in the flash of tail fire as the thrusters ignited. The ship burst out of the building, and the freighter shuddered and rolled to the sound of blaster fire. "Don't worry," Han said. "It's just the sentries on the prison towers. The shields can hold them." Han took the throttle, and they rumbled over the plains. The freighter was sluggish, definitely sluggish. Han shouted over the intercom. "Hey, your highnesses, have you about got those generators loose?" "Negative," Isolde said over the intercom. Give us a few more minutes. Might I remind you that this is an interdicted planet? Han said. And we have a sky full of Imperial destroyers above us who are no doubt arming missiles at this very moment in hopes of blasting us to pieces. Affirmative, Isolde said. We're working on it. I don't want you to work on it, Han said. I want you to get those generators out of there, now. I'll go help, Luke said, and he hurried down the corridor. Tenenio was still standing by the hatch, looking at the door. Her face was pale. She glanced away guiltily. I'm sorry, she told Luke. I won't let it happen again. Luke nodded, crawled down into the hold, up into a snug corner of the right sensor array fork. Isolde had already unbolted 2 generators from the mounts, and he had a huge wrench and tried vainly to loosen another bolt. Leia was pulling on the generators, trying to squeeze them past Isolde's body. Pull those generators out of the way if you can, Luke urged Isolde, firing up his lightsaber. Leia, get up there and cap the coolant. Luke slashed the heads off the remaining 6 bolts, then gave the last 2 generators a good kick. Both of them tumbled off the mounts. He and Isolde dragged the generators up to the main deck. They worked desperately to wrestle them onto the hatch gate, and just as they got the last one up, Leia finished capping the barrels of coolant. They dragged all the coolant to the hatch at once. Evacuate ship! Han called over the intercom. He had hardly said the words when he ran out from the cockpit. We'll be flying over a lake in about 30 seconds. I saw it on my screens! Han hit the open latch on the hatch, and as the entry ramp dropped away, the coolant and generators went spilling out. Luke was surprised to see that they were only traveling 5 meters above ground at perhaps 60 kilometers per hour. A blast rocked the ship, and Han looked up. Those STAR destroyers know we're here. Let's hope the shields can hold for 30 seconds. A sudden barrage sent the ship bouncing, and Isolde grabbed the sensory array window and slipped down the ramp. He caught himself halfway, dropped the window, tried crawling back. A second barrage rocked the ship, sent him sliding farther. Leia screamed, grabbed his hand. Moon-silvered water flashed beneath them, and Luke grabbed Tenenio's hand and pulled her from the ship. All 5 of them dropped together. Luke plunged into the water, and his feet hit mud. He bobbed back up to the surface, looked around desperately for the others. Tenenio came up beside him, Han and Leia 20 yards away. Beyond them, Isolde floated up on his back. Leia swam for Isolde. Luke looked out at the ship, flying over the lake. After several more missile hits, the shields died, and the ship exploded in a green fireball that mushroomed up into the night. Luke swam to Leia and Isolde, found Isolde's face muddy. He'd hit the shallows and was coughing dirty water. He's lucky he didn't snap his neck, Leia said. Luke touched him, felt life still strong in him. He'll be all right. They walked 100 yards through the shallows, lay down on the beach. Luke could feel a tremor in the force, like a thin probing finger of thought, Gethzirian stretching out with her mind, trying to find them. They were less than 10 kilometers from the city, in fairly clear view, and the Nightsisters had surely seen the ship blow up, but Gethzirian was using the Force to search for survivors. Luke cleared his mind, let Gethzirian's touch wander past him. He looked at Tenenio, saw her struggling for control. She suddenly relaxed, and Luke felt that the danger was over, at least temporarily. The probing touch moved out farther over the lake. Well, Leia panted. That wasn't so hard. Yeah, Isolde agreed, still coughing. Maybe we should go back, try it again. We need to hurry and get out of here, Luke said. Gethzirian will be sending stormtroopers to look for survivors and see if she can salvage the wreck. I don't want them to find anything but our tracks." Luke's words seemed to sober the entire group. Luke tried to catch his breath. "Luke, let me see your macro binoculars," Han said. Luke reached down to his waterproof pouch, pulled out the macro binoculars. Han lay panting, looking up into the sky. "What? What's up there?" Isolde asked. "I don't know," Han said. "I saw it as we flew out. Something funny on the sensors." "What?" Leia asked. "Satellites," Han said. "Zsinj's men have released thousands of satellites overhead." "Like what?" Isolde asked. "Orbital mines?" "Maybe," Han said. "Probably. Whatever they are, there's a lot of them." Leia looked up at the sky, searching among the stars. "I don't know," she said. "I've got a bad feeling about this." Luke followed her gaze. He could see the satellites, thousands of dim stars, as if the number of stars in the sky had doubled within the past few hours. He thought back, realized that the satellites must have been released near the same time he had his vision in the turbolift. He closed his eyes, saw the vision again, eternal night. Chapter 21. A pale pink sun was just rising under clear skies, and Luke was struggling to patch a breached container of coolant when the rankers came loping across the flats. The group had been working for less than 15 minutes, and Luke sensed that they needed to leave soon. Gethzirian stormtroopers would be here in another half hour. Chewbacca bellowed in greeting, and 3PO shouted, "Oh, thank goodness we found you!" He turned to Chewie and Arta. "See, I told you they would be all right. General Solo would never allow himself to get blown up." His head swiveled back around. "So, what are you doing out here?" "We had to bail out of the ship before it got shot down," Luke said. "But we broke open a canister of coolant. I put some steel tape on it, but I'm waiting for the adhesive to dry. We're glad you showed up." "I'm the one who found you," 3PO bragged. "Thanks to my superior A1 verbobrain, I was able to crack that Imperial code." R2 squealed derisively, and 3PO added, "With R2's help, of course. We were just on the way to the city to warn you." Han grunted, sat down on the barrel. "Warn us of what, Mr. Verbobrain?" "Gethzirian," 3PO said. "She planned to set some kind of trap for you." "Yeah, we sort of figured that out on our own," Han said, "when she sprung it." "But there's more," 3PO said. "Show them the latest message, R2." R2 squealed, leaned forward on the ranker and focused his holocams. 2 images appeared on the mud flats standing side by side, Gethzirian and a young officer wearing the slate-gray uniform that identified him as one of Zsinj's generals. Gethzirian said, "General Melvar, you may inform Zsinj that we have captured General Han Solo, and we of the Sisterhood await the shuttle he promised in trade." The old witch stood silently, hands folded over her stomach. General Melvar calmly regarded her with a thrill-killer's glimmering eyes, scratched his jaw with a platinum fingernail shaped like a claw. Such cuticle implants were costly and painful, and those who wore them often cut themselves accidentally. General Melvar had the thin white facial scars to prove it. "Warlord Zsinj has reconsidered his offer." Melvar smiled coldly. "He wishes to express his sorrow at having had to bomb the ship that left your compound, but now that Solo's Millennium Falcon has been destroyed, matters have changed. It was Solo's ship that we destroyed." Gethzirian nodded. Her eyes were half-closed, secretive. "Who was on it?" Melvar asked, his voice threatening. Stormtroopers, Gethzirian lied. They saw that we were repairing the ship and tried to fly it before the repairs were completed. If you had not killed them, I would have. I suspected as much. Melvar smiled triumphantly. Although I must admit that I had rather hoped you were aboard. He took a deep breath. So you have General Solo, and you wish for a shuttle. Gethzirian nodded stiffly, her dark hood hiding her eyes. You realize that now that Solo's ship has been annihilated, Melvar said, your bargaining position has weakened. Therefore, Warlord Zsinj wishes to make a counter-proposal to your ratty band. As I fully expected, Gethzirian answered. At this, the general averted his eyes, tried to hide his annoyance at being anticipated. She continued, After all, it is well known even on our remote world that Warlord Zsinj never keeps his word when doing so might inconvenience him. I rather expected that he might scoff at releasing the Nightsisters from Dathomir. So tell me, what lesser bauble does he offer? Warlord Zsinj offers to retrieve General Solo from your sisterhood in 36 hours. He will be coming personally to collect the general. In return, he will refrain from destroying your planet. So he offers us nothing? Gethzirian asked. He offers you your lives. Melvar grinned. You should be grateful to receive even that. You do not understand the Nightsisters, Gethzirian scoffed. We don't value our own lives. So you see, he offers us nothing of value. Nevertheless, Melvar said, we demand that you release Han Solo to us at once. Extinction is such a permanent condition. Take a few moments to decide. And you may tell Zsinj that we of the Nightsisters have an offer of our own. Tell Zsinj that in return for our release from this world, our sisterhood will serve him. Melvar's eyes brightened with interest. How can he be sure of your devotion? We will bring him our daughters and our granddaughters, all our females under the age of 10. He may keep them where he will, as his hostages. If we displease him, he may kill our children. Only a moment ago you admitted that life held no value for you, Melvar argued. If this is true, then wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you would sacrifice your own children to gain your freedom? Gethzirian's voice grew rough with emotion. She said softly, No mother could be so evil. Tell Zsinj to consider our offer, as we must consider his. The holograms flickered off, and Han stood up, looked around. So, Han said, what do you think Zsinj has planned? Aerial bombardments, what? Leia refrained from answering. He said he'd destroy the planet, not just the Nightsisters or their city. She breathed deeply. Could he be working on something big? Like another Death Star? Luke asked. I don't think so. I don't know about this, Han said. Gethzirian's playing Zsinj for a sucker, telling him that she's taken me hostage, destroyed my ship. Obviously, she'll do just about anything to get off this rock. And Zsinj sounds like he's willing to do just about anything to get you, Leia said. Yeah, Han agreed. The really scary thing is that if we could just introduce Gethzirian and Zsinj, they have so many personality traits in common that I think they'd really hit it off. Leia looked at Han, frowning in concentration. I don't get it. Zsinj sure seems to want you bad, Han. Coming here personally? He's going to an awful lot of trouble to extort the Nightsisters. What has he got against you? Han scratched his jaw uncomfortably. From atop the rancor, Chewbacca roared, encouraging Han to continue. Somehow Luke knew it would be bad. Well, you know, after I destroyed his Super Star Destroyer, I sort of, called him personally on holo-vid, and, gloated. Gloated? Leia asked. What do you mean, gloated? I don't remember the exact words, but I personally took credit for blowing up his ship and said something like, "Kiss my Wookiee." Chewbacca broke into deep laughter and nodded vigorously. "Let me get this straight," Isolde asked. "You said 'kiss my Wookiee' to the most powerful warlord in the galaxy?" All right, Han said, sitting down on the generator. "I'm sorry. You don't have to rub it in. I admit that I screwed up. I just did it in the heat of the moment." Isolde slapped Han's back. My friend, you're even dumber than I thought. Heck, maybe you're dumber than anybody thought. But I wish I'd been there." Luke felt rather surprised at the way Isolde had called Han his friend. "Yeah," Leia said. "Me too. You could have sold tickets to that." Han looked up into Isolde's eyes. "Really? Oh, you should have seen the look on Zsinj's face. You know, he's got little fat red cheeks, and the spittle was dripping out of his mouth, nose hairs twitching. It was great. Do you know he really is a genius? He can curse fluently in nearly 60 languages. Now I have heard some obscenities in my time, but this man has a special talent." "Oh yeah," Isolde smiled. "You know he's going to put your head on a platter, don't you? And considering Zsinj's reputation, he might even eat it." "Yeah, well," Han said, "it keeps life interesting." "We can worry about Zsinj later," Luke said. "Right now, we had better get these parts back to the Falcon. Let's not get caught out here in the open. When Githzerin finds out that we made it off the ship alive, she'll be right on our tails." Luke looked at the barrel of coolant, feeling uncomfortable. Even with the patch, they'd lost half the barrel, and he knew that they needed every drop to make a safe jump. Leia patted Luke's back reassuringly. "We'll have to make do." He nodded, agreeing only because that was all he could do. They had the rankers quickly load the generators and barrels of coolant into sacks woven from wuffa hide, and then the rankers slung them on their backs. The monsters didn't even seem to notice the load, and in 10 minutes they made it off the mud flats and into the shelter of the foothills. After a day and a night without sleep, the whole party was exhausted, but the rankers were rested, so they rode until near sunset, then made camp. Yet Luke could not rest. He walked off into the forest and paced. It was early evening. He stood on a hill looking out over the plains, and when he blinked his eyes the plains seemed dark, frozen, void of life. "Eternal night," a voice whispered in him. "Eternal night is coming." He wondered if the visions were symbolic, a representation of his own impending death. He stretched out his senses, felt the stirrings in the force. Already, the army of Nightsisters was over halfway to the clan at Singing Mountain. Githzerin had her land speeder, and a trip that took 3 days for her army would take her only an hour. She and the rest of her clan could spend those 3 days laying strategy. Often, Luke had found that in the past he could imagine a battle as it might go, rehearse it in his mind. When he did so, the Force would guide him, give him insights he might not otherwise have had. But this time it was different. His skirmish beneath the towers had taught him little about the Nightsisters' capabilities. He wished that Yoda or Ben would appear to counsel him, yet the only image that came to his mind was Yoda on the holotape, repulsed by the witches. Yoda had been a greater Jedi Master than Luke ever hoped to be, yet the witches had withstood him and others like him. Luke felt unsure of his power. The Force. Where did it really come from? Yoda had said that life created it, that it was energy. But could Luke use it in good conscience? If he was drawing energy from other living things, sucking them as if he were some leech bleeding them dry, how could he really justify what he did? And there was a further matter. In his battles with Darth Vader and the Emperor, Luke felt he had never truly tested his powers to the limits. Vader had sought only to turn him, had kept Luke alive. Yet Luke had no illusions that Gethzirian would be so lenient. "What's going on here, Ben?" Luke whispered, staring back into the deep green jungle. The dying sunlight flashed on the leaves. "Is this some kind of test, or what? Are you trying to find out if I'm ready to stand alone? Do you think I don't need your help? What's going on here?" Yet Ben did not answer. An evening breeze rustled through the tops of the trees so that leaf shadows danced over the ground. Luke looked up at the setting sun, found himself surprised. The forest carried the scent of leaf mold, and some type of fruit in the upper branches of the trees. The evening was warm and perfect, the sun shining on him. Overhead, oblivious to the Nightsisters or Zsinj, lizards jumped among the upper foliage of the forest. In spite of everything, Luke realized Dathomir really was a beautiful world. If the map in Ogwyn's war room was correct, humans seemed to have explored perhaps only 1/100th of the livable surface of the planet. And for most of the creatures here, and on millions of planets elsewhere in the galaxy, Gethzirian's schemes mattered less than the scattering of a handful of sand in the desert. As Luke wandered into the forest, Isolde sat and listened to Han talking to his droid. Leia soon fell asleep, but Isolde woke a bit later, noticed Teneniel sitting by the fire, outside the circle of light, watching the stars. He went and sat by her. "Sometimes at night when I'm out in the desert," Teneniel said softly, "and there are no clouds, no trees to obstruct my view, I lie awake at night and look at the stars, wondering who lives there, what the people are like." Isolde studied the points of light above them. In his pirating days he had worked this part of the galaxy, and he had a gift for astrogation. By noting a couple of major stars, he was able to picture where he was in space. "I've often done the same," he said. "Except that between my history books and lessons in diplomacy and a little travel, I've learned a great deal. Pick a star." He waved at the stars. "I'll tell you about it." "That one," Teneniel said, pointing at the brightest one on the horizon. "That's not a star," Isolde said. "That's just a planet." "I know," Teneniel smiled at him. "But I had to test you. All right, there are 6 stars up there right next to each other that form a circle," she said, pointing directly above them. "The brightest one is blue. Tell me about it." Isolde studied the star a moment. "That's the Setter system, and it's only about 3 light years from here. There is no life around that star, for it's too young, too hot. Pick another star, a yellow one or an orange." "What about the dim star to its left?" "That one?" Isolde considered. "That one is really 2 stars, a double system called Fair or Fairy, and it's pretty far away. 200 years ago, the people there had a very great culture, and they built some of the better starships in the galaxy, small luxury cruisers. I have an uncle who collects antique starships, and he has a restored Fair." "Don't they build ships anymore?" "No, during some wars a lot of people were moving around, checking out new worlds to hide on. Someone accidentally carried a plague to Fair and wiped out the planet. Still, if you had a powerful enough telescope, you could view the people there as they once were. The Fair were very tall, with soft skin a rich ivory, and 6 delicate fingers on each hand." "How could I see them, if they are all dead?" Teneniel asked, disbelieving. "Because with a telescope, you would be seeing light that reflected off their world hundreds of years ago. Since the light is just reaching us, you would be looking into their past." "Oh," Teneniel said. "Do you have such a telescope?" "No," Isolde laughed. We don't make them that well. What about the dim star beneath it? Teneniel asked. That's Olan, and I know that star very well, Isolde said. It's big, and it's bright, and from here it is the only visible star from my home cluster, Hapes. There are really 63 stars very close to each other in that cluster, and my mother rules over them. Teneniel remained quiet for a long time, thoughtful. Your mother rules 63 stars? She asked, her voice shaking. Yes, Isolde said. Does she have soldiers? Warriors and starships? Billions of warriors, thousands of starships, Isolde said. She drew a deep breath, and Isolde realized that his answer must have frightened her. Why did you never tell me this? She asked. I did not know I had captured the son of such a powerful woman. I told you that my mother was a queen, and you knew that when I chose a wife, she would be queen. But I thought she was the queen of a clan village, Teneniel gasped. She lay back on the grass and held her hands up to her head for a moment, as if dizzy. Isolde decided to give her time, let her become accustomed to life on his grand terms. So, Teneniel said thoughtfully, when you leave Dathomir, if I look up at that star, I will know where you are? Yes, Isolde said. And when you are on your home world, will you ever look up in the sky at night and see my son, and think about me? Her voice was choked, desolate. From Hapes, we cannot see your son. It's too dim. Hapes has 7 moons, and they drown out the light from stars this dim, Isolde said, wondering at her tone of voice. He turned to the side, studied Teneniel's face in the starlight. As with most Hapans, his night vision was poor. The light of 7 moons and a brilliant sun made night vision unnecessary, so over the millennia his people had gradually lost the ability to see well in the dark. Still, he could make out her silhouette, the tight lines of her face, the curve of her breast. I don't understand you, Isolde said. What do you think I am to you? You say that I am your slave. You say that your people capture men to be husbands, and the fact that you own me gives you some kind of status in your clan, if I understand correctly. I would never force you to do anything against your will, Teneniel said. I couldn't. As I have said, if some other woman captured you, perhaps you would not be so lucky. Isolde recalled Teneniel's enigmatic smile as she had first approached him, shyly walking around him, singing softly, yet watching him intently, copper eyes never flicking away. He had smiled in return, thinking only to be cordial, and then as he reached out to take the cord she offered, it had entangled him. Now he understood. She had given him every opportunity to escape, and he had let her catch him. As far as mating rituals went, this one was not particularly complex, but the players on both sides had to understand the rules. I see, Isolde sighed. What if you and I did not like each other? What if the marriage didn't work? Then what would you do? Then I could sell you. If you preferred another woman, then an honorable master would try to sell you to her, setting whatever price seemed reasonable given the purchaser's wealth and circumstances. Or if there was no one you liked in our clan, you could arrange to be captured by someone outside the clan, or you could run away up into the mountains, to let me know you were not satisfied, and if I thought it could still work out, I would hunt you down again. There are many things you could do. Isolde considered. Though it sounded barbaric on the surface, the witch's way of mating sounded no less onerous than most other systems. As on his own world, the women dominated, but the men here had recourse. He tried to imagine this world as it had been for thousands of years. Small human bands battling the rankers without weapons. Given such an alternative, marrying a witch, gaining her protection even if only to become a slave, would have been a great boon. And now Teneniel was giving him his freedom. She would let him run away, try to make it off this planet, and she wanted only one thing in return: to be remembered, to be thought of fondly. Given the grasping nature of his aunts, the avarice of his mother, he wondered how many women on his own world would have been so generous, so understanding. She had a beauty to her that he had seldom seen matched. Isolde got up on his elbows, crouched over Teneniel, and kissed her softly on the cheek, knowing that he was kissing her goodbye. He found that her face was wet. She'd been crying. "If I ever make it back to Hapes," he said, "I'll remember you. I know where you are, and sometimes I will look toward Dathomir, and I'll wonder if you are looking across the heavens at me." An hour later, Luke woke the others, and they mounted the rankers and rode hard, driving the rankers mercilessly through the forests, over mountains and through deep canyons. Late in the night, they halted again deep in the woods just 14 kilometers from Singing Mountain. The rankers were too exhausted to move any farther. Luke could feel a sense of urgency, wanted to hurry, but the rankers were too tired and the whole camp was exhausted. "We'll rest here for a bit," Luke said, and as one the groups sloughed off their mounts, and lay on the ground with blankets. Both of the droids had already powered down for the night. Luke ate some meager rations in near silence without a fire, and the rankers stood heaving from exhaustion in the shadows, sleepy-eyed. They weren't recovering well from their exertions, so Teneniel filled the water skin, and as the others in the party slept, the monsters bowed down to her and let her sponge their faces with a wet rag. Luke wondered at their behavior, then realized that since the rankers had no sweat glands, the rigors of the trip left them suffering from the heat. He went to Teneniel. "Here," he said. "Use the Force to help them. It can cool their bodies." He touched the first ranker, let the Force wash over the creature. It sighed contentedly, touched him with a great muddy claw, as if to pet him. Teneniel shook her head in frustration. "I still don't see how you do it," she said. "It seems to me that it would be so much easier with a spell." "If saying some words helps you concentrate," Luke said, "then I don't see that it would do any harm. But the Force cannot be bound by words, encapsulated in words." "I'm sorry for what I did back at the prison," Teneniel said. "I almost killed them. Suddenly, when I was angry, it seemed that nothing you had said made sense. I only wanted to kill them, put an end to their evil, yet your rules prevented me." "They wanted you to try to kill them. They wanted you to give in to hate." "I know," Teneniel said. "But in that moment, I couldn't see how the light side of the Force was stronger than the dark." "I've never said it was stronger," Luke answered. "If it is power that you want, it may be that both sides serve equally well. But look at the Nightsisters. Look at what the dark side offers: fear instead of love, aggression instead of peace, dominion in place of service, and instead of contentment, consuming appetite. If you crave easy power, then the dark side of the Force offers what you desire, at the expense of all else that you value." Luke touched each of the rankers in turn, cooling them. Teneniel put her arms around Luke's chest, hugged him from behind, her cheek nuzzling his shoulder. "And what if I crave love more than anything else?" Teneniel asked. "Will the light side of the Force lead me to it?" It was hard not to understand her question, but Luke was tempted to feign confusion. Luke found her attractive, but to profess love would be misleading. "I don't know," Luke said honestly. "I believe it could." "Before you came," Teneniel said, "I saw you and Isolde in a vision. I'd been lonely for so long, living in the wilderness, and I only wanted to find a husband, rejoin my clan. For many days I worked at casting the seer's spells, and then I saw you in my dreams. I think perhaps you are my destiny." Luke took her clasped hands in his, held them. "I don't believe in destiny. I think we forge our own path in life through the choices we make. Look, I have something I have to say, but I haven't said it because I don't want to hurt you. I feel like we hardly know each other. I think that we need to just calm down." "You mean I need to calm down?" Tenennial whispered. "Among my people we choose our husbands quickly, often in the flashing of an eye. When I saw you, I knew in a moment that I wanted you. I haven't changed my mind. But you act as if love must come tentatively." "I'm not sure it comes tentatively," Luke said. "It's just that sometimes it grows, but usually it dies a quick death." "So?" Tenennial said. "If our love dies a quick death, what have we lost?" "I can't do that," Luke answered. "Love is more than a mere curiosity or a momentary excitement. I don't think that two people can know it's real until they've spent time together, until they have a history together. But I have a duty to fulfill. I'm going to finish my Jedi training, and after I leave this planet, the truth is that I'll probably never see you again. You and I won't ever have much of a history." Luke wanted to say more, wanted to tell her that someday he hoped to meet a girl like her. But then he felt it, a disturbance in the Force, as if something invisible had moved under the canopy of the trees with them. He could feel it floating nearby, and wondered if some kind of animal lurked in the shadows. He turned to look up, and a pressure encircled his head, as if a dark helmet had been placed upon it. A chill ran down his spine, and he fought to remain calm, invisible. He recognized that it was some sort of probe. "What's going on? What is it?" Tenennial asked, and Luke waved his hand, gestured for her to remain silent. He held still for several minutes, fighting for control, drawing upon the Force. Then the feeling faded. Tenennial gasped, as if she'd suddenly been struck by cold water. She tried to cover her head with her hands, then looked up at the night sky and laughed. "Gethzirian, you'll never learn anything of value from me." Gethzirian's brittle voice rang through Luke's ears, filling the woods, coming from everywhere and nowhere. "But I already have," Gethzirian said. "I've learned that Han Solo is alive, and that he dreams with hope of repairing his ship. I must confess I am glad he was able to salvage his precious generators. Believe me, I want as much as you do for him to get that ship running smoothly." Luke reached out with the Force, tried to touch Gethzirian's mind. He saw a brief image of Imperial walkers marching in the darkness, and then Gethzirian recoiled, hiding herself. "Get the saddles back on the rankers," Luke said, feeling grateful that he had been able to heal the beasts of their discomfort, even if only for a few moments. "We've got to leave now. Gethzirian has been marching her troops through the night so that she can attack your clan at dawn." As the Millennium Falcon broke atmosphere, Han's hands flew across the controls. The ship was patchwork, held together by steel tape and hope, but it was flying. "Chewie, get me a reading on the Iron Fist." Chewbacca growled, his massive fingers working the sensors. "I see it," Han said. The Super STAR destroyer loomed on the display, a dagger of black metal against the stars, bristling with weapons. It was the same ship. The same nightmare he'd been chasing for 5 months. The Hapan fleet was already engaging, their battle dragons sweeping in from the flank. Republic ships were pouring out of hyperspace, responding to the distress call. Han's jaw tightened. Zsinj's not running this time. He's making his stand. Leia slid into the co-pilot's seat. "What's the plan?" Same plan as always. We get in close. We hit him where it hurts. Han called up the targeting overlay built from Wraith Squadron's recon logs. At Jurox, Zsinj had used fake hull debris to play dead, but this time the subsurface energy signatures matched the Iron Fist's true reactor core. That's not a decoy, Han muttered, hands flying across the Falcon's sublight throttles. At Jurox he tricked us with fake hull debris. Not today! This time, we stay until there's nothing left but dust. R2. Luke called over the comms. I need you to route power to the forward shields. The astromech squealed in acknowledgement. Luke, Leia said, we're going to need your help getting close. That's a super STAR destroyer. It's got more firepower than the entire Hapen fleet combined. I know, Luke said. But we've got something it doesn't have. What's that? A pilot who's been hunting him for 5 months, Han said. And a grudge. The Falcon dove into the maelstrom. Turbolaser bolts streaked past, red and green and blue. The Hapan ships were hammering the Iron Fist shields, but the Super STAR destroyer was holding. Han weaved through the fire, his hands moving with instinct. 5 months of chasing this ship. 5 months of losing people. He wasn't going to lose today. Chewie, get me a firing solution on the primary relay. The one Wraith Squadron mapped out. Chewbacca roared and worked the controls. Use option 4 on the night cloak array. Han barked into the comms, patching into the task force frequencies. Wedge's task force mapped the power coupling back at Levian. Hit the primary relay and his shields will cascade. A crackling voice came back over the comms. We're on it, General. Face and MYN are already lining up the shot. Piggy's calculations are solid. Han blinked. Is that? Wraith Squadron, sir. We've been waiting for this one. A second voice cut in, dry and quiet. Yub, Commander. Face's voice returned, half amused. Don't mind MYN. He's been saving that one. The Falcon banked hard, and Han lined up the shot. Here we go, he said. He fired. The torpedoes streaked toward the Iron Fist, and hit the primary relay exactly as the Wraith's data had predicted. The night cloak array flickered, and for a moment, the Super STAR destroyer's shields buckled. The Hapan fleet poured fire into the gap. The Iron Fist shuddered. Its main reactor began to breach. Han watched the Super STAR destroyer's hull crack, watched the white-hot energy bloom from its core. The ship that had terrorized the galaxy for years, the ship that had killed so many, was dying. The blinding white flash of the reactor breach lit up the Falcon's cockpit. Han didn't cheer. He just let out a slow, heavy breath, thinking of the pilots and crews lost across 5 long months of attrition, for Jurox, for the rogues, and for the Wraiths who didn't live to see the end of the hunt. A familiar voice crackled over the comms. That's a confirmed kill, General. The Iron Fist is gone for good. Han recognized the voice, MYN Downos. Thanks, MYN. A second voice cut in, warmer now. We'll buy you a drink when you get back. Or we'll let you buy us one. Either way, don't keep us waiting too long. Han almost smiled. I'll hold you to that, Face. The Iron Fist exploded. The shockwave rippled across the battlefield, and the Falcon rocked as debris rained past. Leia reached over and squeezed Han's hand. We did it. Han let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. Yeah. We did. He looked at the debris field. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Chewbacca roared in triumph. Chapter 22. The group hurried to mount their rankers for one last ride. Something subtle had changed during the night. Taneniel and Isolde rode together, as did Han and Leia. Luke rode with R2, and realized that his talk with Taneniel had sobered the woman somewhat. She'd given up on him, and in a sense, he felt relieved. As the rankers raced toward the clan stronghold at Singing Mountain, plunging through the jungle at breakneck speed, their macabre chain mail rattled and clacked, making the only sound to disturb the night. No reptiles leaped through the branches or croaked in dismay at the sound of their approach. No birds flapped from their limbs. Instead, it seemed almost as if the animals of the jungle had died, dropping silently from the vines. They were so quiet. They ran the rankers for another hour, climbed over a chain of hills, and stopped, gasping, to look into the bowl-shaped valley where Singing Mountain lay 5 kilometers off. Overhead the sky was a dull red, firelight reflecting from smoke-filled skies. The Nightsisters had set fire to the jungle on the surrounding hills, so that the mountain looked as if it sat in a tureen of smoldering embers. Very clearly, Luke heard Ogwyn's voice call in his mind. "Luke, Taneniel, come quickly!" And Luke shouted in return, "We're on our way!" He urged the rankers to run faster so that dirt flew up behind as their claws ripped the forest floor. Luke could feel the darkness hurtling toward them. In the pit of his stomach, he could feel the wrongness, like a sickness. The air carried the scent of flames and soot. Ash and smoke drifted in the copper-colored sky. Luke regretted that he had to lead the group in a huge semicircle, come at the mountain from its northern rim. A terrible sense of urgency drove him, but he could not take them to the more assailable south side of the mountain where the Nightsisters would be gathering for their attack. The rankers circled to the cliffs at the north slope of the mountain, and Luke could feel the presence of Nightsisters nearby. He raised his hand, silently ordered the rankers to halt, and looked up the sheer face of the rock cliffs, wreathed in smoke. Firelight reflected on the rock, lighting all but the deepest crevices. Luke gazed steadfastly at the cliff. They couldn't go up there without exposing themselves to attack. The brown smoke hung ominously above like a pall to cover the world, yet it was utterly motionless. Somehow, the Nightsisters were manipulating the smoke, using the force to wield it like a hammer. The air felt charged with static electricity. Luke said, "R2, do a sensor scan. Tell me if you pick up any electronics." R2 raised his antenna dish, let it rotate. "Master Luke," 3PO commented, "the air is very highly charged, and the ionization is wreaking havoc with my circuitry. I doubt that R2 will be able to pick up much. This is no weather for a droid." "This is no weather for anyone," Luke said, sniffing the air. The clouds were not the gray of storm clouds filled with heavy rain, or the white of billowing clouds that promised summer sprinkles. These were dense clouds of dirt and soot rather than of water. He looked up, and suddenly the clouds above the valley swirled, as if a hand had waved above a cooking fire. Gazirian's face filled the sky, a face made of reddened smoke that frowned down upon them, eyes twitching. Then the face dissolved, but Luke was left with the uncanny feeling that Gazirian was still up there, hidden behind the clouds, watching them. The rankers snarled and backed away from the cliff. "Don't worry," Taneniel soothed the group. "Gazirian is only trying to frighten you." "Yeah," Han said. "Well, it's working." R2 rotated his antenna uncertainly, finally began shaking, pointing southeast. He squealed and gave an electronic blip. "R2 can read several Imperial walkers in that direction," 3PO said. Luke glanced southeast, then looked back up at the mountain. The shadows in some of those crevices above them were dark enough that human eyes might not be able to see the rankers if they crept up through the deeper cracks. But Luke knew that the life sensors on an Imperial walker would spot them in a second. He would need to take out those walkers so the others could climb the cliff, and he didn't have much time. Luke reached down, patted his ranker. The beast was overheating again. He could feel its fatigue, its dizziness. He let the force flow through him, cooled the rankers and took away their thirst, then spoke to them. Tosh, have your best climbers get my friends up to the clan stronghold. I will stay down here with 2 of you to fight, and I will join the others as soon as I can. Tosh began grumbling orders to her children, and the 2 smaller males took the generators from her pack. Tosh and her daughter unstrapped their pikes and nets from their backs as they prepared for battle. Han, Luke said, glancing over at Han and Leia on their ranker. Get Leia and the droids up into the Falcon and start working on the ship. To emphasize his words, Luke raised his hand, and Arta floated from Tasha's back over to sit between Han and Leia. There's nothing you can do down here. Tenenial, they might need your help. What do you mean? Han said. I'm staying with you. I've still got my wits and my blaster. And they won't do you any good, Luke said. Han looked a bit dismayed. Yeah, but... Thunder rumbled over the clouds, echoed from the mountain wall. Purple lightning spat at the cliff face above, exploding like a blaster bolt, sending splinters of magma flaming down in an arc. You don't get it, do you? Leia said. The Nightsisters are coming for the Falcon because they know it's a sure ticket off of this planet. The best thing we can do for these people is to get that ship fixed as fast as possible and fly it out of here so that there's nothing left to squabble over. I know that, Han said in a hurt tone. I can see that. I'm right with you. But Luke knew that in his heart, Han couldn't stand the thought of deserting a friend who was in need. Chewbacca and 3PO climbed off the larger female and sat uncomfortably behind Isolde and Tenenial. On the huge rankers, even 4 riders could fit easily on the bony headplates above the eyes. Luke did not worry so much about overburdening the rankers with riders as he worried about the heavy packs with the generators and coolant. The rankers would have to climb the mountain with those packs. Will you be okay? He asked the rankers, and the 2 small males grunted reassuringly. He looked up, saw Leia's face lit in a sudden splash of lightning. He could feel her concern. Don't worry, Luke said. I'll take out those Imperial walkers for you. That's not what I'm worried about, Leia answered. Just take care of yourself. No heroics. There are some bad people out here. Even I can feel it. The silence stretched out between them, and Luke didn't quite know what to answer. If ever there was a day when they need heroics, this was it. I'll try to be careful, Luke said. Luke nudged Tosh back, left the others behind in the forest as they remounted. Tosh ran for 100 meters up a gently sloping hill, then stopped, stood tall and sniffed the air. The thick brush ahead was a solid black mass. Tosh grumbled softly, and Luke felt her sense of urgency. She wanted him to get off so she could move quickly in a fight. She crouched low, and Luke leaped to the ground. He probed the darkness ahead. He could see nothing, smell nothing. Even when probing with the Force, he felt nothing. Yet the rankers quietly crept to their left, circling the brush. Luke followed noiselessly, using the Force to guide his footsteps. They came to a trail that led into the deeper brush, and the ground was lit with reflected firelight. Luke could see scuff marks. Only the clawed metal toes of Imperial walkers left the ground so gouged and trampled. He peered toward the brush again. It was lighter here, the foliage above somewhat bare, and Luke realized he was on a little promontory, and no brush could be that thick. A stormtrooper ahead shouted over his helmet mic, "Look! Up on the cliff!" Luke glanced over his shoulder. The two male rankers were scurrying up the nearly vertical rock, grasping ancient handholds with their huge claws. Luke could barely see the shapes that were Han, Leia, and the others. Almost immediately, blaster cannons opened ahead of him, and in the blinding flash of the guns, Luke saw that what he thought was brush was really an Imperial camouflage net, hiding a gun emplacement. A dozen stormtroopers, 4 Imperial walkers, and a single Nightsister hunkered there. Luke knew that there must be dozens of outposts like this, hoped that taking out this one would afford Leia and the others enough of a chance to make it up the mountain. Tosh and her daughter gripped their halberds and ran forward, using the sound of cannon fire to cover their assault. Luke nervously watched Leia, saw both rankers on the cliff swing magically away from the attack, placing a rock outcrop between them and the gunfire. It took Luke a moment to see that they had swung away by grasping ropes of wuffa hide that hung like creepers. Luke charged in behind Tosh and her daughter. Tosh met the Imperials first, smashing into 2 Imperial walkers at once, knocking them into the gun emplacement. Frightened stormtroopers fired into her with blaster rifles, and Tosh roared in pain as the shots bounced off her thick hide. Luke pulled off 3 rapid shots, putting the Imperials down. Tosh's daughter swung her great halberd, cleaving a 3rd walker in half. The 4th Imperial walker spun malevolently and fired its twin blaster cannons into the young ranker. Ichor spattered across the installation, and the ranker's right arm fell away at the shoulder, splinters of yellow bone protruding through the dark tangle of meat. The ranker stared at her wounds in shock, grabbed her net with her good hand and hurled it at the last Imperial walker, then collapsed and died. The weight of its throwing stones bowled the walker over, and Tosh jumped up, slapped a retreating stormtrooper into oblivion with one paw, then rushed to the Imperial walker and slammed a fist into its cannons. Flames and blue sparks erupted from the crumpled walker as its power plant melted down, yet Tosh smashed her fist into it again and again, crumpling the hull. No one could be alive in there, yet Tosh screamed and pried at the metal, seeking to rip out the gunner's corpse. Luke fired into 2 more stormtroopers, and heard the Nightsister singing. She was huddled near the ground, frightened, retreating from Tosh and the carnage. Luke drew his lightsaber. "You!" he shouted, and the Nightsister turned to him, her hood falling back. She was young, nothing more than a child really, perhaps 16. Luke could not imagine her being truly evil. He could feel her terror. She began singing, and Luke raised his free hand with a gesture, used the force to close her windpipe. The singing stopped, and she stood frozen, horror etched on her face. "Don't make me kill you," Luke said. "Promise me you'll leave Gethzirian and her clan forever." The girl stared at him, lit by the fires of burning Imperial walkers, eyes wild with terror, strangling. She nodded dumbly, and Luke could taste her animal fear. He let her go. She dropped to the ground, looked up at him with rage. Luke could feel her surprise at her own impotence. With a single swatting gesture she cast a spell, knocking the lightsaber from Luke's hand. Luke pulled out his blaster, fired. The girl screamed a curse, tried to ward the bolt away with her palm, but she was young and too weak. The blaster bolt tore into her flesh, leaving the hand blackened and burned. The girl looked at her own hand in horror, shouted. The lightsaber leaped from the ground, swung at Luke's head. Luke channeled the force, turned it off just before the blade arced into his face, then grabbed his weapon in midair. "Please!" Luke shouted, but the girl began singing another spell. Suddenly Tosh reared up behind her, smashed the Nightsister with one great blow that thundered into the ground with the wet smack of pulping flesh and the crackling of bones. Luke stood in shock, unable to comprehend his foe's own self-destructive behavior, unwilling to believe that one so young could have turned so completely to the dark side. Tosh grabbed Luke in one claw, swung him up on her back, and raced through the jungle. Luke could see black scorch marks in her flesh along the bony ridge behind her head. Some of them were deeply pitted, bleeding. Tosh was roaring in pain, not the pain of battle, but the pain of having watched her own daughter die. The rancor dodged through the trees, took him to the cliff, and began climbing up in the darkness toward the clouds of firelit smoke. Fires ringed the mountain, and thunder pealed around him. When Tosh reached the cliff top, Leia and the others were off in the distance, rancors standing hip-deep in a cane field. Leia was watching to make sure he got up all right, then she took the reins to her rancor, ordered it forward. The rancors raced, running through grain fields on their knuckles across the bowl-shaped valley toward the south rim and the fortress carved of stone. Old Tosh roared a battle challenge, and the rancors ahead joined her cry. Han and Isolde took up the cry for the human hosts. As Luke reached the south side of the valley, he saw 50 rancors standing like shadowed monoliths along the sides of the cliff, wielding great poles and maces. A small army of men and juveniles dressed in their simple leather aprons slaved to carry huge throwing stones to the lip of the bluff, setting them beside the rancors. When Leia reached the cliff, she urged her rancors upstairs to the great fortress. The rancors could not make it through the doorways, so Han, Leia, Isolde, the droids, and Taniniel stopped, began lugging the generators up the stairs. Yet Luke could still feel the urgency behind Ogwyn's call of nearly an hour ago, and he left the others, rushed upstairs 3 steps at a time, passing room after room where huddled children and the village's invalids squatted in fear, until he reached the warriors' hall. The clan sisters waited inside, dressed in their robes and headgear, standing above the sculpted maps of the terrain, intoning the words, Ari Ari Asinkor! Ari Ari Asinkor! Ogwyn greeted Luke soberly, her face a carefully controlled mask. Welcome, Luke Skywalker, she said as the others continued chanting. I'd hoped you would hurry. We are doing a reading, trying to learn the locations of the Nightsisters so that we can discover their strategy. She used the end of her carved wood staff to nudge a scale model of Gethzirian's hover car closer to the fortress. If Ogwyn were right, Gethzirian was only 2 kilometers from the mountain, moving between 2 groups of warriors. Luke guessed that Gethzirian must be using the hover car to take orders to each group personally. Was your trip successful? As well as can be expected, Luke said. Good, Ogwyn breathed. How long will it take for Han to repair his ship? 2 hours, Luke answered. He's up there now, trying to mount the generators. Gethzirian knows he has a reparable ship. She was bound to figure that out, Ogwyn said. We'll try to fend off the Nightsisters until Han finishes. One clan sister bent down, placed 17 black stones at the western foot of the mountain. Luke studied the map. The Nightsisters' strategy seemed so odd as to be freakish. They had placed guard posts consisting of 1 sister each at 12 points of the compass. Since Luke had recently taken out such a post, he knew exactly what each installation contained. But in addition, Gethzirian had placed 3 assault squads evenly around the mountain. One was directly in front of the main stairs, the only easily accessible entrance, and 2 more teams were at 120-degree angles. Gethzirian's assault plans apparently did not take into account such mundane notions as terrain, fortifications, defensibility of the clan's positions. She seemed instead to expect her troops to swarm over any barrier. But Luke knew the power of the Force, and knew that her plans could work. Many of the Nightsisters are unaccounted for, Aldwin commented, looking at the map. We shall have to beware. She moved the figure representing Gathzirian's hover car nearer the southern base of the mountain, then went out to wait on the balcony. Luke ambled up beside her, and the other witches filed behind. It was almost sunrise, and the clouds above had begun to lighten. Still, there was so much smoke above them that Luke was not sure if a real sunrise would dawn this morning. They had traveled so much in the last night, with only 2 brief stops, that Luke felt he hadn't slept in days. Down in the forest, he could see Imperial walkers deploying in the woods, stormtroopers like white rats scurrying about for cover. Aldwin said, "Do you have any words of wisdom for us, Jedi? Any advice?" "Use your powers only in the service of life," Luke said, "to protect yourself or those around you." "Do you mean to say that we should not kill the Nightsisters?" one of the women asked. Luke looked down at the forces massing at their feet. "If you can avoid it, yes. In this case, though, I have already warned Gathzirian and her band." "As have we," Aldwin said. "Those who fight against us this day will die with their blood on their own hands. I for one will show no mercy." They waited, and Teneniel came to Luke and held his hand. "They're working up there on the ship as fast as they can. I felt as if I were in their way. I thought I might be more help down here." Luke looked at her, and the firelight brought out the color of her copper eyes, reflected red highlights in her hair. Teneniel swallowed hard, and a breeze gusted. Luke had thought that perhaps Gathzirian would come forward, make some sort of speech to announce her presence, but the only announcement came from Aldwin. "Here they come!" High above the battle, inside the stone fortress, Han worked frantically on the Falcon's sublight engines. The generators were mounted, the coolant lines patched. Almost there. A static-filled comms ping crackled from the Falcon's console. Han glanced at the readout, a sensor sweep from the fleet in orbit. The Iron Fist's debris field was expanding. The Super STAR destroyer was gone. He let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. The orbital battle was over. No reinforcements were coming for Zsinj. No orbital bombardment was going to wipe out the mountain. But that didn't matter if they couldn't get the Falcon flying. And it didn't matter if they couldn't pull Luke out alive. "How's it looking?" Leia asked, appearing at his side. "Almost there," Han said. "The fleet did their part up there. Now we've got to do ours down here." Leia nodded, her face grim. "Luke's still on the battlefield." "I know." Han tightened a coupling. "Which is why we need to get this thing in the air." The clan sisters around Luke began chanting, and far below, down in the shadows of the wood, the Nightsisters sang loudly. The air swirled around the balcony, and Luke felt dust sifting in his hair, suddenly realized that something was dropping on him from above. He looked up, and the clouds of soot were raining down around him. He reached into his utility belt, grabbed some goggles, and then felt a tremor rip through the force. The wind surged, and Luke found himself in a maelstrom of blowing soot and gravel. He put on his goggles, and the clan sisters hid their eyes as they backed away from the balcony toward the shelter of their stronghold. Teneniel Joe began singing, "Way the MK the way! Way the Arake the way!" Blaster fire ripped into the parapet beneath Luke, and a lone Imperial walker rose into view, blasters blazing. The Nightsisters were using the Force to levitate it. Teneniel threw her hand out, fingers splayed, focusing her spell. The dust around them swirled off like water in a drain. Grit and pebbles surged against the Imperial walker, and the static charge that they built caused a bolt of lightning to erupt from the mountain, reaching out like a finger to touch the walker. It exploded into flames and the Nightsisters let it fall so that it suddenly screamed out of sight, crashed in a blinding flash that showed Imperial walkers and stormtroopers rushing up the path to the fortress. Luke leaned out for a better view, and through the swirling smoke glimpsed rankers at the top of the stairs, rolling boulders down the path like marbles. He watched the first boulder smash into an Imperial walker, sending it sprawling backwards so that the walkers and soldiers behind it were swept over the cliff. He marveled at the brazenness of Gethzirian's assault. It was a phenomenal waste of lives and equipment. 2 clan sisters gazed down at the wreckage, muttering spells. Behind him, Aldwin shouted orders. Farah, Kirana T, go to the front doors. The Nightsisters are upon us. Luke looked about, saw no sign of Nightsisters, but used the Force, felt a tremor from above. He glanced up, saw 3 Nightsisters clinging to the rocks 3 meters overhead as if they were spiders. As when they dropped to the balcony. Luke shouted a warning, whipped out his lightsaber and danced back a step. One witch beside him did not have time to react. A Nightsister landed beside her, shot the girl in the face with a blaster, then flipped a somersault as she leaped off the balcony. Luke dodged a similar shot, sliced the Nightsister in half as she touched down beside him. On the far side of the balcony, Aldwin struggled with the Nightsister, and Luke drew his own blaster. Aldwin pushed the woman over the balcony, and Luke jumped after the Nightsisters in hot pursuit. The air was a gritty maelstrom, and as he fell past the stairs he saw Imperial stormtroopers spread out on a death road like pieces of white confetti. Blaster fire ripped past him as Imperial walkers shot at the stone-hurling rankers above. He saw the ground coming up fast, 2 black-robed Nightsisters standing on the rocks. Luke dropped beside one of them. He shouted in warning. A Nightsister turned, readying a spell. Luke fired. She stood as if angered, flames smoldering from her cloak, and he realized that the Force must be strong in this one. The other ran off into the haze. The lone witch glared at Luke. Gethzirian pulled back her hood to show the purpled veins in her face. Her red glowing eyes were wide with surprise. So, she said loudly to be heard over the sounds of battle. We meet. I have been aware of the stirrings of your Force. I have always wanted to meet a Jedi, yet here I pass one in the halls of my own prison and never recognized him. She studied Luke momentarily, as if waiting to confirm that he was a Jedi. I've met your kind before, Luke said. Listen to me, Gethzirian. Turn away from the dark side before it is too late. Gethzirian nodded thoughtfully. Pardon me if I say that I don't find you to be very impressive, young Jedi. It's a shame that you must die before you have a chance to witness how I make your friends writhe. She pointed a finger at Luke, and before Luke even recognized her evil intent, a ripple of force slammed into him. White lights exploded behind his eyes, and the right side of his face felt as if it had been smashed by a hammer. His left arm and right leg crumpled under their unbearable weight, and he dropped to the ground on one knee, stunned. All the noise and blaster fire and screams of pain died away, became a distant roaring. Gethzirian pointed at him again, twitched her finger, and his eyes lost focus. He felt the hammer blow to his left temple, dropped to his side and rolled over to his back, gasping. Luke stared up at the sky, watching streams of rocks hurtling above him, some propelled by the Force, others hurled by rankers. Time seemed to slow. His head throbbed, pounding to the same rhythm as the beating of his heart. His face had gone cold, numb, and Luke realized distantly that Gethzirian's spell had ripped open blood vessels in his brain, and he was about to die, one among hundreds of fatalities on this battlefield. So this is how it would have been, if Vader had tried to kill me. Who had Luke been kidding? Teneniel had been right. Luke was no warrior. Then Luke thought. I failed you. I've failed you all. And suddenly there was a wave of pain, and Luke tried to remember who he'd just been talking to, tried to think of a name, someone he could call for help, but his mind was numb, empty, like the vast deserts of Tatooine lying naked beneath setting suns. Chapter 23. Isolde hurried to grab the new sensor array window. Chewbacca was already using the power wrench to pull off the old window, while Leia and Han labored in the cramped space of the Falcon's hold to get the anti-concussion field generators in place. The droids were inside the Falcon, dumping coolant for the hyperdrive. Outside the fortress, a war was in full swing. The stone floors rumbled and shook under the assault of blaster fire and hurtling rocks, while a wind sang through the honeycombed corridors. It felt to Isolde as if the whole mountain would shake down to dust at any moment. He almost wished that the room had a window, a parapet like so many of the other rooms here in the fortress, so that he could see what was happening outside. But at the same time he felt safer secluded here in this sealed room, with only one door to guard. Isolde carried the window to Chewbacca, held it up for a moment as the Wookiee searched with his hairy paws to grab a bolt so that he could fasten the new window to the Falcon. The Wookiee's hands were shaking in fear. Behind them, Isolde heard a voice that sounded almost distant, even though the woman shouted, "Gazirian, I've found them!" Isolde spun, dropped the window. A Nightsister stood in the doorway, panting. Isolde pulled his blaster, fired, and the Nightsister waved her hand, knocked the blaster bolt away. "Well," she said, "you're a pretty one. I think I'll keep you." Chewbacca roared and leaped at the Nightsister, and she backed up a step. Chewie dodged aside as if to pass her while retreating from the room, and the Nightsister lurched back. The Wookiee had snatched off the Nightsister's arms so fast that Isolde had never even seen it. She gazed at the bloody stump of her shoulder, and Isolde fired again. The Nightsister went down. Chewbacca howled, began looking frantically on the floor. Even though Isolde didn't understand Wookiee, he realized that Chewie had dropped the bolts. "Go inside and get some more!" Isolde shouted. "Hurry!" Chewbacca scrambled to the Falcon. Isolde followed him up to the gangplank, nervously fingering his blaster. He heard a hammering sound above his head. The stone walls burst open as if a giant fist had slammed against them. Isolde put his hands over his head to shield himself from falling rock, and a swirling hurricane of choking dirt and smoke whipped through the room. Through the scream of the wind, he heard women's voices singing all around. He squinted his eyes and hit the close button on the Falcon's hatch, shouting, "Go! Save yourselves!" And in that moment, he knew that he was in serious danger. If he stayed here a moment longer, he would die. In the red glowing skies outside, he saw shadow shapes of women crawling along the rock, dropping through the rent in the torn wall. Isolde ducked under the Falcon, rolled away, and made a run for the door, hoping to reach safety. A Nightsister came through the door to meet him. She held up her hand, and an invisible force hammered into him. Teneniel had watched Luke leap over the edge of the balcony, following the Nightsisters into the swirling mists, but she dared not follow. She heard screaming within the fortress, children shrieking in terror, and she rushed down a flight of stairs, leaving 6 of her sisters to fight on the balcony. There had been 3 guards at the doors, and Teneniel followed hard on the heels of Farah and Kirana down the winding stairway. Farah rushed around a corner and shouted in horror as her head suddenly, and without apparent cause, twisted around sharply, snapping her neck. Kirana stopped, pointed a blaster, waiting for someone to come up the stairwell, but a madness took Teneniel. Without voicing her spell, Teneniel sent a wind screaming through the stairwell powerful enough so that Farah's corpse tumbled away. Below her, the Nightsisters shouted in dismay and Teneniel rushed down around the corner, saw two Nightsisters clinging to the handrails in order to avoid being swept downstairs. A black rage filled her mind, and Teneniel pounded the hags with the force wind, ripped the handrail from the stone walls so that the Nightsisters went shrieking into oblivion, bouncing down the winding stairway. She let the wind fade, and Karanati sat hunched on the floor, looking up at Teneniel's face in fear, weeping. Teneniel wondered why the stupid girl didn't get up, go out and fight. "What are you looking at?" Teneniel shouted. "You miserable weakling!" Upstairs, one of their clan sisters shrieked, her voice cut short. "Get out of here! Go on and fight! Your sisters are dying!" "Your face," Karanati whimpered. "You've burst a vessel!" Teneniel stopped, touched her cheek, felt the tender bruise beneath her eye. The mark of a Nightsister. Her mind reeled at the thought, and she realized that she'd murdered those Nightsisters in rage. She turned and ran blindly up the flight of stairs, past the warriors' chambers, and her footsteps rang on the stone. She turned a corner at the top of the stairs, heard Nightsisters above her singing their spells. She looked around, surprised to find them so high in the fortress. There were no more open rooms this high, nothing but a few sealed sleeping and storage chambers. If the Nightsisters had not come up the stairs, they could have entered only by using the force to break through the stone walls. And the only thing of value up this high was the Millennium Falcon. Teneniel raced upstairs, running silently in the guttering torchlight past the faded tapestries of clan sisters long dead, rounded the corner to the upper chamber where the falcon was stored. The Nightsisters huddled there, 12 hooded figures muttering their spells, hands outstretched. They had torn the north wall asunder, and the cracked stone opened into the maelstrom. Into the storm the Nightsisters sent the falcon, floating on a field of force. It was halfway through the crack in the wall, drifting out through space. The hatch door was closed. On the far side of the room, a lone Nightsister crouched over the still form of Isolde, binding his wrists, preparing to take him captive. Teneniel halted, backed against the wall, thinking. She could not fight so many, and if she tried to stop them from stealing the falcon now, breaking their concentration on the spell, the ship would simply tumble out the rent in the wall, fall over the cliffs. Even with her powerful gift, her ability to move objects, she could not manage to save such a heavy ship and still fight the Nightsisters. Her only hope was that Leia and Han were all right, hidden inside the ship. She reached out with her mind, calling for Leia. "Please," she whispered. "Fire your engines." She inhaled a deep breath, turned and ran through the room, and channeled the force to Isolde, using it to levitate his unconscious body. She bowled his captor aside, grabbed him and leaped against the stone wall, shielding Isolde with her body. The falcon's engines flamed, filling the room with white fire. The Nightsisters shrieked in the inferno, but Teneniel channeled the force, let the flames flow around her. The falcon shot off through clouds of brown smoke. Teneniel slumped to the floor. The flames had burned her, singed her clothing. She did not feel damaged so much as just in pain. The flames had blasted the rooms. A shelf of parchments burned in one corner. Tapestries of ancient clan sisters smoldered. Among the Nightsisters, only one woman had been strong enough to survive the fire. She crawled stunned, on her hands and knees, hair singed, face reddened as with a sunburn. Leia piloted the falcon through the dust and swirling debris of the force storm. They had been working desperately to get the anti-concussion field generators online, and had not even managed to get the first generator mounted. The gravel crashing into the Falcon's sensor array forks was taking its toll, yet Leia didn't dare try to rise above the storm. The flashing lightning from the static electricity, the soot and accumulated garbage in the sky, was all she had to protect them from being detected by Zsinj's warships above the atmosphere. She circled the fortress once, twice. From this altitude, she could see the sun rising through the storm, so she headed back over the valley beneath the fortress, flying low. Han rushed up from the hold and shouted, "What are you doing to my ship? You can't stay in this storm." He took the co-pilot's seat, and they headed low over the valley. R2 was whistling and beeping in the back, and 3PO came out. "Captain Solo, good news! I've emptied all the coolant into the hyperdrive generators." "Great, 3PO," Han muttered. "Can you think of a way to stop this storm?" "I'll have to work on that," 3PO said. Leia looked down at the ground, at the tilled fields of the Singing Mountain clan. Just ahead, at the limit of vision, a dozen Imperial walkers and perhaps 24 Nightsisters marched down a wooded road. Han spotted them. "Boy, I hate messing up a good road," Han said as he launched his proton torpedoes. Leia only hoped the energy shielding would hold through the blast. The proton torpedoes blossomed into a field of white, and Leia looked away. An incredible sonic boom shook the ship, echoed between the hills over and over. When the light faded enough so that she could see, gravel and soot began raining from the sky, long trails of debris that glittered in the morning sun like golden waterfalls. Han whooped and laughed, ran his fingers through his mussed hair. For one eternal moment, Leia realized that they had struck a major blow. The force storm was over. Han's torpedoes had taken out some of the Nightsisters' major talent. In the fortress, Taneniel sat up, and the whole mountain suddenly shook with a huge explosion. Down below her in the valley outside, a cheer of victory arose. As quickly as the force storm had erupted, it stopped. Soot and debris rained from the sky in dirty streams. Yet out above the residue of clouds, Taneniel watched the sunrise, a golden seam where land met sky. Taneniel crawled to the wounded Nightsister on the floor where the Falcon had been repaired, and the hag looked up, tried feebly to whisper a spell, but collapsed. Taneniel flipped the woman onto her back, looked into her eyes. The Nightsister flinched, frightened. Her breath rasped through burned lungs, weakening. She had been standing in the wrong place, right behind the Falcon's exhaust ports as it blasted off. "Don't worry," Taneniel said, stroking the creature's soot-stained face. "I won't hurt you. I've killed too many of your kind already today. No matter what you do to me afterward, I want you to have this." Taneniel looked at the horrible woman, a victim of her own evil, and Taneniel channeled the last of her strength, granting her enough life force that, given time and care, the Nightsister might live. Han gazed at the streaming sunlight, and his heart leaped within him. For one moment he thought he'd won. Then, the darkness blossomed. On the far horizon, a circular black spot appeared, and then another beside it, and another, as if the sky had been lit with 10,000 glow globes and someone suddenly was switching them off. Within 30 seconds, the Millennium Falcon hovered beneath a sky void of light. Only flames from burning fields and crops illuminated the ground below. Chewbacca roared and shook his head in frustration, eyes wild. "Captain Solo, help!" 3PO shouted urgently. "My photoreceptors are registering a most startling phenomenon. Dathomir's son appears to be going dead." "No kidding," Han said. "Hey," Leia said, her voice betraying her nervousness. "What is this?" Something far beyond the power even of the Nightsisters, Han answered with certainty, looking up at a ceiling of perfect night. Chapter 24. Han set the Falcon down, shut off the engines. The night was absolutely black, and he looked up at the sky, wondering if perhaps something was wrong with the viewscreen. He thought about pounding it, just to see what would happen. He glanced at sensor panels. "Oh man," he said. "That little ride of yours through the storm cost us dearly. The sensors are gummed up bad. I can hardly get any readings at all." "Would you rather be dead?" Leia asked. "No," Han conceded. "Where's Isolde?" "I don't know," Leia answered. "He went out to put up the sensor window. I think the Nightsisters got him." "Got him? What do you mean, got him? Killed him?" I don't know. He was lying on the floor when we blasted off. Tenenio was with him. She told me to get out of there." Han looked at her. The ship's lights revealed the lines of dread etched in her face. What she'd done was tantamount to human sacrifice, and she knew it. He said, "We'd better get the medkit and go back. Make sure he's okay. How far do you figure we are from the fortress?" "I did a lot of circling," Leia answered. "It couldn't be more than half a kilometer." Han turned to Chewie. "Leia and I are going back to the fortress. You and 3PO see if you can get those generators mounted. R2, see if you can get some sensor readings, tell us what's going on. If you learn anything, I want to hear about it immediately." Chewie roared an affirmative, and Han went back for the medkit, grabbed a heavy blaster and a helmet. He gave Leia a flashlight, and together they hurried down the gangplank, through the valley. Dust and soot still filtered down on them, and here and there across the valley they could see fires burning. On the far side of the valley, green running lights showed 4 Imperial walkers scurrying off in retreat, ghoulish little figures running beside them. Leia didn't turn on the flashlight. Instead, they ran along the road guided only by the feeble light from fires. What had seemed a long, bumpy ride in the Falcon turned out to be only a short run back to the fortress. When they reached it, the battle was over. Grim-faced men milled about the fortress, torches in hand, staring at the total darkness with trepidation. Rankers roared in agony on the stairs, and Leia flashed her light over them. A dozen of them lay in a bloody heap like small hills at the top of the stairs, and Tosh struggled to drag the corpse of her son away, roaring her anguish. Han and Leia hurried upstairs in the fortress, running past the dead. In the upper chamber, they found Tenenio sprawled over the body of a Nightsister. Leia flipped Tenenio on her back, and the girl breathed deeply. Han examined her. Outside of burn marks on her robe, he could find no injuries. "Where's Isolde?" Leia asked, but Tenenio didn't move. Leia played her light across the room. A splash of white revealed Isolde in a corner. Leia rushed to him. Han brought the medkit, but when he got near, he found Isolde snoring. Leia shook him awake, and Isolde snapped to sudden awareness. "Where am I?" he asked. "What's going on?" Then he scanned the room, noticed the bodies of the Nightsisters, seemed to recall. He gazed into Leia's eyes. "Wow! What a beautiful face to wake up to!" Isolde put his arm around Leia, kissed her quickly. "All right," Han said. "No mushy stuff. We've got work to do." Han glanced up through the breach in the stone wall, saw the fires out in the surrounding valley. It was like gazing out of some primitive observatory. Ogwyn said, "There you are!" Han turned. The clan leader held a torch, and several children stood at her elbow. She moved feebly, as if weary. Leia helped Isolde up, and Ogwyn stopped to inspect Teneniel in the darkness, said to one of the children, "Go, run get the healer." "What's going on?" Han asked. Ogwyn looked out at the night, nodded. "I was hoping you could tell me," she said. "Gethzirion has retreated to the city. I saw the headlights of her hover car speeding through the forest. Over a dozen of our clan sisters lie dead, and several others are missing, as is Luke Skywalker." Leia started, gave an involuntary whimper, looked around the room as if Luke might suddenly appear. "Do you have any idea where Luke is?" Han asked Ogwyn. "We saw him chase after some Nightsisters when the attack first started," Ogwyn said. "He leaped down over the cliffs." "Luke can take care of himself," Han said, trying to sound confident for Leia's sake. "Let's give him a few more minutes. I'm sure he'll make it back." But Leia was frowning, staring out over the valley into the blackness. Ogwyn limped over to the crack in the stone wall, searched the sky fearfully. "Few of our common folk were hurt, and for that we can be grateful. I fear that this darkness is all that saved us. It turned back the Nightsisters' attack." "I'll be down in the war room," Ogwyn said. "I'll wait for my sisters to regroup." She walked wearily downstairs. Han and Leia waited for the healer. An old woman came, passed her hands over Teneniel's body 3 times and sang softly, then sat holding Teneniel's hand. Teneniel's eyes fluttered open, and the woman said, "Rest now. You gave some of your life to save another. Who was it?" "A Nightsister," Teneniel said weakly, looked over to the shadows behind her. "There." The healer went to the Nightsister, felt at her neck for a pulse, then considered for a long time. At last she got up, walked downstairs without ministering to the woman. Leia said loudly to her back, "You plan to just leave her? You'll let her die?" The witch stopped, her back stiffening. She spoke without turning. "I have little enough talent, and others of my clan need my service. If Gethzirion desires to revive the creature, she may send another healer. But I would not place much hope in it." Leia's eyes flashed with outrage, and Han placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Leia said, "I'm going to speak to Ogwyn about this." Isolde gathered Teneniel in his arms, and Leia nodded at Han. "Take her down, too." Han lifted the Nightsister and carried her downstairs to the warriors' hall, following Isolde. The Nightsister's robes smelled dirty, rank, as if from soured fat. Han placed her on cushions near the fire while Leia quarreled loudly with Ogwyn. The remaining witches had gathered around the fire, and all of them were dazed, listless. The men brought the dead to the hall, and began washing and dressing the bodies, preparing them for the funeral pyre. At last Ogwyn consented to heal the Nightsister, and placed her palm over the Nightsister's leathery face, then sang long and softly until the Nightsister's eyes opened. The creature lay on her cushions, looking up at them from green eyes cracked to mere slits. Han could not tell if she was sick or merely feigning illness. She looked as trustworthy as a viper. He suddenly realized that he would have preferred her dead. "Han," Leia said uncomfortably, looking at the Nightsister, "I'm really worried about Luke. He should be back by now." "Yeah," Han said. "I'm worried too. I can't feel him. I can't feel his presence anywhere." She choked. "I have to go look for him." "You can't," Isolde cut in. "It's too dangerous out there right now. Just because Gethzirion has left, it doesn't mean that the others have gone. The Nightsisters can't be far away." Ogwyn studied Leia with eyes dulled from fatigue. "Isolde is correct. You can't go out. The Jedi left over the cliff, and I doubt that he could have survived. Even if he is only hurt, he is still beyond your grasp. R2 appeared in the doorway, swiveled his eye around and whistled. R2, Han asked. What's up? Did you get any readings on what's causing the darkness? He listened carefully to bleeps and whistles, unable to decode the droid's answer, but R2 raised up on his wheel pads, leaned forward and showed a split-image holo. Gethzirian stood under a light, chest heaving from exertion, gazing up at her holo camera. Zsinj, what is the meaning of this? She waved her hands, indicating the sky. Warlord Zsinj, a pudgy human, reclined in a large captain's chair, while colored monitor lights flashed behind him. The warlord, a balding man with a large gray mustache and penetrating eyes, smiled. Greetings, Gethzirian. It's so good to see you again after so many years. This, darkness, is my gift to you. It is called an orbital night cloak, and I thought a night cloak sounded like an appropriate gift for the Nightsisters. It's really quite fun. The cloak consists of thousands of satellites chained in a network, each designed to distort light, bending it in toward the satellite. It's quite a marvelous toy. Gethzirian glared at him, and Zsinj continued. You told my men over 2 days ago that you had Han Solo. You will release him to me today. If you do not, the night cloak will remain in place, and Dathomir will begin to cool. By this time tomorrow, you will have snow in your valleys. Within 3 days, all plant life will wither. In 2 weeks' time the temperature will drop to 100 degrees below zero. You and everything on your world will die. Gethzirian bowed her head in token of acknowledgement so that her hood concealed her face. And if we release Han Solo to you, will you remove the night cloak? On my word as a soldier, Zsinj said. Your reputation is widely regarded, Gethzirian said. Have you considered our offer to you? Our offer of service? Indeed, Zsinj said, leaning forward in his chair with interest. I have considered where I might place you in my organization, and I regret that I can't seem to find a suitable position. Then perhaps you will consider offering us a position outside your organization, Gethzirian said. I don't understand. You are at war with the Galactic New Republic. It is a foe so widespread that you cannot defeat it. I have foreseen it. Therefore, perhaps you would consider giving us access to travel to the New Republic worlds. You could name the STAR cluster. There the Nightsisters would carve out a niche for themselves, carving into the heart of your enemies, never to bother you again. Zsinj folded his hands in his lap, sat thinking again. He studied Gethzirian's face for a long moment. It is an intriguing offer. How many of your sisters would need transport? 64, Gethzirian answered. How soon would you be ready to leave? In 4 hours. We will work the exchange this way, Zsinj said. I will drop 2 transports on your grounds in 4 hours. One ship will be unarmed, the other will be armed to the teeth. You will bring Han Solo to the armed transport alone. The transport will depart with General Solo, and you will then be free to board the remaining ship and leave for a destination that I will choose. Agreed? After a moment of reflection, Gethzirian nodded. Yes, yes. That would be quite adequate. Thank you, Lord Zsinj. Both holographs faded, and Han looked around the room at the faces of the witches. Bah! One old woman growled. Both of them are liars. Gethzirian does not have Han or anything else to offer Zsinj, and Zsinj has no intention of releasing this planet or of letting Gethzirian leave. Did you read him? Ogwyn asked. Or is this a guess? No, of course I couldn't read him, the old woman said. But Zsinj lies so poorly, one does not have to. He's no diplomat, that's for sure, Leia said. Ogwyn shot her a curious glance. What do you mean by that? Simply that Zsinj is rumored to be a pathological liar, yet even with all his practice, he sure seems transparent. Yes, Ogwyn said. I agree. Plots within plots. Perhaps this Zsinj is more devious than you imagine. Maybe Zsinj is bluffing, Isolde said. He's built his orbital night cloak, but those satellites up there would be pretty easy to knock down. You're right, Leia agreed. What did Zsinj say? He called it a chain of satellites. Meaning it can be broken, Han said. Like a string of lights in sequence. You shoot down 1 or 2 satellites, and the system could collapse. I could go up and knock out some satellites with my fighter, Isolde said. He was volunteering for tough duty, Han knew. Zsinj had well over a dozen destroyers up there to protect his night cloak. A lone fighter didn't stand much of a chance, unless it could knock out some satellites and then run for hyperspace. It doesn't sound like much of a weapon, Leia said, considering. Any planet with spaceflight capabilities, or even a radio to call for help, would be able to fight against them, Ogwyn said. And so the weapon is good only for subjugating planets like Dathomir, primitive worlds without technology. Here, it is adequate. 3 days, Isolde grunted, staring into the fire. What's in 3 days? Ogwyn asked. We only need to make it through 3 more days, Isolde said, and my fleet will arrive. If we can take control of this planet, even for a single day, we could evacuate. We don't have that long, Han argued. In 3 days, if that orbital night cloak stays up, this planet will pretty much be a chunk of ice. And don't forget, this is still my planet. I'm not going to let that happen. Yeah, Isolde admitted. I'm sure you'll think of something. But even if you don't, at least we could get the people off. Ogwyn said hopefully. Do you think so? Our people are very scattered. And when temperatures start hitting 100 below, Leia said, they're going to hole up in caves, burrowing as deep as they can get. Han considered. There was no way they could wait for 3 days. Someone needed to get up there soon and take out some of those satellites, bring down the night cloak long enough to stall Zsinj. With a great deal of luck, Han thought, I might even be able to fly Leia out of here. He imagined flying through the satellite net, blowing away a few satellites, then trying to blast free of the planet. But the fact was, once he began firing on those satellites, he'd have to vector off to follow their orbital path, and he'd have to maintain a slow attack speed to hit those satellites. Considering the firepower up there, whoever tried to take out those satellites would be committing suicide. He looked at Isolde, and the prince stared at him, and Han knew they were waiting for one another to volunteer. Should we draw straws? Han asked. Sounds fair enough, Isolde admitted, biting his lower lip. Wait a minute, Leia said. There's got to be another answer. Isolde, what about your fleet? You left the same time that they did. Is there any possibility that they could get here sooner? Isolde shook his head. If they stay to the prescribed route, no. Those ships are worth trillions. You don't fly that kind of equipment through hazardous routes. Isolde was right, of course. More than one general in history had sent fleets through proscribed routes, hoping to shave a few parsecs off their trips so that they could win some advantage through surprise, only to find that their entire fleets got wiped out by flying through an asteroid belt. Han glanced toward the stone door, realized he was waiting for Luke, and he shook his head. It wasn't like a Jedi to leave them all hanging, and Han felt more than a little worried. He fought the impulse to run down the mountain, shouting Luke's name. Leia folded her arms across her stomach, almost in a fetal gesture. Han felt pulled in several directions at once. He wanted to find Luke, even if only to find him dead. He wanted to fly out of here and blow some satellites out of the sky. But what he did was go to Leia, wrap his arms around her shoulders. She began to sob, her chest heaving. "He's not here," she said. "I can't feel him. He's not here anymore." "Hey," Han said, wanting to offer some words of comfort, knowing that he could say nothing. Leia's ability to sense Luke's presence, to touch his feelings and know his thoughts, was too strong to doubt. Leia began shaking, and Han kissed her forehead. "It will be all right," Han said. I'll. He could see no way out, nothing left that he could do. Suddenly, something shoved its way into his consciousness, as if an invisible hand had pushed through his skull. It was an odd sensation that left him feeling violated, dizzy. Very clearly, an image formed in Han's mind, a vision of dozens of men and women in orange coveralls, standing in a well-lighted room. They were looking up curiously, gazing around at walkways above them. On the walkway stood stormtroopers with blaster rifles. Han recognized the prison. General Solo, Gethzirian's voice crawled through his mind. "I hope you will find this amusing. As you see, I am here at the prison with dozens of your kind below me. I trust that you are a compassionate man, a caring man. I suspect you are. As you know, I have struggled through various means to cause you to come to me. Perhaps this will convince you." A hand waved in front of his face, a hand partly concealed by a black robe, and Han perceived that he was viewing the scene through Gethzirian's eyes. The stormtroopers looked at her waving hand, began firing into the crowd. Men and women screamed and scattered, trying to run from the blaster fire, but the gates back to the cell blocks had closed, and they could not escape. Han threw his arm in front of his eyes, tried to blind himself to the atrocities, but the vision persisted. He could not close his eyes against it, for the vision remained even when his eyes shut. Nor could he turn away, for the images followed him. A woman ran shrieking below the parapet, and Han saw Gethzirian's hand go up, blaster aimed as if he were staring through the laser sights, and she snapped a shot into the woman's back. Gethzirian's victim spun with the impact of the blast, then collapsed, stunned, as Gethzirian pulled off another shot. A man beside the dying woman raised his clasped hands, pleading for Gethzirian to spare them. The witch fired high into his right leg and the prisoner was thrown to the floor to die slowly as he bled to death. "These 50 people are already dead," Gethzirian said, forcing Han to continue viewing the murders. "They died because of your stubbornness. When my stormtroopers finish with them, I will round up 500 more just like them, bring them to this room to die. But you can save them, General Solo. I will send a Nightsister to pick you up at the foot of the fortress in my personal hover car. If you are not there to meet her in 1 hour, then those 500 people will die, and you will get the privilege of watching. If you do not surrender after that, you will watch the deaths of another 500, and another. As I said, I trust that you are a compassionate man." At first Leia thought Han was crying when he backed away, covering his eyes with his arm, but then he gasped for breath and his muscles went rigid. He gazed around the room, unseeing, and she'd never witnessed such a look of utter desolation in his eyes. She took his hand and said, "Han! Han! What's happening?" But he did not respond. "It is a sending," Ogwyn said. "Gethzirian is speaking to him." Leia looked at the old witch. Ogwyn had removed her headdress and now sat on a stool by the fire, looking like nothing more than a dowdy old woman. Han gasped and pulled his hands from his eyes, stood looking around the room. "I've got to go," he said. "I've got to get out of here." He turned and ran, leaping blindly down the stairs. "Han, wait!" Leia called. She chased after, followed the echoing retreat of his footsteps down the corridors. Arto whistled for them to wait, but Leia ignored the droid. Han ran outside, pushed his way through the crowd of commoners that huddled by the doors, and took off at a full run. Leia stood on the stone landing and watched him disappear, swallowed by the shadows. Isolde came out with the flashlight, pointed its powerful beam at Han's back. "Where is he going?" Isolde asked. "To the Falcon," Leia said, and she followed him. They did not reach him until they got to the Falcon. By then he was already down under the right front sensor fork, working with Chuyan mounting the last generator. When he saw Leia and Isolde, he glanced up for a moment. "Isolde, I need your help. We've got to get this ship flying and get out of here. Go back to the fortress and get that sensor array window." Isolde stood a moment, as if to wait for further instructions, and Han shouted, "Now, damn you!" Isolde took his light, ran off through the darkness. "What are you doing?" Leia asked. "What's going on?" "Gethzerian just upped the ante on me," Han said. "She's killing innocent prisoners." He finished bolting the last generator down, threw the wrench on the ground. "I'm sorry I ever brought you here." "You were right. If I hadn't come here, Zsinj wouldn't have his orbital night cloak up, Gethzerian wouldn't be killing her prisoners." "Zsinj, Gethzerian, these people don't even know me. They're fighting against Han Solo, the New Republic general, against what the New Republic stands for." "So what are you doing?" Leia asked as he rushed inside the Falcon. "Running away? Is that your answer? Alwyn's people are desperate. You're supposed to be some kind of military genius. Stay here and fight back. They need you and your blaster." She followed him up the gangplank, and Han remained silent, but instead of heading for the tool compartments as she expected, he ran down to the command console, set the ship's radio to standard Imperial frequency. "Gethzerian?" he said quickly, and an unfamiliar voice answered. "This is prison control. Do you have a message to relay to Gethzerian?" "Yeah," Han said. Sweat dotted his face. "This is General Han Solo, and I have an urgent message. Tell her I'm coming in. I surrender. Do you copy? Tell her not to kill another prisoner. I'll meet her at the foot of the stairs to the fortress, just as she asked." "This is Control 1, we copy you, General Solo. What of your companions? Zsinj has been asking about any traveling companions you may have brought with you." "They're dead," Han said. "They all died in the battle, not more than an hour ago." Han threw the mic down, pushed his way past Leia, hurried down the access tube. Leia stood, watching his back for a moment, too surprised and confused to speak. "Wait a minute," she said. "You can't do this. You can't just walk in there. Zsinj doesn't want you alive. He wants you dead." Han shook his head. "Believe me," Han said, "I'm not happy about it either, but it was bound to happen sometime." He turned the corner, went to his bunk and angrily pulled up a mattress, exposing a hidden weapons locker that Leia had never seen. It held a nasty assortment of laser rifles, blasters, old-fashioned slug throwers, even a portable laser cannon. All the weapons were highly illegal, especially in the New Republic. Han reached under one of the rifles, pushed a button, and the bottom of the compartment rose, revealing a second hidden compartment filled with an odd assortment of grenades in various styles. Han grabbed a very small, but very deadly brand, a Talesian thermal detonator powerful enough to destroy a large building. It fit nicely in his palm. "This ought to do it," Han said, tucking the detonator down under his belt. Detonators like this were used only by terrorists, those who no longer valued their own lives as much as they valued the destruction of their enemies. Han couldn't touch the thing off without killing himself. He pulled out his shirt so that it hung loosely over the detonator, concealing it. "There, how does that look?" he asked calmly. Leia couldn't see a sign of the detonator, would never have known he carried it if she hadn't watched him tuck it into his belt. Yet she couldn't answer him. Her heart raced, and she couldn't find her voice. She watched him through tears. "Hey," Han said, "don't take it too hard. You're the one who said I had to grow up, take responsibility for who I am. General Han Solo, hero of the Rebel Alliance. I figure if I play it smart, I can take out Gezerian and all her damned cronies with her. I'll have to leave it up to a soldier to do something about Zsinj. He's a good man. You did what you had to do. Really." Leia heard the words distantly, realizing with a shock how strange they sounded. Deep in her heart, she'd known she loved Han. She'd always known. But she'd been afraid to say it, afraid that if she admitted it out loud, it would make the fear of losing him even more unbearable. And now, watching him prepare to walk into certain death, that fear was paralyzing. She glanced down at Han's belt line, tried to sound calm, controlled. "Yeah," she said. "That ought to do it. I've got to say, you really look good with a bomb strapped to you." Han bent down and kissed her fiercely, passionately, and the blood thundered in her ears. Leia suddenly realized how much she had missed this, missed feeling such raw, elemental fervor for a man. She looked over his shoulder. Chewbacca was putting tools away. The Wookiee looked at her mournfully, and Leia closed her eyes, leaned into Han and kissed him harder. He broke away, minutes later, gasping. "Han?" Leia began to say, but Han raised a finger. "Don't say anything," he told her. "Don't make me regret this more than I already do." Han went to Chewbacca, talked softly to the Wookiee for a moment, and gave him a hug. Leia sat down on the hollow board and began to sob, trying to get her emotions under control. She could hear 3PO's voice, too loud and distraught, trying to talk Han out of it. Then Han returned to the lounge, squeezed her hand goodbye. "I've got to go now," he said. He walked outside. Leia tried to stay a moment, but she followed him down the gangplank, stood in the light thrown from the ship. Most of the little fires around the valley had burned down to nothing, and the skies were perfectly black, darker than any night she had ever imagined. A cold wind whipped through the mountains, and she hugged herself, realized she could see her breath in the chill air. She watched Han's back as he walked away, disappearing into the darkness. "Han!" she called. Han turned, looked at her. She could barely see his face at this distance, dark and insubstantial, almost an apparition. "I like some things about you," Leia said. "I like the way your pants fit." Han smiled. "I know." He turned and began walking again. "Han!" Leia called again, and she wanted to say, "I love you," but she did not want to hurt him, did not want to say it now, and yet could not bear the thought of leaving it unsaid. Han turned to her, flashed a weak smile. "I know," he called softly. "You love me. I've always known." He waved goodbye, and jogged off into the deeper shadows. She heard his running footsteps for several moments after. Leia sat on the grass in the light from the doorway and wept. Chewbacca and 3PO came out. Chewie put a hairy paw on her shoulder. Leia waited for 3PO to say something. He always told comforting lies in desperate situations. But the droid remained silent. Oh, Luke, Leia thought. Luke, I need you. Chapter 25. As Luke's life drained away, a soft buzzing filled his ears. His muscles relaxed like never before. Overhead, rankers still tossed stones. He saw a blinding flash as one boulder hit an Imperial walker, and the machine split, giving off a fierce actinic glare as it burst. Overhead, part of the mountain exploded outward, tearing away. Luke could see Nightsisters there, climbing the steep cliffs, halfway suspended by use of the Force, like great black arachnids dangling from their webs. A sharp ache throbbed through his temples, and Luke turned to his side. A boulder dropped beside his arm, shattered, and distantly he could still hear screams and, mingled with them, Tennille's voice. "The Jai never die," she said. "Nature cherishes them. Nature." A body fell beside him with a thud, the corpse of a clan sister, her metal helmet askew, the tiny gems and skulls bobbling. The sun was getting brighter, he noticed as he watched the dark red blood draining from her mouth. Luke did not feel like he was dying so much as expanding. He could hear noises all around, minute-digging sounds of some salamanders scratching beneath the rocks, worms burrowing beneath his head, a bush scratching a rock as it tussled with the wind. Everywhere was life, everywhere he could feel it, see the light of the Force glowing around him, in the trees, in the rocks, in the warriors above him on the mountainside. The salamander raised its head above the soil, and it glowed with luminous force. "Hello, my little friend," Luke thought. The salamander had green skin and fierce little black eyes. It opened its mouth, and a white mist came out, stroked Luke as if it were a finger, and Luke understood that he was seeing Force, not just feeling it. "A gift," the lizard whispered. "This is a gift for you," and the gentle light stole over him, reinforced Luke's waning force. Above him, the bush that scratched the rocks seemed to twist, and twigs of light bent down to cradle his head. Here it is," the bush whispered. "Life." A nearby rock glowed white, and on the distant plains, one of the blue desert people raised its head as it fed in the rushes by the river, and its red eyes stared across the leagues. "Friend," it said, offering support. Luke seemed to hear Tennille's words. Nature cherishes them. And he did not know if he was subconsciously controlling the Force, or if the life around him actually sought to heal him, but he saw the Force all around him, and he grasped those threads more easily than he'd ever done before. To control the Force, to use the Force, was not such a violent thing as he had imagined. It was everywhere, more abundant than rain or air, offering itself. He had hoped someday to become a Jedi Master, yet now realized that there were levels of control he had never envisioned, far beyond anything he had dreamed. The sweet power stole through him, and he did not know if he commanded it, or it commanded him. He knew only that he felt something heal in his head as ruptured veins closed, and then the vision ended. He lay for a long time with his eyes closed, unable to do more than breathe, and wait for the Force to strengthen him. Leia called his name, and Luke's eyes snapped open. The sky was so magnificently black that it seemed a perfect night had fallen. There were no more chaotic sounds of battle. On the mountains, he could see lights, torchlights in the hands of villagers, and one person walking down the treacherous mountain path, torch in hand. He thought Leia must be up there. "Leia!" he called. "Leia?" On the mountainside, the torchbearer held the torch aloft, looked down over the cliff. "Luke?" Han called. "Luke, is that you?" "Han!" Luke called weakly. He lay back in the blackness, felt at his side for his lightsaber, mustered energy to thumb the switch, hoping Han would see its light. Distant voices came to him indistinctly. Someone grabbed him, shook him. A bright light shone in his eyes, and Han said, "Luke! Luke! You're alive! Hang on! Hang in there!" Han sat for a moment, holding Luke's hand, and Luke could feel Han's terror. "Listen, buddy," Han said. "I've got to go. Leia is waiting for you up top. Take care of her for me. Please take care of her." Han tried to pull away, and Luke could sense the terror and desperation that raged in him. "Han?" Luke said, grasping his wrist. "I'm sorry, friend," Han said. "You're not in any shape to help me this time." Han pulled away, and Luke felt as if he were swirling in darkness. After what seemed an eternity, someone grabbed him, lifted him up. Luke managed to open his eyes, but could keep them open for only a moment. He was in the hands of peasants, a dozen rough peasants in simple leather tunics, torches held high. Han told them with deep concern, "Get him out of here! Carry him back up to the Millennium Falcon!" The voices buzzed in his head, questioning. Yeah, the Falcon, my spaceship," Han said. "Take him there. I've got to go." Then the hands lifted Luke, and the peasants carried him, and Luke let himself rest. Chapter 26. In the uppermost chamber of the fortress, Isolde found the sensor array window just where he had set it. The corpses of the Nightsisters lay scattered on the floor, and either that or the total darkness set his nerves jangling. He reached to pick up the window, heard a rustling in the corner, played his light in that direction and pulled his blaster in one fluid move. It was Teneniel Jo, sitting in the darkness. She glanced at him, then turned away. Her cheeks were wet from crying. "Are you all right?" Isolde asked. "I mean, do you still feel weak? Is there anything I can do? Anything you need?" "I'm fine," Teneniel said, voice rough. "Fine, I guess. So, you are about ready to leave?" "Yes." Isolde directed the light away so that it would not shine in her eyes. He wasn't sure yet of Han's plans, but at this point about the only thing that made sense was for them all to bug out, get off this rock. Teneniel had taken off her helm and exotic robes, wore only boots and a simple summer tunic of orange hide, similar to the one she'd worn when they first met. She looked out into the starless sky. The fires below had died down, but the villagers' flickering torchlights still cast a soft yellow-orange glow. "I'm leaving too," she said. "Oh," Isolde asked. "Where are you going?" "Back to the desert," Teneniel said. "To meditate." "I thought you wanted to stay here with your clan. I thought you were lonely." Teneniel turned, and even in the faint light he could see the bruise on her cheek. "The clan sisters all agree," she said. "I've killed in anger, violated my oaths. So now I must cleanse myself, or risk becoming a Nightsister. I'll be banished. At the end of 3 years, if I still desire to come back, then they will accept me." She wrapped her arms around her knees. Teneniel's hair was brushed out straight down her back, cascading in tiny waves. Isolde stood for a moment, not knowing if he should say goodbye, or offer her a word of comfort, or if he should just pick up the window and hurry back to the ship. He sat beside her, patted her back. "Look," he said. "You are a very tough woman. You'll be all right." Yet his words felt hollow. What did she have to look forward to? In 3 days the Hapan fleet would come here, blow Zsinj's forces all to hell. But by then this world would pretty well be ice. At the very least, the summer crops would be ruined. But Isolde expected that beyond that, ecosystems would collapse, whole species of plants and animals would die off. Even if the orbital night cloak were knocked out in 3 days, this planet might never completely recover. And of course, there were the Nightsisters. Few of the Singing Mountain clan survived, and they would be no match against the Nightsisters. Perhaps these thoughts were making their way through Teneniel's mind, too, for she breathed raggedly. Her lower lip trembled, and she tried to hold back a sniffle. "Look," Isolde said. "A Corellian stock light freighter like Han's can carry up to 6 passengers. That means there's an empty bunk, if you want it." "But where would I go?" Teneniel said. "To all those stars out there," Isolde said. "Just pick one out of the sky and go there, if you want." "I don't know what's out there," Teneniel said. "I wouldn't know where to go." Isolde was silent for a long moment. Then he set the sensory array window down and knelt beside her. "Then come with me," he said quietly. "Not as a passenger. Not as a curiosity. As my partner." Teneniel stared at him. "What are you saying?" He took her hands in his. "I have a proposal for you, a political one." She blinked, startled. "What kind of proposal?" "The kind that gets us both what we want." He took a breath, steadying himself. "You want to leave Dathomir. You want to see the stars. You want a purpose beyond survival. I want a partner, someone I can trust, someone whose power is not tied to my mother's schemes. Someone who will stand beside me, not behind me." He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice was quieter. "Marry me. For survival. For freedom. For the chance to build something real." Teneniel studied him for a long moment, her copper eyes searching his face. "And what about love?" Isolde met her gaze, and for once, he let the mask drop completely. "I don't know if I am capable of love. I have spent my entire life learning to bury my feelings. But I know that when I am with you, I forget to be careful. I forget to calculate. I forget to be afraid." He reached out, touched her cheek. "I do not know if that is love. But I know it is more than I have ever felt for anyone else." A slow smile spread across her face, not the fierce grin of a warrior, but something softer. "That," she said, "is the most honest thing anyone has ever said to me." She leaned forward, kissed him gently. "Yes." Isolde let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. He pulled her close, and for a moment there was nothing else. No war, no politics, no schemes. Just her. Then she pulled back, her eyes glinting with mischief. "Now. I believe you were about to leave." He laughed, a genuine laugh, the first in years. "Not anymore." He retrieved the sensory array window, then offered her his hand. "Come with me. We have a ship to save." She took his hand, and they walked together toward the Falcon. He got up, retrieved the sensory array window, looked back. Teneniel sat watching him, and Isolde had the creepy sensation that she was looking through him, reading his thoughts. "How can I be happy if you leave me?" Teneniel asked. Isolde did not answer. He turned his back, began to walk away, and she said, "You've always been such a brave man. What will you think of yourself now, if you turn your back on the woman you love?" He halted, wondering if she had read his mind or if she was just reading his emotions. "Can you hear me?" he asked silently, but she did not answer. He thought of her long, naked legs, of the earthy smell of the hide she wore, of her copper eyes in a color unlike anything he'd seen among Hapan women, and of those full lips that he wanted to kiss so badly. Why don't you do it? Teneniel asked. I can't, Isolde said, refusing to turn and look at her. I don't know what you're trying to do to me. Get out of my mind! I've done nothing, Teneniel said, her voice frank, innocent. You're the one who has done it. You and I are connected. I should have realized that in the desert when I first saw you. I knew immediately that you had come to that spot looking for someone to love, just as I had. And I've felt the connection growing stronger for days. You can't fall in love with a witch of Dathomir without her knowing of it, not if she loves you in return. You don't understand, Isolde said. If I tried to marry you, there would be public disapproval, repercussions. My cousins. Isolde's blaster crunched in its holster, and sparks flew from it. He looked down, saw it crushed into a ball, then looked up and saw the anger in Teneniel's eyes. A wind whipped through the room, tearing tapestries from the wall, lifting stones in a cyclone. The wind carried the stones and tapestries through the breach in the wall, sent them flying down over the cliffs. I'm not afraid of your cousins or public disapproval, Teneniel said. And I don't want your planets. Pick a neutral world for us if you like. She got up, sauntered over to him, and stood before him, looking up into his eyes. Her breath whispered against his neck, and she leaned close to him. The very touch of her felt electric. Isolde's heart pounded. Damn you! He whispered fiercely. You're making a mess out of my life. Teneniel nodded. She put her arms around his neck and kissed him, and in that endless moment, he remembered being with his father at age 9, playing in a virgin ocean on Drina, an uninhabited world in the Hapes cluster. And Teneniel's kiss seemed as clean as those pure waters, washing away his doubts and uncertainties. He kissed her fiercely, backed away. Let's go. We're in a hurry. Teneniel grabbed his right hand, as if to help hold the flashlight, and they ran together down the fortress stairs. When the villagers brought Luke to Leia, she was sure he was dead. He had a mass of bruises beneath the eyes, a slash on his face where blood had dried. The peasants set him on the grass, beneath the falcon's running lights, and Leia held his face in her hands. He opened his eyes, smiled weakly. Leia? He coughed. I heard you call me? She didn't want to worry him, wanted only to let him rest. I'm all right. No, Luke said. You're not. Where did Han go? He turned himself in to get Zirian, Leia said. She was taking hostages, killing prisoners. He had to go. Zsinj will be picking him up in 3 hours. No, Luke said, fighting to sit up. I must stop her. That's why I came here. You can't. Leia pushed him back down as easily as if she were knocking over a child. You're hurt. Rest now, rest. Live to fight another day. Let me rest for 3 hours, Luke said, closing his eyes, breathing deeply. Wake me in 3 hours. Just sleep, Leia said. I'll wake you. Luke's eyes snapped open, and he studied her face angrily. Don't lie to me. You have no intention of waking me. Isolde came up from the front of the craft where he and Teneniel had been hurriedly trying to clean the dirt and gravel out of the sensor array. Isolde crouched down, with Teneniel at his back. Hey, friend, Isolde said. Leia's right. Take it easy. You're too weak to do much for us now. Luke laid his head back, shut his eyes as if he could no longer stay awake, but his voice suddenly became strong and commanding. Give me time. You don't know the power of the Force. Isolde put a hand on Luke's shoulder. I've seen it, he said. I know. No, you don't, Luke said desperately, rising up with unexpected strength. The Force is stronger than you know. Stronger than any of us know. Luke sat up for a moment, fell back. Promise, he gasped. Promise to wake me. Leia felt something in his words more than mere conviction. She felt something powerful in Luke, just under the surface, as if he were a raging fire. A new hope burned in her. I'll wake you, Leia promised, and she stepped back, looked at Luke's battered form lying on the stretcher. She realized that she couldn't delude herself. Perhaps in a few days, a week, he really might be ready to battle Gethzirian. Isolde put a blanket over Luke. Teneniel and I can get him to a bunk. Leia nodded. Is the sensor array window back on? Yes, Isolde said, but I'm still having trouble with the long-range scanners. Leia thought desperately. Everything in her cried out that she should go to rescue Han, but they didn't have enough time. If she used rankers, it would be a 2-day trip. If they tried to fly the Falcon, even at top speed, they'd have a tough time making it more than halfway before the destroyers above homed in on their electronics and torpedoed the Falcon out of the sky. A thought struck her. R2-3PO, come out here, Leia called into the ship. 3PO hurried out. Yes, Princess, how may I be of service? R2 rolled out, watching the edges of the gangplank with his electronic eye. R2, Leia asked, can you get a count of the STAR destroyers up there for me? R2 hesitated a moment, then a hatch flipped open and the droid extended his sensor dish. R2 played the dish across the skies, then began emitting a series of electronic clicks and bleeps. R2 reports that he cannot get a fix on any extraorbital objects through any of his sensors other than radio waves. Apparently, the orbital night cloak is blocking light at most wavelengths even through the ultraviolet and infrared ranges. However, he can verify 26 sources of radio emissions, and he suspects from previous counts that 40 STAR destroyers are in orbit. Isolde looked at Leia thoughtfully. No wonder I can't fix the long-range scanners. There's nothing wrong with them. Right, Leia said. So as long as we fly under the orbital night cloak and maintain radio silence, we're effectively a cloaked ship. Right, Leia said. Isolde nodded, glanced up at the Falcon's array of conventional and proton torpedoes. Let's go blast the hell out of those witches and see if we can rescue Han. No, Leia said, glancing down at Luke, lying unconscious on his pallet. Luke wants us to wait for him. Han stood silently among the Nightsisters as the hover car dodged between the boles of giant trees lit only by its headlights. A full 20 Nightsisters were packed in the hover car, a solid, stinking mass in their dark robes. They had tied his hands in front of him with a rope of wuffa hide, not even bothering to search him. They were so confident that he could not harm them. The hover car shot over a hill, dropped with a stomach-wrenching thud, and suddenly they were out of forest, racing over the clear desert toward the city lights. Han closed his eyes, contemplated what he must do. He had to wait. He could blow the detonator at any time, but he wanted to get Gethzirian, had to get Gethzirian. They drove into the city, and the Nightsisters jumped from the hover car, hurried toward their towers. 2 stayed with Han, walked him to the abandoned airfield, took him into an old spaceport hangar whose roof had been blown away so that the dome walls rose around him like an impossible fence. Wait by the back wall, one of the women said, dismissing him. The 2 stood by the door, talking quietly. Han found his heart hammering, and he sat in the shadows on a hunk of rubble, waiting for Gethzirian to appear. He rested his thumbs in his belt buckle, palmed the thermal detonator. She never came. Over the next several hours, the temperature dropped continually, until a light frost clung to the ground. Han kept checking his watch. Zsinj's 4-hour appointment came and went. The shuttles never arrived, and Han began to wonder if Gethzirian was playing some kind of game with the Warlord, perhaps trying to barter for a better deal. As if to prove his worries true, Gethzirian's hover car made 2 more trips afield, each taking nearly 2 hours, just enough time to gather personnel from Singing Mountain. After the 3rd trip, a pair of stars appeared in the black sky, swept down toward the prison. The carriers extended their wings, then slid in smoothly on anti-grav, halted outside the tower. Han could see the ship's big stabilizer fins over the broken wall. One Nightsister hissed, "Come on, General Solo. It's time." Han swallowed, got to his feet, and walked to the exit. Lights from the carriers played over him, blinding him. Han walked slowly toward the lights, flanked by the 2 Nightsisters. He could not see the towers well. The ground was covered with Zsinj stormtroopers, dressed in old Imperial armor. Han squinted, trying to see beyond them into the shadows on the other side of the carriers. If he detonated the bomb now, he would certainly take out the stormtroopers, and would probably damage one of the carriers. But he couldn't see for sure if the witches were there, unprotected. "That's far enough!" a stormtrooper shouted, and the witches held Han's arm, halted. An officer descended from the ship, a tall general with glittering platinum fingernails. General Melvar. He came within arm's reach, studied Han's face momentarily. He placed one platinum fingernail under Han's eye, as if to pluck it out, then raked a gash down Han's cheek. He spoke into a microphone at his shoulder. "I've made visual identification. Han Solo is here." Melvar listened momentarily, and only then did Han notice the microphone jacks behind his ears. "Yes, sir," Melvar said. "I'll bring him aboard immediately." The general grabbed Han roughly, digging his platinum nails into Han's biceps. "Hey, pal," Han said. "Don't be so hard on the merchandise. You might regret it." "Oh, I don't think I'll regret it," Melvar said. "You see, causing others pain is, well, more than just a pastime for me. In my work for Zsinj it has become a cherished responsibility." He dug the claw of his pinky into a nerve center on Han's shoulder, then twisted. Fire blossomed all along Han's arm from the wrist up to the center of his back, and he gasped in pain. "Hey, that's some talent you've developed," Han admitted. "Well," Melvar smiled, "I'm sure that I can convince Warlord Zsinj to let me demonstrate my talents more fully and at greater leisure. But come, we mustn't keep Zsinj waiting." He hurried Han toward the gangplank for the carrier, between a crowd of stormtroopers, and for one moment Han wondered if he would ever see Gethzirian. He was halfway up the gangplank when the witch shouted, "Wait!" General Melvar halted, glanced over his back. Gethzirian stood in the shadows at the base of her tower, 800 meters off, flanked by a dozen Nightsisters. The old witch drew her robes up tight, stalked up to the carrier. Han surveyed the field. He'd surely take out the armed carrier with his detonator, along with General Melvar and Gethzirian, and at least a few Nightsisters outside the building. He'd hoped for better, but knew this was about all he'd get. It felt odd, knowing that he was about to die. He'd expected to feel panic, or rage, or desperate hope. But what came was something else, a quiet clarity. He'd lived his life on his own terms. He'd loved Leia. He'd saved the people who mattered. If this was how it ended, he could face it. Gethzirian stopped at the foot of the gangplank, only an arm's length away. She looked up at Han, her leathery face still concealed by her hood. Han could smell heavy spices on her breath, and the scent of vinegary wine. "So, General Solo," she said, "you led me a merry chase. I hope you enjoyed your stay." Han looked at the old woman, said smugly, "I knew you wouldn't be able to resist coming to gloat." He hooked his thumbs under his belt. "Why don't you gloat about this?" He whipped out the thermal detonator and pushed the button. General Melvar lurched away, as did his guards. Melvar tripped over a stormtrooper behind him and both men went down in a tangle. The detonator didn't go off. Han looked at it, his stomach dropping. The firing pin was frozen in place, not broken, but seized, as if it had been gripped by an invisible hand. Of course. He'd known it was a long shot. The Nightsisters had torn through his mind in the fortress. They'd have found the detonator the moment he stepped into their hover car. He'd been carrying a dead man's weapon this whole time. "Having trouble with your explosive device?" Gethzirian opened her eyes wide and smiled. "Sister Shawbell detected it before you ever boarded the hovercraft, and she dismantled it with a word. You self-congratulating, strutting oaf! You never posed a threat to me or my Nightsisters! How dare you!" She reached out and made a grasping gesture, and the detonator flew from Han's fingers, landed in her palm. She offered it to Melvar. "I'll let you dispose of this, General. It still presents some danger. I thought it best to retrieve it before you depart." Melvar got up, tried to recover his dignity, and took the detonator. "Thank you," he grunted. And allow me to do you one more favor," Gethzirian whispered, stepping forward. "By giving you this?" Her eyes opened wide, blazing, and she made a raking motion with her index finger. Beside Han the general gasped, reached up to hold his temple, then staggered forward a pace. "A simple death!" Gethzirian cackled. All around Han, 100 stormtroopers crumpled simultaneously, some of them staggering a step or two, some firing blaster rifles in the air so that Han instinctively ducked. Within 3 seconds the stormtroopers lay on the ground like drugged birds, unmoving. Han looked up at the carrier, waiting for the gunners in the ship to open fire. Nothing happened. The ship remained deathly still. Several Nightsisters rushed from their tower, pushed past Han, made their way up to the carrier bringing dozens of Imperial prisoners with them to fly the ships. One Nightsister shoved Han aside, knocking him off the ramp. Han heard screams inside the ship, so that even though the gunner had never fired, he could tell that the crew was waging some kind of battle. Han figured the gunner must have died with the other stormtroopers. He found that he wasn't really surprised that the witches would attack this ship. Gethzirian wouldn't have been so stupid as to try to fly off this planet in a ship that had no armaments, no shielding, not with Zsinj's STAR destroyers in range. Han waited beside the ramp, watching as Gethzirian approached. She pointed a finger at him and smiled. He glanced at a blaster lying near his hand, knowing that even if he managed to grab it, he would still die. "Now, General Solo, what shall I do with you?" Gethzirian asked. "Hey," Han said, raising his hands. "I have no quarrel with you. In fact, if you remember, I spent most of the last several days trying to avoid you. Why don't you and I shake hands and just go our separate ways?" Gethzirian stopped at the foot of the ramp, looked in his eyes and laughed. "What? Don't you think it only fair now that I treat you as badly as you would have treated me?" "Well, Gethzirian twitched her finger, and Han jerked upright, found himself with his feet dangling in the air, held by an invisible cord around his throat. Gethzirian watched him intently, began to sing, swaying from side to side. He felt the noose around his neck tightening. Han choked, kicked, fought to break free. I wonder what your thermal detonator would have done to me, Gethzirian reflected, still swaying. I suspect it would have blasted my flesh into scraps, and broken my bones, and fried me all at once. So I think I shall do all of these things to you, but not so hastily. Not all at once. I think we shall work from the inside out. First I'll snap your bones, one by one. Do you know how many bones there are in the human body, General Solo? If you do, just triple the number, and you'll know how many bones you'll have when I finish with you. We'll begin with your leg, Gethzirian said. Listen carefully. She twitched her finger, and the tibia in his right leg made crackling sounds. A painful spasm made its way up to his hip. Aff! He cried, and saw something over the desert. There, about 2 kilometers off, he saw the running lights of the Millennium Falcon speeding toward them, only meters above ground. Gethzirian smiled in satisfaction. There now, you have 3 bones where you had but 1. Han tried to stall her, tried to think of anything that would slow her for a moment. Listen, he strained to speak. You aren't going to do this to my teeth, are you? He said, unable to think of anything else. I mean, anything but the teeth. He glanced around the compound. Several Nightsisters were coming out the bottom of the towers. Oh, yes, the teeth, Gethzirian said, and she twitched her forefinger. Han's right upper rear molar exploded with a popping sound, and the stabbing pain shot through his ear and upper face, until it felt as if Gethzirian had grabbed his eye at the socket and were intent on pulling it through the roof of his mouth. Han silently cursed himself for giving her nifty ideas. The Falcon wasn't getting here fast enough, and Han shook his head. Wait, he cried. Let's talk about this. And Gethzirian wiggled her forefinger again. The upper left rear molar snapped, and suddenly there was a whooshing sound as the Falcon fired its missiles. The bottom of the tower exploded, tossing black-robed witches into the air. The tower began to lean as it collapsed. Gethzirian turned, and Han dropped to the ground, released. Pain tore through his broken leg. A volley of blaster fire shot from the dorsal turrets, with pinpoint accuracy. Gethzirian crouched as the bolt ripped through the air where her head had been. She leaped away from the ship, jumped, and twisted just as another volley tore beneath her. Han got a spooky feeling about this. Nobody could fire a ship's blasters with such accuracy. He rolled under the gangplank to take cover from flying debris. The heavily armored guard droids on all 6 prison towers spun on their turrets, and opened fire on the Falcon, blasting with their cannons. The Falcon rocketed over the prison, flipping in a complex quadruple spin that somehow managed to avoid all the incoming fire. Han had never seen anyone fly like that, not Chewie, not himself. Whoever was at the controls was an ace fighter pilot, the likes of no one he'd ever seen, and he guessed it must be a soldier. The Falcon made a nearly impossibly tight roll a kilometer out, and shot back over the prison, upside down, all guns blazing. Guard droids flared into mushroom clouds at the touch of the blaster cannons. The unarmed carrier took a hit and crumpled, began to burn. The Falcon whizzed overhead, banked for another pass. Gethzirian must have recognized that staying on the ground to fight was futile, for she leaped up the gangplank of the Imperial ship faster than Han would have believed possible. The carrier's turbines whirred to light before the gangplank even raised, and the air around the ship took on a blue sheen as shields activated. This was an Imperial personnel carrier, fully armed and shielded, nothing for the Falcon to toy with. If Han remained under the carrier as it took off, he would get fried. Yet even if his leg weren't broken, by running he would have risked the Falcon's blaster fire. He crawled for it, moving across the yard as fast as he could with a broken leg, then fell more than jumped over a bit of rubble from the tower, hoping the Nightsisters wouldn't shoot at him in their haste to leave. The Falcon fired with its ion cannons, and blue lightning flickered around the carrier's hull, but the shields held. The carrier thundered into the air, white flames screaming from its exhaust nacelles. The Falcon twisted around a hill, blasted a hole in the prison walls and skidded to a halt 6 yards from Han. The bottom hatch flew open, and Leia shouted, "Come on! Come on!" Aldwyn rushed down the hatch with 2 of her clan sisters, all 3 dressed in full helms and robes, and from the looks in their eyes, Han pitied the prison guards. He crawled for the Falcon, and Isolde ran out, grabbed his shoulder and half-carried Han into the ship. Han looked at Isolde, confused. Who's flying?" "Luke," Leia said. "Luke?" Han asked. "Luke's not that good." "Nobody's this good," Isolde said, slapping Han on the back. "I've got to see this." He ran back down the access tube to the control room. Leia stared hard into Han's eyes, grabbed his face, and kissed him. Pain flared from the broken molars and Han nearly screamed, but he held on to her, closing his eyes and just letting himself feel it. She pulled back, her eyes bright with tears. "Don't you ever do that again." "Do what?" "Sacrifice yourself." "I didn't sacrifice myself. He winced, touching his jaw. "I took a calculated risk." "You're a terrible liar." "I know." He managed a weak grin. "That's why I need you." The ship jostled and swerved as Luke pulled maneuvers that even the accelerator compensators couldn't neutralize. Chewbacca gave a terrified roar from the cockpit. Han limped toward the cockpit, holding on to Leia for support. "You came for me." "Of course I came for you." "You could have left. Taken the Falcon. Gone home." "I'm not going anywhere without you." He stopped, looking at her. "Leia." "I mean it." Her voice was fierce. "I've spent my whole life running from what I want. I'm done running. I want you, Han. Just you. And I'm not going to let you sacrifice yourself again." Han stared at her for a long moment. Then, "That's the scariest thing you've ever said to me." "I know. That's why I said it." He pulled her close, ignoring the pain in his leg. "I love you too, Princess." "I know." She kissed him again, softer this time. "You've always known. I'm just finally ready to say it back." The dorsal quadruple blaster cannons fired, and Han looked around. Chewbacca, Isolde, Teneniel, and the droids were all in the cockpit, watching Luke. "Who's up there firing the blaster cannons?" Han asked. "Luke," Leia said, and Han looked down the hallway, confused. You could fire the blasters from the cockpit, but only with greatly reduced accuracy. Yet Luke had nearly taken Gathzirian's head off, with Han less than a meter away, while piloting this hunk of junk at full attack speed. The whole thing was too darn spooky. Luke sweated from the effort of flying the Falcon. Levers and buttons on Chewie's control panel seemed to take on a life of their own as Luke manipulated them with the Force. The Jedi was doing the work of 3, pilot, co-pilot, gunner. Luke fired a missile barrage without lowering the particle shields, and Chewie roared in terror and threw his hands in front of his face. But as the missiles hit the 50-meter mark, Luke dropped the shields and restarted them, so that they flickered for less than the blink of an eye. Han had never seen anyone with reflexes so sharply honed. The carrier's rear shields erupted in a dazzling display of lights, and the witches finally managed to fire a barrage of blaster cannons on their own. Luke hit the thrusters and the Falcon leaped up, dodging. He fired his proton torpedoes, and the torpedoes accelerated toward the carrier in a white blur. The Nightsisters shot their blasters at the missiles, and the torpedoes erupted in a sulphurous cloud. Han stared in disbelief at what the witches had done. No gunner was that good. "Leia Isolde," Luke shouted. "Get on those quad cannons and open fire. Give them everything you've got." "Give it up," Han said. "They're too heavily shielded. You're just going to get my ship all busted. And let these Nightsisters free on the galaxy? No way! I'm not giving up," Luke shouted. "Go on, Leia, get up there!" Luke reached out, flipped on the radio jammers, sending out a storm of broadcast information. Han raised an eyebrow, wondering what Luke was up to. The witches certainly weren't going to try to call anyone, so the jammers served little function other than to warn everyone in the STAR system that a ship was there. Leia ran down to the ventral cannon, began firing. Luke downed all shields and fired the ion cannons, risking that the carrier wouldn't lower its shields to return fire. Isolde began firing from the dorsal cannon, and the carrier accelerated, moving out of their range. "They're getting ready to jump to light speed," Han shouted, and he looked at the view screen. Space was a flat black curtain and the carrier accelerated into it. "Not this close to the gravity well, they aren't," Luke argued, and he accelerated behind. Then Han understood. Luke knew his blasters and missiles couldn't bring down the carrier's shields. He'd turned on the radio jammers because he was calling for Zsinj. He wanted the STAR destroyers to know that the witches were hightailing it away, hoping to get enough altitude to make their jump into hyperspace. They accelerated into the blackness of the night cloak, Han holding his breath. The view screen went black, an onyx fog. Luke flipped off the jammers, and the Falcon roared into the sunlight, the carrier still ahead, and 10,000 stars glittered like jewels. So much light. Han felt as if he'd just gotten a breath of fresh air. Proximity indicators screamed in warning, and Han looked up, saw the slate-gray V's of twin STAR destroyers converging ahead of them. Luke swerved to starboard, and a barrage of missiles ripped from the destroyers, punctured the carrier's weakened shields. Han watched the missiles puncture the hull of the witch's carrier. A plume of white-hot metal fragments burst from its right exhaust nacelle. For 2 full seconds, the carrier's running lights dimmed and the engines flared more brightly. Then it sputtered in midair and erupted into a ball of flame. Han whooped in celebration as Luke accelerated wildly back toward Dathomir, into the protective covering of the orbital night cloak, and once again the darkness swallowed them. Luke let out a long breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. The vision, the frozen world, the eternal night, had been a warning, not a prophecy. He'd seen what could happen if they failed. But they hadn't failed. Not yet. The future is always in motion, he reminded himself. Yoda had taught him that. What mattered was what they did now. Leia was screaming for joy down in her turret, and Luke shouted, "Leia Isolde, stay put. We're not done yet." Luke flipped a switch, and the cockpit flooded with radio chatter. The screens picked up the sources, plotted them in 3D on the head-up holo display. Han stared at the mess above them in dismay. The sky was full of ships. No matter which way they vectored, it would be a tight squeeze, trying to make it out of the gravity well. Apparently the night cloak was fouling the scanners somewhat. Although the scanners showed the ships, they weren't picking up the transponder signals, and Han couldn't tell what kinds of ships were out there. Han swallowed. "What are you thinking, kid? What are you going to do?" Luke sighed, looked at the assembly of destroyers above them. "We've got to bring down this night cloak," Luke said. "It's not just people down there, it's trees and grass and lizards and worms. Life. A whole living world." "What?" Han said. "You want to get your head blown off for a bunch of lizards and worms? Don't flip on me now, kid! Find a hole in their net, and let's blast out of here." "No," Luke said, breathing heavily. Chewbacca roared at Luke, yet Luke didn't respond. Instead, the Jedi remained in the pilot's seat as if frozen, staring ahead in the smothering darkness as he flew. Good, Han thought. At least he's putting some distance between us and those other fighters. Wherever they came out, Zsinj's men would not likely be ready for them. Luke closed his eyes, accelerated, as if in a trance, and smiled serenely. Han looked at his face, and though he was desperately afraid that Luke would get them all killed, right at this moment it didn't seem to matter. Go ahead and get us killed, Han thought. We owe you our lives anyway. Thanks, Luke said, as if Han had spoken the words. Luke fired the quad blasters, and Han did not see their light trail. The darkness was so complete that even that little bit of light seemed denied them. Luke waited a moment, and Han watched the targeting sights playing over the head-up holo display. Luke locked onto something, fired. Han couldn't see a target, nothing on the scopes, and he wondered if Luke really was hitting anything. Again and again over the next 20 minutes Luke repeated the tactic, with no visible results. 3PO stood behind Han and whispered, "Pardon me, General Solo, but do you think we're accomplishing anything? Perhaps you should take the fire controls?" "Nah, let Luke do it," Han said, and he glanced back at the holo display. The radio signatures were rapidly increasing in number, and Han realized that Zsinj must have scrambled several hundred fighters. Apparently Luke's efforts had begun to worry the Warlord. And suddenly Luke fired a salvo, and they came out of the blackness again, flying through the stars. It took a moment for Han to recognize that the orbital night cloak had shorted out, and Dathomir once again turned below them, a shining world of turquoise oceans and dark brown continents. Chewie roared, and Luke accelerated away from the planet. Han gasped as the holo display began reading the transponder signals, showing the ships above them. There were hundreds of ships in the air, Imperial STAR destroyers and the rust-colored discs of Hapan battle dragons. TIE fighters and X-wings gyrated overhead in a deadly dance. Zsinj hadn't just scrambled fighters. The whole Hapan fleet had jumped out of hyperspace. Huge silver orbs shot out in all directions from one Hapan battle dragon, and Han swallowed hard. The Hapans were mining hyperspace with pulse mass generators. It was a risky maneuver, because it stranded both the attacker and the victim in normal space for 10 or 15 minutes. It was a tactic that the rebels had never used. One way or another, no one would be leaving this planet soon. The Hapans planned to either win or die. Luke accelerated to attack speed, glanced up at the viewscreen and locked his sights on an enemy STAR destroyer that was besieged on either side by Hapan battle dragons. The sky around the Imperial destroyer was alive with TIE fighters, more than any one destroyer could carry, and the hair rose on Han's head as he realized that it must have drawn off support from other destroyers. Han checked the holo display. 2 other Imperial destroyers were vectoring in, coming to the ship's rescue. "Who is on that STAR destroyer?" Han asked, gazing at the highly protected ship. "Zsinj," Luke answered softly. "That's the Iron Fist." "Give me the helm, kid," Han said, mouth dry. "I want him." Luke looked over his shoulder, and for the first time Han noticed that the Jedi's face was a bruised mess, but his eyes were clear. "Are you sure you can handle it?" Luke said. That is a STAR destroyer up there. Han nodded soberly. Yeah, and that's the planet I came to save. I want him, but don't be afraid to help me out, if I need it. Whatever you say, Your Majesty, Luke said, and the way he said it, it didn't sound like a joke. Luke got up from the pilot's seat. Han sat down, pain spasming through his leg, leaned his head back against the headrest, and breathed deeply. For the first time in months, he felt at home. Look, kid, Han said, flicking the stick so that he veered away from the Iron Fist, headed on a collision course with a TIE interceptor. I don't know any of your Jedi tricks, but the best way to get close to a STAR destroyer is to sort of mosey on in, and try to act like you would rather be any place but where you are. Han glanced down at his weapons display. He still had 4 Arakid concussion missiles in his launch tubes, but his proton torpedoes were dry. He armed the concussion missiles, took remote control of the dorsal quad blaster cannons, and fired a couple of salvos ahead of the TIE interceptor, giving just enough lead. The little gray ship hit the blasts and flared into oblivion, and Han vectored toward another fighter that was hightailing it toward Zsinj's Iron Fist. Han accelerated as if to attack, but hung back a good kilometer until he felt the Falcon shimmy. Tractor beams. Chewbacca growled. I know, Han said. Transfer power from the rear deflector shields. We won't let them hold us long. Calmly, he accelerated toward the Iron Fist at full sublight speed, jiggling the stick so that even though the tractor beams were pulling them in, the Falcon presented a moving target. He dove through a bevy of TIE fighters, and behind him he heard Luke gasp. They were coming up on that STAR destroyer mighty fast. Han looked to see which port the tractor beam was pulling him toward. In half a second he spotted it, waited until he figured he'd passed through the ship's particle shields, then fired 2 of his concussion missiles. The tractor beams pulled the missiles home. When they hit, an explosion blossomed on the Iron Fist, and Han hit the decelerators and tried to hang on to the stick as he turned. He held his breath, tried not to let the others see him sweat as he skimmed over a turret that couldn't spin fast enough to fire on him. You're under their shields! Isolde shouted over the intercom. You can fire any time! Yeah, Han said. I know! A blaster cannon turret swung at them, and Han spun the ship, dodged the fire. He armed his last 2 Arakids, then flipped his radio switch to standard Imperial frequency. Emergency message for Warlord Zsinj of the Iron Fist. Priority read. Respond immediately. Do you copy? Priority read. I have an emergency message for Warlord Zsinj. He waited for an eternity, weaving low through a maze of blaster turrets. At last Zsinj responded, and his face came up on the holo display. This is General Han Solo. Han nudged the stick, and the Falcon rose toward the forward command module of the Iron Fist. Look up at your view screen, you vermin. Kiss my Wookiee! He waited half a second as Zsinj looked out his view screen to see the Falcon hurtling toward him. Realization dawned on the Warlord's face. The same expression Han had seen in the holovid, the spittle dripping from his little fat cheeks, his nose hairs twitching. 5 months, Han thought. 5 months of losing people. 5 months of chasing a ghost. He fired his last 2 concussion missiles. The top half of the Iron Fist's forward command module disintegrated in a cascade of splintered metal. With its shields down, the destroyer became a sitting duck. A shot from a Hapan ion cannon bathed the Iron Fist in blue lightning, and with its complex circuitry down, immediately it fell victim to a hail of proton torpedoes. Han accelerated away from the dying ship, out of orbit for a moment, content to leave any other dogfights to the Hapans. With Zsinj gone, he figured it would only be a few moments before the Imperial fleet surrendered. There were no wild shouts of celebration behind him, no glee. Instead, only a profound silence. He found that his hands were shaking, and his vision blurred. "Chewie, take the controls for a minute," Han said. And Han folded his arms over his chest. Months of frustration, months of doubts and worries and fears. That's what Zsinj had cost him. Han felt Leia's thin hands on his shoulders, massaging them. His breath was coming ragged, and he leaned back in the captain's seat, let her knead some of the tension away. It was as if for the past 5 months, his muscles had been cramping tighter and tighter into little knots, warping him, and suddenly those knots began to unravel, work themselves out. What a cramped little man I've been, Han realized, wondering how he had not seen it, not noticed it himself, and promising himself that he would never let it happen again. "Feel better?" Leia asked. Han considered. Killing Zsinj was not something he could feel good about. Killing him was such a small, petty thing. Yet he felt such a profound sense of relief. "Yeah," Han said. "I haven't felt this good since. I don't know when." "The monster has one less head," Leia said. "Yeah," Han said. "Now that the papa shark is dead, all the little baby sharks will have to start gobbling each other. And pretty soon there will be a lot fewer sharks," Leia said. Han added, "And in the meantime, the New Republic can rush into Zsinj's old territory and take a few hundred STAR systems out of their hands." Leia swiveled his seat around, and Han could see Isolde, Taneniel, Luke, and the droids in the corridor. It was funny how most people wanted a crowd around celebrating a victory. Han always wanted to relish it alone. "You won," Leia said, and her eyes were bright, full of tears. "The war?" Han asked, wondering if she were just trying to make him feel good. "No. Not hardly." "Not that," Leia said, taking his hands. "You came back. You survived. You stopped him." Han shook his head. "I didn't do it alone. Couldn't have done any of it without you." "You're wrong," Leia said, her voice catching. "You could have given up a dozen times. You didn't. That's who you are, Han. That's who you've always been." He started to argue, but she stopped him with a finger to his lips. "I love you," she said. "I've always loved you. And I'm not going to let you talk me out of it." She took his chin in her hands and kissed him, a long, slow kiss that seemed to penetrate every aching fiber of his being, making him whole. Isolde watched them kiss, and instead of feeling the sting of defeat, he felt something unexpected, happiness for them. Taneniel's hand found his, and he squeezed it. He had come to Dathomir chasing one woman, only to find another. And in the process, he had learned something about himself, that love was not about possession or strategy. It was about connection. About choosing to be vulnerable. About letting someone in. He looked at Taneniel, and she smiled at him. He smiled back. His comlink buzzed the secure channel that could only be accessed by Hapan security. He pulled it from his belt, flipped it open, saw the image of Astarta on the comlink's tiny screen. His bodyguard smiled in greeting. "It's good to see you," Isolde said. "Yet I hadn't expected the fleet for 3 more days, which means that someone ordered them to fly through a proscribed route." "Once I fled Dathomir," Astarta said. "I fed the Jedi's route to our fleet's astrogators via the holovid. The fleet was able to shave a few parsecs off their trip." Isolde said. "An interesting gamble, but still it was dangerous." We did it on your mother's order, Astarta explained. She's coming in with the Olangi fleet tomorrow. We've begun receiving surrenders from some of Zsinj's vessels. Since you are temporarily in command of the fleet, what are your wishes? Isolde's mind did a little flip, stunned that his mother would take such a risk on his behalf. Accept only unconditional surrenders, he said, and prepare to take any space-worthy STAR destroyers back to Hapes. As for the Imperial shipyard, destroy it. Yes, sir, Astarta said. How soon should we be ready to pull out? Isolde thought for a moment. Zsinj may have sent for reinforcements. They'd have to get away from Dathomir as soon as possible. 2 days. 2 days? Astarta asked, the surprise in her voice showing that she thought it an extraordinarily slow retreat. We will have to verify that with your mother. There are political prisoners on the planet, along with several thousand locals that may wish to be evacuated, Isolde said firmly. We will need to contact them, give them the opportunity to leave. Chapter 27. Han gathered sisters from all 9 of Dathomir's clans for a feast the following evening, in the Hall of Warriors at Singing Mountain. The witches wore their finest helms and robes, but all of their finery seemed drab compared with that of the Queen Mother, who wore lavender silks and decorated her hair with rainbow gems from Galanor. Ta'a Chume seemed mildly annoyed by the proceedings and rested uneasily on the crude leather cushions, as if the witch's finery were beneath her. She kept swatting at stinging insects, glancing toward the door distractedly, eager to get back to Hapes and her own business. Han watched her through the evening, bemused by the beautiful face hidden behind the lavender veil, appalled at her bad manners. At the height of the feast, Ogwyn had servants bring up baskets of gold and gems, dumping them at Han's feet. Han stood amazed for a moment, and said, I forgot about that. Look, I don't really want all of this. He looked into Leia's eyes. I've already got everything I want. A bargain is a bargain, General Solo, Ogwyn said. Besides, we owe you more than we can repay. Not only have you freed us from Zsinj, but you helped destroy the Nightsisters. We will forever be in your debt. Yeah, but... Han started to object, but Leia nudged his ribs. Keep it, she whispered. We can use it to pay for the wedding. Han looked at the gems at his feet, and wondered just how big a wedding Leia had planned. I have an announcement, Prince Isolde said, rising from his cushion beside his mother. The room fell silent as he reached out his hand across the room toward Teneniel. Teneniel Jo, the granddaughter of Ogwyn Jo, has consented to be my wife. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Ta'a Chume's eyes narrowed to slits. A marriage, Isolde continued, his voice steady and clear, is always a political act. But it is also a personal one. Teneniel brings to this union a direct connection to the Force, a power that will protect Hapes from those who would threaten it. She brings a world that will one day be hers to rule. She brings independence from the schemes that have consumed my family for generations. He turned to Teneniel, and his voice softened. But she also brings something more important. She has shown me that love is not weakness. It is strength. It is the willingness to fight for something beyond yourself. Teneniel met his eyes, her copper gaze steady. She did not look like a woman being claimed, she looked like a woman choosing her future. And what do I get in return? Everything, Isolde said simply. My loyalty. My protection. My heart. I am not offering you a political alliance. I am offering you a partnership. 2 people, standing together, against a galaxy that would tear them apart. She was silent for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then she smiled, a real smile, not the fierce grin of a warrior, but something warmer, more vulnerable. Good, she said. Because I don't want a prince. I want a man who will fight beside me. No! Ta'a Chume shouted, rising from her cushion. Her face was a mask of barely controlled fury. You can't marry a woman from this uncivilized little mud hole. I forbid it. She can't be the Queen Mother of Hapes. She's a princess, with her own world to inherit, Isolde said, his voice calm but firm. I think that is qualification enough. You've plenty of years left to sit on the throne, and in that time you can train her. Even if she is a princess, something that I doubt you could successfully argue, her family has held deed to this world for less than 5 minutes. She has no royal blood in her, no lineage. But I love her, Isolde said, and with or without your permission I will marry her. You fool, Ta'a Chume hissed. Do you think I would allow that? No, Luke said from the back of the room, just as I'm sure that you never intended for him to marry Leia. Why don't you remove your veil and tell him who sent the assassins to dispose of her? Luke's voice had that confident, commanding tone it took on when he used the Force. Ta'a Chume cringed as if she'd been touched with an electric prod, and she backed away. Go ahead, Luke said. Remove your veil and tell him. Ta'a Chume's hands shook as she pulled the veil back. She fought Luke's command. I sent the assassins. Isolde's eyes widened, and grief washed through him. Why? He asked. You gave your permission. You sent your gifts and your entourage. I did nothing in secret. You asked for an alliance I could not approve of, Ta'a Chume said. You chose a dowryless pacifist from a democracy. Listen to her talk of her vaunted new republic. For 4,000 years our family has ruled the Hapan cluster, but you would turn Hapes over to her, and in a generation her children would surrender control of the government, give it over to the rabble. Still, I did not want to deny you outright. I did not want to compromise your sense of loyalty to me. You would rather murder someone than risk losing my allegiance? Isolde found his nostrils flaring. Did you also hope that by doing this you could further distance me from my aunts? The Queen Mother's eyes narrowed. Oh, your aunts have committed their shares of murders. They're every bit as dangerous as you believe. But Leia is a pacifist. I couldn't let you marry a pacifist. She would be too weak to rule. Don't you see? If Hapes had had a stronger military presence before the rise of the Empire, as I always advocated, we never would have fallen to the Empire. Mealy-mouthed pacifists and diplomats nearly ruined our realm. And the Lady E'lir, Isolde said with wonder in his voice. She was a pacifist. Did you kill her, too? Ta'a Chume pulled the veil back over her face, turned away. I will not be interrogated in this fashion. I'm leaving. A note of wonder and horror came to Isolde's voice. And my brother, was he too weak to rule? Is that it? Have you never intended to let anyone but you choose your successor? Ta'a Chume spun around. Keep your assumptions to yourself, she said vehemently. Don't ponder things that you can't possibly understand. You are, after all, only a male. I understand murder, Isolde shouted, nostrils flaring. I understand infanticide. But Ta'a Chume began picking her way through the crowd, heading for the door. Teneniel took his elbow and said softly, Let me reason with her. Ta'a Chume, she said softly, and Ta'a Chume stopped as if Teneniel had yanked her with an invisible cord. I'm going to marry your son, and someday I'll rule your worlds in your place. Ta'a Chume turned, and her eyes seemed to be burning lights as she glared through her lavender veil. Tenenio continued, "Let me assure you that I am not a pacifist. In the past 2 days alone, I have killed several people, and if you ever try to harm me or mine, I will force you to confess publicly all of your crimes, and then I will execute you. I assure you, I find you to be that contemptible." Ta'a Chume's 4 bodyguards had been standing against the wall. Tenenio could not know it, but threatening the Queen Mother was grounds for immediate execution. The Queen's guards went for their blasters, and Tenenio waved her hand. The blasters crumpled and clattered to the floor. One guard rushed forward, and Tenenio waved her hand and struck her from a distance with an invisible fist. The guard's jaw cracked with a sickening thud, and she fell backward, stunned. Ta'a Chume watched the brief battle from the corner of her eye. "Reconsider, Mother," Isolde said. "You once told me that you didn't want to risk the chance that our ancestors would be ruled by an oligarchy of spoon-benders and readers of auras. But if I take Tenenio as my wife, there is a good chance that your grandchildren will be those spoon-benders." Ta'a Chume hesitated, looked at Tenenio for a long moment. "Perhaps," Ta'a Chume said with conviction, "I was hasty in my judgment. I suspect that Tenenio Jo, Princess of Dathomir, will make an adequate Queen Mother. Make sure you dress her in something appropriate before you bring her home." She turned to leave, and Isolde said to her back, "One more thing, Mother. We are going to join the new Republic. Now!" Ta'a Chume hesitated, nodded her head in consent, and stormed from the room. Leia watched her go, then turned to look at Isolde and Tenenio. They stood together, hands clasped, their faces lit by the firelight. There was no calculation in Isolde's expression, only certainty. He had never loved her, not the way he loved Tenenio, she realized. He had respected her. He had seen her as a partner. A solution. A way out. But Tenenio was different. Tenenio made him feel. Made him vulnerable. Made him forget to be careful. Leia smiled, and for the first time in weeks, it reached her eyes. Good, she thought. He deserves someone who makes him feel. She crossed to them, took Tenenio's hands. "Take care of him," she said quietly. "He needs someone who sees him, not the title, not the politics. Just him." Tenenio nodded, her copper eyes warm. "I will." Leia squeezed her hands, then stepped back. "Then I wish you both every happiness." She turned and walked away, and for the first time in a long time, she felt truly free. The next morning, Luke stood on the parapet of the war room in the early sun, watching the shuttles rise in the distance, carrying the last of the refugees from the prison. Ogwyn came and stood behind him, watching the tiny ships leave. "Are you sure you won't go with them?" Luke said. "This will still be a dangerous sector." "No," Ogwyn answered. "Dathomir is our home. And we have nothing here that anyone would want, except you. We have something you want. I can feel that about you. What do you desire?" "A wreck out in the desert," Luke answered. "Once it was a spaceship, called the Chuan Thor, and the Jedi trained there. I'd like to come back someday and salvage it, see if any of its records are intact." "Ah, yes. Our ancestors once fought a great battle there with the Jai." "And you want?" Luke said. "No," Ogwyn said, leaning her back against the stone wall of the fortress and folding her arms. "We didn't. In the end, both sides sat down and talked, negotiated a settlement." Luke laughed. "So you got the ship, but it sat in the desert for 300 years and rotted? What did you gain?" "I don't know," Ogwyn said. Only Mother Rel was there, and her mind is nearly gone. Mother Rel? Luke asked, and an odd sense of peace stole through him. Algwyn looked at him questioningly, and Luke hurried through the hall, down to Rel's room. The old crone sat on her cushion on the stone box as before, wisps of silver hair shining in the candle lights. She looked up at him vacantly. Mother Rel, it's me, Luke Skywalker, Luke said, and the old crone peered at him through rheumy eyes. What? She asked. Are the Nightsisters all dead? You killed them? Yes, Luke answered. Then our world is ended, and a new one begun, as Yoda foretold. Luke found he was shaking with excitement. I suppose you have come for the records? Yes, Luke answered. We wanted them, you know, Rel said. But the Jai would not give us the technology to read them. They said that the teachings were too powerful, and as long as there were Nightsisters on our world, we could not have them. Yoda promised that someday you would share them with our children. She feebly got up from her seat, turned to the stone box and pulled off the cushion, tried to open it. Help me here, she said, and Luke heaved the box open. Inside was a metal locker, corroded, with an ancient access control panel on it. The green run light on the box still shone. Luke studied the box, punched in the two glyphs that spelled Yoda's name. A hissing noise erupted from the locker as the lid popped, and air seeped in. Luke opened it. The box was filled with reader discs, hundreds of them, containing more volumes of information than any one person could hope to study in a lifetime. At noon that day, a Hapan shuttle came to pick up Taneniel and Isolde. Luke, Han, Chewie, Leia, and the droids went to see them off. Isolde found that he was hesitant to leave this planet. Leia hugged them both and wished them happiness, weeping openly until Taneniel reminded her that their paths would cross from time to time, now that Hapes had joined the New Republic. Han shook Taneniel's hand, punched Isolde on the arm in a friendly sort of way, and said, See you around, slime. Watch out for pirates. Isolde smiled back, held Han's eye. The witches and Luke had done their best to heal Han's broken leg and teeth, though he still wore a brace on his leg. Han looked like a pirate. He still had that cocky air, the swagger to his walk. Even with a brace, Han could swagger. See you around, Ulf, Isolde said, but he couldn't leave it at that. So where do you two think you'll take your honeymoon? Han shrugged. I had hoped to take it here on Dathomir, but things have quieted down so much in the past 2 days, I'm afraid it would get boring. Perhaps you would like to tour the Hapan worlds, Isolde suggested. I'm sure you would find this visit more hospitable than your last. That's an easy promise to keep, Han agreed, as long as they don't shoot me on sight. We won't do that, Isolde promised, though I might have my people check your bags for stolen goods before you leave. Han laughed, clapped him on the back. Chewbacca and 3PO said their goodbyes, and then it was Luke's turn. The Jedi had hung back from the rest, watching them intently. He did not give them a tearful farewell. Instead, he took Taneniel's hand, held it for a moment and looked into her eyes. No, looked beyond her eyes. You will give birth to a daughter first, Luke said, and she will be strong and virtuous like you. When you feel the time is right, perhaps you will send her to me for training. Taneniel smiled, hugged him. Luke took Isolde's hand, held it. Remember to serve the light side of the Force, Luke said. Though you will never wield a lightsaber or heal the sick, you have some light within you. Be true to that light. I will, Isolde promised, and he wondered at how much his life had changed in the past few days. In a fraction of a second he had decided to follow Luke to this planet, and now he knew that he would be following Luke's path for the rest of his life. "I will," he said again, and he hugged the Jedi. For a moment, they all stood staring at one another, and then Isolde looked around the valley once again, to the huts in the fields, the dark fortress above them, the rancors splashing in the pond, the bright sun shining over the southern valleys, the mountains and the deserts beyond. Isolde inhaled the sweet, clean air, tasting the rich scent of Dathomir for one last time, and he felt his sinuses burn just a little. He realized that he must have been allergic to something on this planet. He took Tennille's hand, and headed aboard the shuttle with his betrothed, taking her to other worlds, other stars. 6 weeks later, under the blue skies of Coruscant, Luke had just finished bathing and had dressed in a fine grey robe. As best man at Leia's wedding, he'd planned to arrive early, but then the shuttle driver dropped him at the Alderaanian consulate by accident, a building occupied by some insect race Luke had never heard of, and which happened to be nearly 200 kilometers from the Alderaanian consulate. So he found himself arriving at the consulate an hour later than he planned, and when he managed to get in the door, he raced down a long corridor paneled with great slabs of lustrous ancient Yua wood, toward the White Room. The room had an enormous vaulted ceiling, ornately carved from one monolithic stone, and brilliant lights reflected from the dome, bathing everything in a soft, celestial glow. 1,000 guests from a variety of planets sat to witness, and some of them turned to look at Luke. In the front row, crisp New Republic dress uniforms stood out among the formal robes and ceremonial garb. Wedge Antilles sat with his back straight, his pilot's medal gleaming on his chest. Beside him, Garrick, Face, Lauren and Vuert, Piggy, Sabin Rings sat in identical uniforms, surviving veterans of the campaign that had finally ended. Next to them, Myn Danos and the rest of the rogues and wraiths who had made it home filled the pew, their presence a quiet testament to the years of war that had led to this moment. In the front row, Tennille Joe and Prince Isolde sat together next to Artu and Chewbacca, who was immaculately shampooed and brushed. The prince held a plant on his lap, a purple, trumpet-shaped arrowlet flower. Luke stood at the back, staring up at the marble altar where Han and Leia knelt across from one another, holding hands across the altar. The officiator stood in his emerald robes of office, leading Leia in her vows. As Han waited at the head of the aisle for Leia to reach him, his eyes scanned the front row. Wedge caught his eye from the front pew and offered a quiet, approving nod, an unspoken gesture from one campaign commander to another that the long hunt was finally over, and the war could wait. As the ceremony ended and the crowd erupted into applause, Han leaned close to Leia, his voice low so only she could hear. "So," he said, "still standing?" Leia looked up at him. Her eyes were bright, her smile real. "Still standing." He nodded once, satisfied. "Good. You kept your promise." "I told you. I keep my promises." She held his gaze. "I know." Han stood at the edge of the reception, watching the crowd. Wraiths and rogues mingled with diplomats. Chewbacca was trying to teach Wedge a Wookiee dance. It was chaos. It was perfect. Lando appeared at his elbow, 2 glasses of wine in hand. He offered one to Han. "You look like you need this." Han took it. "Thanks." They stood in silence for a moment, watching the celebration. "So," Lando said, "you actually did it." "Did what?" "Got married. Settled down. Became respectable." Lando shook his head. "I never thought I'd see the day." "Neither did I." Lando studied him. "You happy?" Han looked across the room to where Leia was laughing at something 3PO had said. Her head was thrown back, her smile wide and real. Yeah, Han said quietly. I am. Lando nodded slowly. Good. He raised his glass. To Han Solo. The man who finally stopped running. Han raised his own glass. To Lando Calrissian. The man who still owes me money. Lando laughed. I walked right into that one. You always do. They clinked glasses and drank. Seriously, though, Lando said, his voice softer. You deserve this. Both of you. After everything, the war, the losses, the years of fighting, you deserve to be happy. Thanks, Lando. Don't get used to it. Wouldn't dream of it. Lando clapped him on the shoulder and melted back into the crowd. She turned and glanced at Luke, the diadems in her veil flashing in the light, and Luke could feel that she was not angry at him for having arrived late, only grateful that he had made it. And at that moment Leia was more serene, more content, than she had ever been in her life. And perhaps she was as filled with joy as anyone could be. Luke let the feeling wash over him, her joy, Han's quiet contentment, the simple rightness of the moment. The war wasn't over. It might never be over. There would be other battles, other threats, other long nights in the cockpit of an X-Wing. But as he watched Han pull Leia into a kiss while Chewbacca roared in approval and the Wraiths and Rogues cheered from the pews, Luke understood something he'd been learning for a long time. The fight wasn't about winning. It was about protecting moments like this. Moments that made all the sacrifice worth it. He smiled, and for the first time in months, the future felt bright. Thank you for listening to this unabridged audiobook from Makati Productions. Please subscribe the channel so you don't miss any future audiobooks, and don't forget to leave like or comment, as it really helps the channel grow and reach even more fans of Star Wars Legends. If you would like to support the channel more and gain access to exclusive content and MP3 downloads, then we also have a Patreon account too. Thank you for listening, and may the Force be with you.